Hello, everyone, and welcome to RHAP's coverage of Australian Survivor Brains V Brawn II. I'm your host, Shannon Guss, here for another deep dive. We are in person. For the people not watching the video, you're missing out on two RHAP shirts on the merch that we have going on right now because I have my guest here. He is the winner of Australian Survivor Brains V Brawn II. He is in my apartment. He's a Chizzy winner, just like accolades across the board. It is Myles. Myles, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. And we all know that the Chizzy winner is the real glory that I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's so crazy. I'm so excited to be here. Long time watcher. And yeah, I'm just super stoked to just chat about the game and just go into it in a bit of detail.
Yeah. I do like to poll the dual Chizzy game winners on like what's better, and everyone like unanimously says the Chizzy.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's what we're in it
Yeah,
for.
yeah. I've been pitching Rob on a bigger cash prize, like to get to the 500k or like the million. Not as yet.
Yeah.
But I think we're almost up there with like Survivor South Africa. I don't know in terms of how much the mugs are worth, but we're gonna have to get you that mug, which will also take time. But Myles, how are you? You won Survivor this week. It's only been a few days.
Yeah, I'm stoked. It's been amazing. I've gotten so much love as well, like just from the community, from everyone, just a lot of really nice messages that I'm making an effort. I've got hundreds of DMs and I'm going through just trying to reply to each one and be like, oh, thank you so much for the nice message. But I also have hundreds of them and it's been a crazy time. I'm exhausted. I'm euphoric. I have 1,000 different emotions. Yeah, it's really good.
That's incredible. Well, yeah, you won the show, which is amazing. What an incredible story. And I'd love to take it to the beginning because we were just chatting before about like your fandom level and how you got into Survivor because you were carrying, I think, a lot of the fandom on your back. Certainly, you know what Rocks is.
Yeah.
But then you were just telling me like you found the show pretty recently.
Yeah, so the thing that happened that was really weird is that everyone thinks I am the biggest super fan like in the world, biggest super fan of the season, when in reality, I actually only got into Survivor in 2022. So my first season I ever watched live was Heroes versus Villains Australian, which I got into halfway through the season, followed by Survivor 44. Now, I'd watched a couple seasons before that. I got into it at first. I went down a YouTube rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Like I love strategy games. I'm big into strategy games, and I love just like getting into big YouTube rabbit holes. I've done it with like Pokemon and Catan and Poke and all these different things where you just, you start watching like one video and then boom. And it happened to me with Survivor. And so I just started watching like Survivor strategy videos and I was like, this is really cool. And I remember I watched 2017 first, and then I watched Brains vs Brawn I first, and then I realized, oh my God, the Heroes vs Villains is on at the same time, which has all the Brains vs Brawn people. And so I watched that as well, and I just kind of got hooked. And what happens is my way of enjoying content is I get really obsessive with it, and I get obsessive about the dynamics, especially. I get obsessive about like statistics. I get obsessive about the numbers, and so Survivor I just got very obsessive with. And even though I haven't watched that many seasons of Survivor, I've watched probably half the Australian seasons because I've watched 2017, 2019, All Stars, Brains vs Brawns, Heroes vs Villains, Titans vs Rebels, right?
Yeah.
Which is like all the better
pretty
seasons,
good, yeah,
right?
and All Stars, yeah.
Yeah, and All Stars, but I just had to watch All Stars, right? But and then same thing with US. I've watched like all the good ones. I've watched like Heroes vs Villains, Cagayan, David vs Goliath, Cambodia, which is my favorite US season because all I care about is strategy and I don't care about character or drama or anything.
I also love Cambodia, and I'm also very obviously on the strategy. Yeah.
But I can't watch like old school US Survivor because I don't find the like character and the dynamic, like the social dynamics. I don't find that fun. I find the strategy fun.
What if you were to do like a Pearl Islands or like in Amazon where like strategy was really starting to take shape?
I think I'd still find it frustrating. Pearl Islands is on my list.
Yeah, you gotta watch Pearl Islands.
Yeah, so Pearl Islands and Micronesia are the two that are on my list of ones that I want to watch.
Please.
But also it's hard because I know like everything, right? Like just all that information, I still know like who goes home at every single vote, basically, right? But yeah, so and then I've even watched like South Africa. Yeah. I've watched 3 seasons of South Africa. Dino's one of my favorite winners, probably is my favorite winner of all time, and I love Island of the Outcasts. But yeah, I really enjoy Survivor. But you've got a lot of people in this season. You've got like people like Kent, people like Laura, Noonan. You got even like Karen and Logan, Max, who have been fans since they were like kids or fans since they were really young and it first came out. But because I really enjoy it in such an intense way, I'm
Yeah.
out there. I'm like, okay, this has happened this many times. This has happened this many times. Da 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 da. And I can pull like the numbers and the stats off the top of my head. People always saw me as the biggest fan, even though it's in reality, I'm not really. I can't watch bad Survivor. I cannot watch boring Survivor. Like if a season is looking like it's going to get really boring, I will just turn it off.
Well, you say like you're not the biggest fan. You're certainly not the longest fan, but like has anyone else on the cast watched Survivor South Africa?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I'm the
So
only
it's
one on
just
the
like the
cast.
way that
I've been
you
trying to get people on the cast to watch Survivor South
Yes.
Africa because I think it's really good.
they're
But
missing out.
yeah,
Yeah, well that's so interesting as well. But I think that as well, like they put you into that like fan archetype.
Yeah.
Like I think for sure. And look, it's a spectrum on Australian
Yeah.
Survivor, as we saw very much at the Rocks debate. And we saw that happen. So at the point where you only kind of started getting into it a couple of years ago, when did you start like applying and what was that process like for you?
so I applied for Titans versus Rebels. I put together like a really funky, fancy video. I had some music. It was scripted. I had some outfit changes and whatnot, and I didn't hear anything back from it. So this year, I decided I'd apply again, but I just kept it really simple, and I just did a video of just me talking to the camera for 3 minutes straight, basically. And apparently, they really liked it, and it kind of makes sense in hindsight, where I think I'm such a big personality, like they just needed something that would just me directly to the camera and that would kind of all shine through. And I think also the pole dancing finance bro pitch is a pretty good one. And then I remember when because I made it to the Zoom interviews, I got really good feedback in the Zoom interviews. And then I was told I'd made it to the next stage, and then Brains vs Brawn was announced, and I was like, oh my god. And that was the point at which I was like, I think I'm in, because Brains versus Brawn, it's the perfect theme for me, because what they need in Brains, they need Brains who are stereotypically nerdy, but also physical enough to compete with the Brawns, but also outgoing enough to pop on camera, right? And oftentimes I feel like they settle for like two of those things, right? So you'll have people who are nerdy and outgoing, but aren't that physical, but you'll have people who are physical and outgoing, but aren't that nerdy, or like nerdy and physical, but aren't that like outgoing, right? Like Kalen would fit into that last one, where Kalen's not he's not going out there and bringing the drama, but he's nerdy but he's also strong. But yeah, I look at that and I'm like, oh, I fit all three of those categories. I'm the perfect person to cast on this.
Yeah.
And yeah, I had my live interview with the producers, and I thought I did really well. We went way over time, which was good, and they seemed to just be enjoying the chat. I was chatting about just kind of everything from Survivor to strategy games to finance stuff. And yeah, it went really well, and I got really good feedback. And then 2 days later, I had a call back saying, yeah, you're on, start getting ready.
Yeah, so how did you get ready? Because we know you're a soccer player, so we saw that pan out.
Yeah.
You're a big fan, so you got the strategy, you're already doing that. You did not watch Survivor Pearl Islands to prep.
Did not watch Survivor Pearl Islands. Yeah, I did a lot of prep. So the first thing I did is I listened to a lot of the deep dives, because that was a really big focus.
Oh God, what a full circle moment, right?
Yeah, I know, it's bizarre. and genuinely, I do think if you're considering going out, I think the deep dives are far more useful than the actual watching the show, because the show.
That's great plugging.
Well, the show's an edited product, while you actually get to understand the mechanics behind the game in the deep dives. And there were a few deep dives that were particularly helpful. So the first one was Nicky Danz's. Nicky Danz's deep dive was amazing. His All Stars deep dive. If you are going on the show, listen to Nick Eardance's All Stars deep dive, because it's 2 hours of it, because he only made it to merge. So no, he didn't even make it to merge. And so it's 2 hours of him just talking about the prep, which is amazing.
We literally did two plus hours before we even stepped on the island.
Yeah.
So,
It's amazing. So Nick Eardance's was really good. The other one that was really, really helpful more than any was Baden Gilbert's.
Oh.
And the reason
I've never heard. I mean, like I love Baden, but that's not the one that people.
Well, here's why. Right. I knew coming in that archetypically I was a lot like him, right? I'm probably a bit more outgoing and flamboyant, have a bit more pizzazz to me. But as far as being like the young, like physically, someone people aren't really looking at physically as a threat, really nerdy guy, that I would be seen a lot like how he was seen out there. And I do think that the losing finalists are really helpful deep dives to listen to.
They're my favorite. No offense.
No.
But I do. I've always said the losing finalists deep dives, because you have to usually like reckon with so much.
Yeah, I think the winner deep dives a lot of the time, and even sometimes the like Fallen Angel deep dives, people have what would you call what's that word that you like to use all the time? Like results orientated thinking
Yeah.
towards a lot of things, where versus the loser deep dive, it's like, no, the results have not gone
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
What should I have done
Yeah.
differently?
And even for like people who like come third, or it depends, because I think like AJ is really wrestling with like what got to that point.
Yeah.
But like for other people, it's like, I just needed to win the
Just
challenge,
needed to
and
win
like
the
you can
challenge.
just feel very secure in your decisions.
Yeah,
Whereas I feel like if
exactly.
you're a very introspective finalist, which
Yes.
you need to be, and especially if you haven't got a lot of votes, you have to think like, wow, this was drastically different to what I thought, and like really passed it out in a way that is like honestly often really devastating, but very, very
Yeah.
compelling. Not to put this deep dive down, because we're going to validate a lot of things that end up being at least results oriented working out. But yeah, so that's really interesting. So yeah, so Baden
Yeah,
was
Baden's is
fantastic.
fantastic, specifically because out of all of the losing finalists, Baden is the one that just matches to me
Yeah.
archetype wise, right? So getting into his head of this is what you need, this is kind of the mistakes that I made that I could fall into potentially, was really important, I think. And I did a whole heap of like different analysis before going out there on like previous seasons. And like one of the ones I did is I looked at players' ages, right? Because I knew that I actually thought I would be the youngest, because usually there's not more than one under.
Who was younger than
24-year-old.
you?
Zen was
21.
21.
Zen, yes.
So I was 23,
Yeah.
Zen was 21.
Yeah,
But also he got
right.
removed pretty early, so
Yeah,
he wasn't
yeah.
really a factor.
Mhm.
But if you look at all the like kind of under 24-year-olds, under 25-year-olds, there's this running theme with them where they all, like almost all of them, including the ones that go incredibly deep in the game, just get by with very little agency, oftentimes with not many moves at the end. They often get pulled in under someone else's wing and they become like a sidekick, or they're just kind of scraping along, just not really able to make anything happen ever. And so I'm looking at these players, the under 25-year-olds, and like, oh my God, they have a terrible track record. Like there's a few there. Christy was 24 when she won, but even Chris, I don't think Christy's win is a win anyone should be looking at to emulate, right?
Yeah.
Like I think Christy's win was like an absolute unicorn of a win where everything kind of fell into place perfectly for her at that final tribal council. But I don't think it's repeatable. I don't think it's what someone should be like aiming to do.
No, yeah.
And then you got a lot of other players. It's just a lot of like early, like mid swab early mergers who just didn't really ever make an impact on the game. And so I was looking at that, and so a big priority in I mean, it makes sense when you look at my game. A really big focus of mine was to like have agency and to create agency and create agencies in ways that were mine, essentially. Because I knew that with the archetype that I was, that there was a possibility that it just kind of gets swept under the rug and I get complacent and I get pulled along. Yes, as far as some other things I did, I reached out to a lot of ex-players. I reached out anonymously. So I created an anonymous account, and I reached out to Nick, Ferris, and Eden. I mean, I reached out to a couple other people, but those were the three that responded. And
so on brand.
Yeah, and asked them for like advice, and they gave me a lot of advice. Nick especially sent me 9 minutes of voice notes at one stage.
So on brand.
Yeah, and it was really helpful.
To an anonymous account.
Yeah.
What if you were just trolling? Like, what if you were catfishing him? Like, if anyone wants to get 9 minutes of Nick voice notes, apparently just tell him you're going on the show and reach out for an anonymous account. Yeah.
Yeah, but and so they gave me a lot of really good advice. So it was especially it was all sorts of stuff. So it was stuff like clothing, for example. So you'll see throughout the season, there's a lot of shots of Laura and Zara wearing my jackets, because I had, with the exception of my pants, which literally fell apart on day one, which is why there's that comment about Karen being like, your balls are hanging out, because my pants fell apart. They were too loose, and every time I'd sit down anywhere, they'd catch, they'd scrape, and they literally disintegrated. And so I had 4 days until I got my shorts of me with no pants, essentially. But my jackets were the best jackets out on that island. Both of them were the 2 best jackets there. And so I would just like lend them around as like currency. I also had a big like long shirt. So where other people were bringing like multiple pairs of swimmers or shorts or t-shirts and whatnot, I focused on just warmth, basically, as my focus. And that was really helpful. Some stuff with regards to physical prep as well. And I did actually make a big mistake in the physical prep. So if I had to give advice on physical prep, I got into amazing shape before going out there. Like that was the heaviest, the strongest, the most physical I've ever been in my life. However, I should have focused on putting on any weight as opposed to putting on muscle weight. So I was eating a truly ridiculous amount of food going out. I'd have my normal meal, plus 2 sausages plus milk with protein powder for every single meal, basically. And like my brekkie is 7 Weet-Bix of milk, and so I'm chucking 2 sausages on top of that. However, I've got a very fast metabolism. I was exercising basically every day, and so I actually didn't put on a huge amount of weight. I went out there at 70 kilos, which you've seen how tall I am. I'm 5'10".
Myles is surprisingly tall, everyone. Like,
I mean, I'm not tall. I'm 5'10", right? But
taller than I thought.
Yeah, but
this cast is all taller than I think.
It's a tall cast, yeah. But I went out at 70 kilos, which was not heavy enough at all. And the reason why is because all of my food eating was going towards like exercising and putting on muscle, as opposed to I should have actually exercised a bit less and focused on putting on like a little bit of fat over the top. And that would have been a lot healthier, because I physically was really struggling by the second half of the game, like really, really struggling. And I think a big part of that was because I didn't put on enough weight. And when you look at like Kalen, for example, Kalen's like, he's shorter than I am. He's like 5'9", 5'8". He was 20 kilos heavier than me. And so what you'd see is that in the back end of the season, I'm dying over here at 58 kilos in like the last couple bits of the game. And Kalen still looks like a Greek god. Like, he looks ridiculous. Kalen got fitter as it went on, because all that happened is the extra layers of fat around him went away, and he gets like that superhero thing where he just like all of his muscles are just constantly bulging. But as far as other prep, my spreadsheets. I had a few spreadsheets. So I had the one earlier that I told you about with the with the ages. I had one that was, I looked at the twists, and this one was really helpful. I predicted, with the exception of Bounty Baron, I predicted the timing of every single twist.
Yeah, what? Week 2 middle episode, week 4 middle episode, yeah.
Exactly. And then
don't make moves on Mondays.
And then merge and swap as well with the other two.
Yeah. It was the exact same as TVR, to be fair.
Yeah. But I looked at, obviously TVR was the obvious one, but I looked at all of them, right? And it kind of coalesced around that time. So I had like a scatter plot.
Yeah, week 4 especially, very big twisty time. Yeah.
And so and I'll talk into how that actually played into some stuff later on, where I was kind of playing around that. But that was really helpful. And the other one that I did, and this was the most useful thing that I did for all season. So Nick had a thing in his interview where he talked about the fact that he got like 2 of his friends into a room and they yelled at him and they told him everything they didn't like about him and whatnot, to kind of like bring his ego down. So I did something kind of similar to that. I put out a Google Forms survey to all my friends and family, and it had rank your 3 least favorite things about me.
Oh my God, you're a stronger person than I am. Because I would just come up with no loved ones. I'd be like, this was a test and you all failed and you're all out of my life now.
And then I had also rank your favorite thing about me as well.
Just a compliment sandwich it.
And so I had a comprehensive spreadsheet.
People did that?
Everyone did it. Everyone did it. Some people had a lot of fun doing it as well. And so it would
like,
go...
I've been waiting for this day.
It would go into... it would be category and then a more detailed explanation. And so I had...
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I had the data on the categories of what people didn't like about me. And then I also had the detailed explanations to go through about them, right?
People shouldn't have these feelings about you. The people in your life should love you universally.
Yeah, but everyone's got things that people don't like about them.
This wouldn't be me. I would be like, love you completely. You know, I wouldn't fall for that.
No, but it's incredibly useful for a few reasons. First of all, it's humbling, right? I'm seeing exactly what everyone doesn't like about me, but also it makes you aware of specifically what people find frustrating about you. And then you can actually play around how to, like, there's a reason why I was able to come back so often after annoying people, after pissing people off. There's a reason why I was able to come off the way that I did in that final tribal council, where I come off as very humble. I'm not humble. I managed to trick the entirety of Australia into thinking that I'm humble. I'm not. I'm just self-aware. There's a really big difference. I'm self-aware of my flaws, and that comes off as humble, when one of my flaws is actually that I'm very arrogant.
There's some sort of irony there.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm aware of the fact that I'm very arrogant, and so I make a really big effort to be self-aware of my flaws. And this was something that I was doing going in there, and something that helped me remarkably all throughout the season is that I've got these flaws, but I'm very aware of them, and I'm very much able to play around them and work around them. And a lot of people have a lot more forgiveness for you if you have that ability to be self-aware of your flaws. And so the 4 biggest ones, the 4 ones that had statistically significant amounts, were in order from 4 to 1, were selfish, loud, arrogant, and insensitive. And this is really important.
Oh, this would be the end of me.
No, but this is really important. Here's why, right? So loud and arrogant I always thought were going to be 1 and 2, and I didn't know in which order. They're the two traits that everyone that like are my two big traits. I can be loud, I can be obnoxious, and I'm very arrogant. Everyone knows I have these traits, and I thought that these would be 1 and 2, but they weren't. Number 1 was insensitive, and here's why. And this actually like this kind of explains a lot of the season. So insensitive is the biggest trait because it's weighted, right? So you're putting what is my worst, the least favorite thing you like about me. And so even though loud and arrogant are more present traits that I have, insensitive is the one that like upsets people the most, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what that can tell you, and this is really important for all season, is that you can be loud and arrogant and abrasive and that will annoy people. But there's a really big difference in Survivor specifically, and also in life, between like annoying people and making people like genuinely upset at you. And so all of my energy was going into not being insensitive, and then when I did, trying to clean that up. And it's something that actually goes all the way to the final tribal council, where I think Kalen had a misunderstanding of, he knew people were getting frustrated with me all throughout the season. They'd find me annoying at various times, and they'd get frustrated with working with me or with my presence, my behavior or whatnot. But there's a really big difference between them getting annoyed that I've been arrogant or I've been loud, I've been obnoxious, versus if I had been insensitive, which I made a big effort to not be. And then when I did, I made a really, really big effort to clean up. And there's that big difference between annoyance and dislike that I don't think Kalen read with the jury. He's seeing it as just general negative thoughts. But as far as who you're going to vote for, Karen puts it perfectly when she's like, you're the annoying little brother. And it's like, yeah, that's absolutely what it is. But people don't dislike me, right? The jury doesn't want to vote for someone that they dislike.
Yes.
But they're happy to vote for the annoying little brother, right? Yeah. And that's something that was a very big, I think, misread from, and not just Kalen, all throughout the season. I think Kent had this misread, right? Very early on. I think a lot of people had this misread throughout, where they see me as this easy target because, people don't like me very much. It's like, no, people like me. They just like get annoyed by me. And so, especially with this knowledge in hand of what people don't like about me, it makes me more powerful because I'm able to clean up after myself a lot easier. And then literally in Final Tribal Council, they didn't show it, but when I was talking about like what I had done to put people offside, I literally named all 4 of those things like one after the other.
And you're like, I have stats for it.
I know that I can be insensitive, arrogant, loud,
You're
and selfish.
You're a quote from my nearest about it. That's crazy. Well, I actually love that because I do think we talk a lot. I've said in Final Tribal Council, people, unless they dislike both of you and they have to make a choice, like they will not vote for someone that they dislike if they can help it.
Exactly.
And if they like both of you, then it becomes a conversation. But I've never heard like dislike passed out about what, like the different layers of like negative feelings that aren't necessarily dislike. We were talking before a little bit about like Marianne as a winner. Now, I don't think Marianne is annoying. I think she's the least annoying person of all time, and I've spent 8 days in a row with her, and I love her with my whole heart. But other people on the island found her annoying, but you can't dislike Marianne.
It's all good, Marianne. We love our annoying winners.
We're certified.
Give them hell.
Young annoying winners.
Yeah, young annoying winners.
But certified Marianne lovers here. But I do think people were annoyed with her on the season, but no one could dislike Marianne. It's physically impossible. So that is a really interesting way to look at that. And I'm sure like asking your loved ones all of these things probably helped with watching it back, right? You got a lot of love, but people have their opinions. I know that like AJ has kind of struggled with it, and we talked about it in the deep dive. And for AJ as well, like it's people thinking he's one way, and the edit kind of was like a bit of a hatchet job on him, and the lack of control in that I'm sure is hard. But I think he struggled with it. I've definitely struggled with it, but I'm sure that helped you a lot because you were like, you can't say anything worse than like my mom put in a Google form about me, right?
Yeah. And it's something, I mean, I can't complain about the edit. I got an absolutely lovely edit. And I think I would have been upset if stuff that I didn't expect to come out came out.
Yeah.
But like I know that I'm annoying this, but like Zara has told me many times, she's like, oh yeah, I had this confessional where I was complaining about you. I had this confessional where I was complaining about you. Like Karen tells me about the Tweedle dipshit thing, which is hilarious. And like people have told me all these things. Everyone, like, I know that people are saying like these things about me because, so, like, as I said, my friends and family have said it about me as well. And like it's totally fair and it's totally reasonable. If there had been stuff that I thought was not me, I would get upset. But like all of the negative content that I get was negative content that I know is negative content that I actually have. Yeah.
I mean, I struggle with, AJ and I talked about that. I struggle with, like when people feel that way about me, and it's true. But then I was thinking about it, like I've also had people like make up abject lies about me, and I almost think that is worse. So I do get it now, like thinking about AJ, what AJ feels.
Yeah, I think it's much worse. Like you can, because everyone's got character flaws,
Yeah.
right? Your character flaws are what like define you, kind of like. And so having people commenting on character flaws that you know you have is fine, but people
Well, fine, is it?
okay, but it's like you can
Yeah.
deal with that, right? Versus people commenting on character flaws that either you don't think you have or you might just not realize that you have. Now that I think is probably a bit
Yeah.
upsetting.
Or
If
that
someone
represents you.
yeah, if someone came to me and was like, Myles, you're like a really mean person, I'd get really upset by that because I try really hard to not be a mean person, right? But if someone comes to me and says, Myles, you're so loud, and I'd be like, yep.
Yeah. That actually is something I've spoken about, like, in just personally as well. It's true. Like, something people come up to you and they're like, they take something that you value about yourself and then flip it on and said, like, you're not
Yes.
that. I do think that is probably
Yes,
worse
I
than
think that's a
ever.
lot
And
worse.
it's easy to do that when it's filtered through an edit as
Yeah.
well. So yeah, I totally get that. But okay, so you did a lot of prep. You asked everyone in your life about, you know, your flaws.
I did a lot of puzzle
Yeah.
prep as well, which
Mhm.
ended up being fucking useless.
Well, the spreadsheet should have told you that that was unlikely to be super important. On
I
the
thought Brains
challenges.
versus Brawn, surely
Yeah.
they'll be. Actually, it wasn't entirely useless because that challenge that Ali couldn't do the fire, I solved that puzzle before we actually even started it.
Yeah, and then lost the
And then
challenge.
we lost the
Yeah,
challenge.
but there you go.
Yeah.
It's good to show worth, and we
Yeah.
saw that.
Yeah, I did. Oh, I did. With regards to the other the prep stuff. I did. Obviously a lot of just general weights and whatnot. I was playing football still, but the pole dancing incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
Obviously. And bouldering. I did a lot of bouldering in the lead up as well to work on that like grip strength and because I just like bouldering. But
Yeah.
yeah, that was the other physical prep that I did. Watched a lot of seasons to like listen to a lot of the deep dives. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, getting to the island, I'd love to talk about those first few days. We see, like, you, as we have seen, are on the bottom early on. And tell us about those first few days, what the
Okay.
relationships were, and how it's feeling to maybe have a sense that you're on the bottom after so much prep. Like, imagine we're here doing the 2 hours of prep deep dive.
Yeah.
And then that's it, maybe.
All right. So I get out onto the island and I am like, what the hell is this? This is the brawniest Brains tribe I've ever seen. This
Yeah.
is because I thought I'm on the Brains tribe. I'm going to be at least somewhat of a physical asset, right? Like I'm going to be maybe one of the middle-sized guys. Maybe like I'm not going to be the smallest, weakest guy. Surely, like surely there'll be some like skinny, awkward, nerdy guy that'll be like weaker than me. No, I was the skinny, awkward, nerdy guy. And then like with the women, we've got people like Ali, Karen, like who both of them would kill me like in any sort of physical strength. And then even like our other women being like Zara and Logan and Laura, who are all in very physically good shape. Like it's I was there and I'm like, oh my god, this is
Australian Survivor.
This is not good. But even if you look at other seasons of Australian Survivor, like
that is true.
This
it was crazy.
An absurdly like physical Brains tribe.
Yeah.
I and especially considering it's the Brains,
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, this is really bad for me. And then I get out and I start meeting and people, and I think I'm making decent connections, but I am like, oh my god, this is not fantastic for me because I've got my people. AJ talked a lot about this on his deep dive. And actually Zara's talked about this. We had like the 20 somethings club. And even though I am 20 something, I was not in the 20 somethings club because I that like the vibe, the kind of like
clubby vibe.
Yeah, we'll say that. Like that's not me, right? So I am getting
it
that.
was the
I'm like,
Brains tribe.
I know.
What clubby vibe?
I'm getting there and I'm like, I wanna find my nerds. And I look around and I'm like, where are my nerds? Yeah, as far as who I initially got along really well with Laura. I really like Laura. But Laura was in the 20 somethings club. Laura was in like the VBs, at which I did not want to work with really anyone else in Laura's alliance. Like I could see there was like immediately the power rest with Laura, Logan, Rich, and Max. Like that was where the power sat initially, and everyone could see it. And I was like, I like Laura. The other three, I don't really want to work with. I was open to working with Rich and Max, but I didn't want to work with them together, mainly just because I could see it was just going to become the Rich and Max show if I did. And that would just, like, it'd just be all them. Like, Rich is very assertive and whatnot. Yeah, I got along with Kaylin fantastically immediately. I was really coming in, my first thought on Kaylin was, okay, I cannot let this man get to the end because this man is the most likable man in the world. He's so physically gifted, clearly. He's clearly a smart guy. I had a really great chat with Kaylin on night one, where I talked about wanting to work with him, and we talked about working together. And even on day 2 and day 3, like Kaylin I had the most chats with in that early game. And I think on day 2 or day 3 or something, I literally just straight up told him, I'm like, I think you're playing down. Like, I think you're pretending to be dumb. Like, I straight up told him that. And he's like, yeah, I'm playing it down a little bit, but just like keep it on the down low. And I'm like, yeah, I knew it. And so all season, I was very aware of what Kalen was doing, partially because Kalen is an engineer, right? And he's got a physics degree as well. And I have a physics degree.
Yeah.
I know multiple Kalens in my personal, and this I think is part of why I got along with Kalen really well. I know multiple people that are very similar to Kalen. And so I read through Kalen immediately kind of what he was doing, that he was just kind of...
multiple people who are playing down how smart they are because they look like Adonises but are secretly really smart? Like, what is that archetype of person?
No, the archetype that is like incredibly intelligent but also kind of laid back and able to fit in socially really well because like they are just really easygoing, but also a little bit weird. Like, Kalen's weird. Kalen's a really weird dude. Like, Kalen knew how to crack coconuts and spearfish before we got to the island because that's just what he does, right? Like, Kalen is a very strange dude, but he's still able to fit in. So, like, Kalen and I are kind of two sides of the same coin where we're both like these nerdy, eccentric guys, but he's like the really charming, charismatic one, and I'm like on the like quirky, like weird side, if that makes sense. But yeah, Kalen, I really got along well with Kalen. I really wanted to work with Kalen. AJ, weirdly, AJ put me off massively on day one because AJ, and you've met AJ is like the most lovely human being in the world. He's a compliment machine, and he's going around and he's telling everyone on day one how much he loves them, and he's coming up to me and he's like, Myles, I think that whatever you do, whatever you put your mind to it, you're going to have so much success. I think you might be the smartest one on this beach. And I'm there and I'm like, ugh. Like, I don't know what's going on here. And then I'm seeing him do it to everyone else, and I'm like, ugh. Now, what ended up happening is that I got to know him better. I realized that with me particularly, AJ was so completely genuine because AJ and I vibed on a way that I didn't with anyone else all season. Because him and I we're the strategy nerds, right? Like, we're both super into board games. We play, like, he told me he's like top ranked in Catan in Australia at one stage.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like a massive
I don't want to come to board game night. I know I said I wanted to, but I like renege on that.
Hey, I'm 2-1 against him at the moment in Catan.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, I'm also very good at Catan.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to come to the board games. Like, I don't want to do it. Yeah.
But yeah, so AJ and I, like, initially, I didn't get along that well. Like, didn't get along. I got along with him great, but I was really wary of AJ. And I remember when I looked at the tribe at the end of day one, there was I was looking at the tribe, and how I wanted it to break down was I wanted to work with Zara and Karen. Zara, I really, really wanted to work with all season. Like, I love Zara. Zara is... Oh, now I'm going to tell you about, like, me calling Zara old.
Yeah.
First conversation I have with Zara, I'm talking to her and I'm trying to, like, I don't do the social thing that well, right? Like, I really struggle, especially early on, to create these like really deep initial bonds that other people did. And so my attempts to do that a lot of the time were explaining to people what I liked about them and why I wanted to work with them and whatnot. Now, with Zara, one of the things that I talked about, so first of all, Zara is very similar to my stepmom, and I knew upon meeting Zara exactly the type of person who she was. I knew exactly how she'd play the game as well. I knew she'd be direct, she'd be blunt, she'd give really good feedback, which was really good. She'd be willing to make them right, like make big and correct moves at the time. She'd be willing to burn people when she needed to burn people. And that was what I wanted to work with, right? Someone who's going to be willing to kind of make moves, willing to put people offside, and willing to play, and just like a ruthless player. Like, you should want to play with good players and ruthless players, because they're the people who, when you give them the moves to make, they will make the correct moves, right? So Zara, that being said, I approached Zara and I'm like, I really want to work, and I tell her, I'm like, your archetype of the older woman on the tribe, if they don't go home early, often makes it very, very deep, and is often a really key deciding vote at like a lot of key points in the game, because everyone always overlooks that archetype, and I don't want to overlook you. I want to be like one of your closest allies. And the only words she heard in that conversation were older woman.
She hadn't done the Google form where people can tell.
Well, that's the thing. I had the data.
Yeah.
I had the data. She was the...
Yeah, like statistically, just on numbers alone. Yeah, I mean, this is why it hurts you hadn't seen Survivor 41, because I think Evie called them later days, which people also didn't like. There's no good way to say that.
Yeah.
Don't tell people they're old.
No, don't
people
tell
don't like.
people
Don't
that they're
tell
old.
me. Like,
But
don't
also, I will hold that I was completely correct in that Zara was a key pinnacle vote.
Parabolic woman?
So many.
Yeah. Older woman. That's what I
She
usually.
was the key pinnacle vote at so many different votes, and so many people overlooked her overseas. And so my analysis was this will come up a lot, where my analysis was correct and my execution was dreadful.
Hear that. Yeah, I get that.
But yeah, so I could see immediately the block with Laura, Logan, Max, Rich forming. And I didn't know this at the time, but it wasn't actually Kent that was really pushing me. Rich from day one was pushing me for whatever reason. I think partially because he saw me as an easy vote, partially because he saw we just wouldn't vibe that well.
Yeah.
But Rich was pushing my name really hard from early on, though I didn't know about this. But I was just like really wary of that four as a group, and then throw Ali in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so I knew that Zara visibly looked a little bit uncomfortable with the dynamics of the tribe, and I really wanted to work with Zara. I knew she was with Karen, and so I wanted to make a group with Zara and Karen and Kaylin, who got along really well with Zara and Karen. And then, and this is so funny, I wanted to make a trio with me, Indy, and Kent.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. And so here's where we get into all the Kent stuff. So first of all, Indy and I, so I was Indy's number one, and Indy was my number one.
Aww.
So Indy and I were really close. So first of all, I love Indy, but she socially put a lot of people off, right? Like, she's very blunt. She's a comedian, which doesn't always translate that well, because like sometimes it's like you're super outgoing, charismatic, but if you don't read the room correctly, you can come off as very blunt and very abrasive, and she did. And I could see that she was putting people offside. And I could also see that, similar to the Zara thing, people were just kind of overlooking her. We got the 20-something club, and then even Indy is even further kind of outside of it all than anyone else is. Like, people weren't really talking to Indy that much.
It's awful.
And also Indy's like a she's an older, like, ethnic lesbian woman. Like, she's just hidden every single minority box. And I really got along really fantastically with Indy. And I also obviously am in a lot of those categories as well, where being like, Asian and being bisexual and being, while I wasn't older, I was younger. Like, I was younger than everyone else out there, right? And so I'm feeling a bit on the outs. And I didn't know this. I did know this, and then I actually played into it a little bit. Indy had a 25-year-old son who I reminded her a lot of, and she's very close with. And so she very much looked at me as like in that kind of vein. Now, I never really like looked at Kent as someone that I really wanted to work with personally, but he got along really well with Indy, and the rest of the tribe also weren't really vibing with Kent. And so on night one, I approach Kaylin first to talk about like how I saw the dynamics of the tribe, and he's like, yeah, I see it very similarly. Like, I'm pitching, hey, we should work with Zara and Karen, and then there's potentially other floating numbers we could pull in. He's like, yeah, love that, fantastic. And then I approach Kent next to talk to him about the game and whatnot. And I am like, I don't know if you can see, but there seems to be a power group kind of growing, right? And it's Rich, Laura, like, all the young, it's the 20-somethings, right? It's the cool kids group.
Yes.
And I do something really fucking stupid here, where he's like, oh, I don't want to I don't want to push too hard initially. I don't want to make any moves. I don't want to like step on any toes. And I'm like, well, your name has been coming out. And to be fair, it had absolutely been coming out. Kent's name had already been popping up as like a potential. Kent and Indy were the two names that in the initial conversations were coming up. My name was as well, but obviously I wasn't privy to that. And your name's coming up, and he pushes further. He's like, oh, where's it coming from? I'm like, oh, people in that group. And I didn't know he had like a fantastic chat with like AJ, and he'd gone along really well with Rich. So I'm like, yeah, people in that group, like Laura, Logan, AJ, Rich, like it's coming from that end of things. And I don't know where the miscommunication came from. I've talked to Kent about this afterwards. I have no idea where it came from. Kent thought that I was the one that was throwing out his name, that I was coming to him being like, oh yeah, we're going to vote you out first. I don't know where that came from, because I was pitching like, you, me, and Indy like are on the outs, so we should stick together. And then there's other people like Zara, Karen, Kaylin who we can tee up with, and that's 6 in a tribe of 12, right? But anyway, like I can visibly see like Kent is not into whatever's happening, and so I just like eject, this isn't working. And then yeah, and then it's just trying to recover and like restabilize my position on the tribe. And at this stage, I was really struggling, I think, socially a bit. And I started becoming, on day 2, I started becoming aware of the fact that I was struggling a bit socially. And I overcompensated a little bit with the trying to like get around and strat chat to a lot of people and talk to a lot of people. And I had a whole thing with Kent, and this was like so stupid of me, where I saw him like I saw him pick up something, and in hindsight it was probably just like a stick or something from like a tree that was one of, I had a bunch of little locations that were like my idle spots that I was checking a lot, but I saw him pick up something that must have just been a stick or something from my idle spot, and I was just like, I think he's got an idol. I was like, shit, that's really bad, because at this point I was like, okay, well, if Kent is so visibly uninterested in working with me, well, let's just get him out. He's an easy vote, let's just throw him under the bus. And so I tell everyone that Ken had an idol, and he didn't, and everyone's like getting just totally wigged out by me. Ken also burns Max's hat and tells everyone that and because Ken doing that, right, like people were like, oh, Kent's shoved Myles under the bus and he's the reason why Myles is getting targeted. No, Kent was jumping onto the bus that I was already getting shoved under. Because that first vote is really interesting, where it's most people in that first vote, like Titans versus Rebels is incredible for this, where you've got people like Eden and Mark who like stepped up and actually took control of that first vote. That's actually very rare. Like the first vote a lot of the times, let's just go for whatever the easy vote is. And in this case, Rich was gunning for me really hard. The girls just wanted any man out. Rich and Max were together. And so Kaylin and AJ were really the only 2 people that actively wanted to keep me in the game, and Indy, of course. And so everyone's just kind of going along with, okay, let's just vote out Myles. And then day 3, Kaylin pulls me aside and gives me a little heads up. And he's like, and I'd gotten a little heads up from AJ as well. But as I said, I wasn't really comfortable with AJ. But he was like, listen, you need to chill out a little bit. Like, we can people out a bit and just like easy up. And like, obviously, I was like, oh, okay, that's scary. But I didn't see AJ as an ally at that point. So I was like, okay, I don't really know what to make of that, but obviously just ease up a bit. Then Kaylin comes to me on day 3. He's like, listen, at this point, the votes are on you. Like, you are going home at the next tribal. You should either look for an idol or you need to figure out a way to get out of this. I'm like, holy shit. And I had a 1-hour panic attack.
Yeah.
I remember I walked back to the beach. I sit on the beach by myself for an hour, just freaking out. And then I kind of pull my head in, and I'm like, okay, worst case scenario is I go home second, and I'm the second boot of Brains V Brawn II, and it is what it is. And there's, all I can do now is just do my best to get out of it, right? And I was just like, just focus on the fact I'm happy to be here. Like, I've gotten this chance, I've gotten this opportunity, and yeah, if I go home, I go home. But all I can do is just try and figure out how not to. And so I actively made a really big attempt for like the last day and a half before the next tribal to just like mellow out a bit. I stopped having strat chats. I started talking just socially with everyone. Like, and I already was doing that, but I started just putting more effort into doing that. And the most important thing that I did here was that I didn't entirely stop having strat chats. I focused on one person, right? And this is a really big thing when it comes to playing from the bottom, is figure out your pressure points. Figure out where you need to push. And for me, I could see where the power all was held. It was held Laura Logan specifically, who had both the Coven and Rich and Max on their side, and they were kind of in the power center of the tribe. And I had a good relationship with Laura. Like, Laura didn't really want me gone. She was just happy to go with everyone else. And so the only person that I strat chatted with for the next day and a half was Laura. And even then, not that aggressively, but I just, started pushing things I can't remember specifically what I said, but just started pushing things her way, of like me being aware that I was in trouble, me talking about how I'd remedy it, and then also just being like, yeah, anything you can do would be fantastic, da 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 da. And I had a really good chat with her the afternoon of the tribal council, where she was the only person I talked to. I initiate Operation Play It Cool. I don't talk to anyone that afternoon. I sit by the fire next to Kaylin. But I had one chat to Laura where I was like, listen, I know I'm probably in trouble, but obviously, if you save me here, like, you've got me, and you've got me over everyone else. And I'm just like, I'm going to ease up this afternoon. I'm going to ease up going forward. Da 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 da. Yeah, and then so I chill out. I don't know that any of this indie stuff is going on, right? So indie, the edit was probably a bit unkind to Indy in that, not that it like her blow up was that bad, like it was not good, but what it was portrayed as if like she's blowing up her game because she's like it's 6 out of the coven and she's not happy about not having enough power and control and she's trying to save Rich. That wasn't really. Indy was like 11 out of 12. Maybe
Right.
she was 10 out of 12, right? Like maybe she gets Kent gone before, but Indy wasn't really in the coven. Like they never considered her really in the coven. Like Indy wasn't in a good spot on the tribe. She wasn't saving Rich. She was trying to like, in her mind, it's okay, I'm just going to throw a Hail Mary to try and save the only person that has like really, really made an effort with me. Because I
Yeah.
did. I made a big, big effort with Indy. And try and get into a position that like saves us both. And it probably like was it a smart move? Not really. And like
Yeah.
it was, and the way she approached it just did not work at all. But that was what she did.
Yeah.
And so she blows up her game about 15 minutes before tribal, right? And then
Crazy.
and this is what's crazy, and this is the one part of it. Like I got very lucky in this first vote, but the one part that wasn't luck is that most of the time, especially this early in the game, if someone were to blow everything up 15 minutes before tribal, like the vote would still go as it would be, and then you'd vote that person out next. But I was, because of all the work I'd put in with Laura then goes around 10 minutes before tribal and goes from person to person on the tribe and switches everyone over to Indy.
Yeah. I'm going to pull you up the whole podcast on you crediting luck on a lot of things because I can see tons of things there that aren't luck. Firstly,
no. There's things that are like my relationship with Indy.
Your relationship
phenomenal.
with Indy, 100%.
Yes.
The fact that Laura's doing that, 100%. The fact that you and Indy are in a similar spot where you're both on the bottom and you go in completely different directions. But she's like, I'm going to have the wrong read on whether I can change things here and try to, and if she's even a step above you, like, but she's going to A, try to protect you, and B, just trying to really put something into gear that she can't do. It's a self-awareness. You recognize your position, you pull back, you let her go. Like that's, door A, door B, you pick the right door. So like that's the right decision. That's the way to go about it. So I'm going to
this will be the running theme of the podcast is I made mistakes that put me on the bottom.
Yeah.
And then I put things in, I played from the bottom very well. I put things in motion very well. And then I got a little bit of luck that because of my good gameplay was able to capitalize on. And that's going to be something that pops up over and over and over again today, which is mistake, bottom, good play from the bottom, a little bit of luck.
Yeah. Well, it's about rallying. One of my favorite lines of the season was when I remember when it was in the merge, but you said AJ like, yeah, we'll do that. Then we'll be on the bottom. And AJ's like, I don't want to be on the bottom. You're like, well, go back to the bottom where the jungle rat thrives. And AJ's like, no, I don't. That's not what I want. So yeah, that's very much it. So then Indy's going to go there, and then obviously Kent at that tribal council.
The whole hat thing.
Yeah, the whole hat thing happens at that that tribal council where he says he burned the hat.
To which I'm going, one more tribal council.
Yeah, this is the best thing ever. So yeah, how does that kind of next bit of time play out where Kent's going to go?
That is phenomenal because Kent doing that, and to be fair, I may have possibly been all right to pull myself off without Kent doing that, but it did buy that time for me to just like lock in and to figure out where the numbers were and to solidify my people and whatnot. And that next vote was just all about, so I was still doing like Operation Play It Cool. I was still chilling out, but it was fit. Like by that point I had especially because that tribal gave away a lot with the dynamics, and it's looking around and figuring out, okay, what do I need to do? Who do I need to focus on here? So I started strat chatting with Laura a lot. And then by the time this Kent vote is over, Laura is like locked in with me and never like letting me go, right? I started focusing on AJ and Kaylin because I knew that they had my back there. AJ especially, right? Because I didn't see, Kaylin is an interesting one, and this is all season. I never saw Kaylin as someone as that much of a useful ally from a like I was never thinking like, oh, Kaylin is going to rally the votes to save me. I just knew that and this is a lot of the season, I just knew that Kaylin was someone who would vote with me if we had the numbers and would also feed me information, right? But AJ, I did see as someone who, like, if he could, would like make a move to try and save me.
How was that improving there? Because you said you had been kind of put off by AJ, but now it's like improving to the point where he's so key.
Yeah. So what improved was the fact that I realized from talking to him and talking to other people that all the stuff that he had been saying to me was true. right? I also realized by watching the tribal council and everything, AJ wasn't in the position that I thought he was. So I thought AJ was really firmly in the middle of all the numbers, when in reality, AJ was a little bit outside and he wasn't in that like 20 somethings group, which I did think he was initially, because literally the first strat chat I had on the beach was AJ, Laura, and Logan are strat chatting, and they pull me over, and AJ's like, "Yeah, I'm chatting to Laura and Logan. I'm going to work with all of you guys." So I initially saw AJ as, and he was also had a lot of good chats with Rich and Max as well. So I saw him as like snug in the cool kids group.
He was like,
VB.
"No, I'm a secret nerd."
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's
Brains
kind of
tribe,
what I realized is,
yeah.
first of all, spending more time with him, I realized that like his overly nice persona wasn't a persona, that's just him, right? Like he wasn't playing it on. And then especially with me, he wasn't playing it on, because like he was actually more himself with me than he was with most other people, where he did have to put it on a little bit, while with me he's just his own genuine self. And then also when because he, as I said, he gave me a little heads up on day 2 that I was like, really, like, what's going on here? And then afterwards I realized like, oh, he genuinely like wanted to try and save me there. And yeah, so I've realized like, oh, AJ is my man, right?
Yeah.
And so I want to lock in with AJ. I could also see at that stage the tribe was kind of fracturing into like duos and trios, right? You've got Zara, Karen, you've got Logan, Laura, you've got Rich and Max very clearly. And I saw not Caitlin, I saw AJ as like, AJ will be my duo, will be the person that I lock in with. And so, yeah, I lock in with AJ. I lock in with Laura as well. I talked to her a lot in the lead up to that. I'm not really making a big effort at going around. Like, I'm not making a big effort to go around and try and swing any votes. I'm not trying to make any like extra alliances. Then there's an interesting chat where AJ is trying to pull the numbers for the alley vote. It's not the alley vote, for the Logan vote. And I didn't really think that was ever going to get legs, but I had no idea what was happening on the tribe at the time. So I was like, okay, if you think so, I'm in. But he pulls me, Kaylin, Zara, Karen to the well, right? Which is what eventually would end up being the graduates. And I didn't realize that he actually had a really good dynamic with Zara and Karen, Zara especially. But he pulls them to the well and starts talking about them, like talking about this move. They end up shutting it down. He ends up blowing it all up with Max and Ellie anyway. But
one more day.
But point is, I'm looking at this group and I'm like, oh, because Zara and Karen are clearly like a bit uncomfortable with the young cool person's group as well, right? And they're talking about that. And I knew that Zara and Karen didn't like Rich. I wasn't sure what they were like with the girls, with Laura and Logan, especially after the whole girls versus guys first tribal. But they're clearly expressing like nervousness about that, and they were open to the idea of taking Logan out. And so I'm like, okay, this is interesting. We got this group of 5, and then we have that tribal, can't vote out, on the split. Pretty standard stuff, like no dramas there.
Yeah.
Should I move on to the next one, or we?
Yeah, let's we'll get to kind of where the graduates form. Yeah, so Kent is gone, and then I feel like we actually get some runway with the graduates. I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. So you talked about kind of how those initial relationships happen.
Yeah.
Kaylin, AJ said, was kind of between her, was really close with Rich.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. And we also know that AJ at this point is creating like the bomb squad as a diversion.
No. Oh yeah, as a diversion.
And that you really see it as a diversion, which is going to kind of put you in a decision where it becomes like bomb squad v Coven, or more about like going with Zara and Karen to be kind of what will become the graduates. So kind of how did you see the game there?
So I think this period of game is my best gameplay of the whole season. I genuinely think I set myself up so well here. And I should have set myself up better if there wasn't bloody non-elimination. But so
which you should have known about.
I was aware that there would possibly be a non-elimination, but you can't, like, here's the thing, you can't play around a non-elimination. You can't, like, I was aware that it would possibly happen, and I had, this is what we'll do. But also the specific non-elimination as well was so terrible for me. But
the odds of it being episodes 5 or 6 at the point where it had been episode 4 was like near.
I thought that there was
100%.
a quite reasonable chance of a non-elimination. But anyway, obviously we got what have we got? We win the reward with the sausages, which is amazing. And that reward is actually really interesting because all of the girls are really, like, there's this weird thing that happens where all of the girls are really trying to get me on side, right? And we're literally sitting in a way that you've got all of the guys, all of the girls, and I'm in the middle, right? Because everyone sees kind of where it's going. And the girls are all trying to get me in. And then we get back from that, and Rich has seen that happen. And he's already had like AJ and Kaylin in his ear, and he pulls all the guys aside. He's like, "Here's what we're doing. We're going with the bomb squad, and we're doing da 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 da." And I'm like, okay, this is amazing because I'm getting courted by the girls. I'm also getting courted by Rich and the bomb squad as well. And initially, I did genuinely see bomb squad as a potential path forward because I'm still trying to figure out my pathing, right? But I think about it a bit, and then I make my decision. And this is crucial, right? Because at this stage, Laura is courting me really, really hard. Laura wants me to essentially replace Rich and be like her number 2 or number 3, like outside of Logan, right? You got Zara and Karen, who I'm having some like decent chats with, and I see as promising, and more importantly, are kind of like close with AJ and Kaylin, and so there's something potentially there. Then I've got Max and Rich, who are both like courting me really hard as well. Max especially, which is part of why later on he'll feel really betrayed by me, because Max was putting a lot of effort to like strat chat with me at this point in time. Max and Rich. So I've got all these different sides, and I've already got a good relationship with Kaylin and AJ, and so I've kind of got this decision to make with regards to where I go. And I just...
How did it flip so hard though? Like, what do you attribute that to?
It flipped because I went from being... I chilled out. I made a really big effort to be just a lovely human being around camp. I worked really hard around camp. I didn't... Like, I was strat chatting the perfect amount where I was having conversations with people, right? I was listening a lot to people, but I wasn't like going around like trying to push anything. I was just being like... people just saw me as a follower to potentially pick up, essentially. I was lovely around camp. I was on my absolute best behavior. And when you've got people like AJ's pissing off people, Logan's pissing off people, Max and Rich are pissing off people, Ali's pissing off people.
You just got to wait it out. Just wait for the next person to implode.
Even Zara's pissing off people. And so basically everyone's looking at the board and it's like, man, we could pick up Myles and just slot him into our alliance and replace this person. He'd be like a lovely number to do. And also Myles is on the bottom. He's got no options. So we can just slot him in. When in reality, everyone's thinking that I've got no options. And so I've actually got all of the options. So this is the one tribal all season where I had all of the information in a way that nobody else, even AJ, like in this one, didn't. And so I make the decision that Zara and Karen are the way to go for me.
So the lay of the land of that is that the girls were coming for Rich. Laura didn't want to, but was going to. The guys were coming for Ali, which AJ wanted to do, because even though he wanted to work with Zara and Karen, like he'd had his issues with Ali, and you are the swing vote.
Yeah, and I'm essentially the swing vote. And there was also talk, and I genuinely...
Well, it's a 5-5, but you're going to pile on.
And there was also talk about Laura, and there was what Rich's pitch was to get Laura, and I probably could have really helped push this, is to get Laura to go for an AJ vote with kind of all those top people, like all the VBs essentially, and like me joining on that, but then Rich and we would come over. So we'd pitch that to Laura, and then we'd come over as the bomb squad, essentially.
5-4-1 kind of vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, essentially.
Rich was thinking like that?
Yeah, Rich was thinking like that.
He was counting 5-4-1?
But genuinely, that was... Because I remember Rich comes up to me, he's like, Myles, we've got this 5-5 issue, but how I can see it is I think I've been talking to Laura, and
I'll lure her away to...
Yeah, I think that we can pitch a AJ vote to them, and they'll pick up on that, and then we can come over the top of a potential AJ.
You were trying to do plurality vote? Rich, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Rich knows the game, but like Rich isn't one of those, like, wasn't one of like the Brawn guys who just didn't know the game at all. Rich, he knew the game.
He knew what Rocks was?
I don't know whether Rich knew what Rocks was. I haven't asked him.
That's the barometer at this point.
Like Rich strategically had an idea. Like he wasn't an idiot. He had an idea of what he was doing strategically. Now socially, he put a lot of people off, but he was someone who he was trying to like dictate votes. He was trying to move votes around, and he had like these strategic ideas. But yeah, so that's his idea, and I did something very funny so there's a lot of talk about why is Laura there just trying to defend Rich so much. So Laura at this stage, Laura thinks I'm a number 2 after Logan at this stage in the game, right? Essentially. And Laura is going to me a lot. She's like, Myles, I've got this issue, Myles. I've got 2 alliances and they want to gun for each other. I've got Rich who wants to go for Zara and Karen. I've got Zara and Karen who want to go for Rich. What should I do? And I'm like, Laura, who's feeding you the best information? She's like, Rich right now. He's told me literally everything. He told me that the girls were going to all turn on him when I'm one of the girls. And I'm like, oh, amazing. Who do you trust the most? And who's the most useful for you as a shield? And she's like, Rich is the most useful. And so I'm like, if Rich is your man, protect your man, right? Like, keep him in the game, defend him, keep him as a shield, because clearly Zara and Karen are trying to weaken you. And then I'd turn around to Zara and Karen 10 minutes later and I'd go, is Laura really protecting Rich still?
Yeah.
Like, can we get out Rich?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sick of him. And so I was really fanning those flames, because Laura had no idea that I was having good chats with Zara and Karen. She had no idea. And so I told Zara and Karen everything. That vote. I was telling them every single chat that I was having. I was feeding all the information back. I remember telling AJ, I was like, AJ, I need you to just take a step, because AJ obviously is a big strategic player. He likes to be in control. He likes to be in the know in the numbers. I was like, AJ, I need you to just take a step back this vote, because I am getting all of the information and I have mapped us a path forward, right? And the big question when you look at, like, do we go Ali or do we go Rich, is, and this is what I tried to explain to AJ at the time, is the girls are gonna crack, right? Like, Zara and Karen are sick of working with Laura and Logan. They just do not want to work with them. They're annoyed, they're frustrated. The girls are going to crack. Now, if we go with the bomb squad and then we try, and even if we take out Ali and then we try and link up with the girls after, we've burnt their trust, right? And so they potentially go back with the girls, or even if they don't, they just don't have trust with us, right? Meanwhile, if we take out Rich, they're ready to take out Ali. I knew that they were ready to take out Ali, right? So we can, and Ali had done that bizarre thing where she'd gone over and told the Bronze Hour secrets, and then come back and told the girls she'd told all the Bronze Hour secrets.
You're just watching people, like, that was the real bomb squad, just watching people explode on their own. Just
so I found out about that,
yeah.
And I remember, and I was pushing really hard, like, man, Ali's really fucked you guys here. But we're getting Rich out now. And then if you guys want to get out Ali later, we can do that as well, right? But yeah, and so I'm pushing that really hard, and then we get into tribal. And actually, I've got to talk about what my plan going forward was, because this contributes to, like, some of the issues I had in the next vote, which was the plan here, right? Is we vote out Rich, and then what have we got? We've got Rich, Kaylin, and Max have just voted for Ali, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kaylin is Kaylin, so everyone just goes, oh, okay, whatever. Kaylin just assimilates back with everyone else, and so what you've got Max as a social pariah here. And in my mind, we were going to swap after the next vote, right? And so if we go to another tribe, which I thought was very likely, especially if we're targeting Rich, who's one of our bigger guys, well, next one, I could just throw Max under the bus, right? Because Max, maybe Logan still wants to work with him, but I don't think so. Ali definitely doesn't want to work with him because he's just targeted her. And we've got Zara and Karen, who weren't particularly close with Max. And then
AJ and Kaylin.
And then there's a really great pitch here where we just go to everyone and it's just like, okay, I know that we've had our issues, but let's go Brains Strong into swap. Brains Strong, shove Max under the bus, and then we go into a swap like Brains Strong.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was a fantastic pitch, especially against a Brawn tribe that we were really worried about would just come in and just be having a vacation, which was kind of true. Yeah, and so that's the plan. And then we get into tribal, and then AJ really wants to go with the bomb squad. And so he's whispering in my ear, all tribal. And I'm there, and all of the girls, because remember, I've been courting not just Zara and Karen, I've been courting all of them. They're all looking at me like, what is going on? And I'm just like, I have no idea. I keep being like, no, we're not doing this. Like, trust me, Myles, we've got to go with the... I'm like, no, what are you talking about? Shut up. Yeah.
So Rich was going there.
Yeah,
but he's going to get Final Destination soon, and so is Ali anyway. That's what my favorite part about that vote. It was like, there were the two options, and then they are like the next two routes. So, so that's what you were doing there.
Rich was going, and then the twist comes out, and the twist screws me because if it had just been he pops up on the other tribe, it's not the end. Like, we vote him out and he pops up on the other tribe, it's not the end of the world. The issue with this twist for me is that it allows everyone to hide where they were voting. Right?
Yes. And that was the most important thing for you.
The important thing was I needed to show the girls that AJ and I were voting with them. And I needed to show the girls that specifically Rich and Max weren't voting with them. And I especially needed to show Ali that Max was voting against her. Because Ali was one of the people who was closest with Max. Ali and Logan were the two girls who were closest with Max. And it's like, I need to show Ali that Max is not with you so she can come over to me. Right? Instead, we have this thing and it incentivizes everyone for Rich to swip over. Right? For Zara and Karen, they don't have to deal with Rich anymore. For Laura and Logan, they protect Rich. For like Max, he protects his buddy and his buddy gets an advantage. And for me and AJ, there's like nothing we can do there.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. So that's that vote.
Yeah. So we're going to the graduates forming.
Yes.
Can coming back from that non-elim, how do the dynamics look there, and how does it get to what we've called the defining vote of the season that made the shirt? Without that vote, like, wouldn't have been wearing. Like, look at the domino
Good
effect
shirt.
that happens. It's a great shirt.
Yeah.
And it's soft.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a good soft. It's a really good shirt.
Yeah, so coming back, first of all, the graduates were already not named, but in discussion about being an alliance in the lead up to the rich vote, right? So the rich vote was supposed to be our graduates kind of coming together, but obviously that got put on hold. We didn't have a name. We came up with a name the next day, I think. But
it also would have been, like, to be fair, a very soft launch, because it would have been like with the rest of the coven and stuff. And but this was like to be fair, the soft launch was.
Actually, and Kaylin would have even voted the right way.
Yeah, true. It would have been,
But we just knew that Kaylin would just, like,
it was it would have been, like, a very kind of just, like, gradual progression. Like, I'm trying to think about the graduation time. It's like you would have been doing, like, summer courses, maybe.
Emergence.
Yeah, like, you never would have, like, walked on stage with the cap and gown, but maybe they, like, mail the diploma to you. That would have been the fun.
Exactly.
But instead of, like, the big, which people still didn't know about, to be fair. So it wasn't as much of a big reveal, which was great.
Big reveal for us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you have and Karen even says it. So
So at that first of all, we get back from camp, and I am furious at AJ, but he gets in a fight with Ali, and so I am waiting. I'm, like, waiting in line to, like, talk to AJ. I have to wait for an hour of them, like, yelling at each other, and then
he's like, take a number to yell at AJ, which kind of felt like also a theme of the season, as well. Just like, you get in line, and we'll do that later.
But I'm also doing damage control for AJ with Zara and Karen, because Zara and Karen are just like, what the hell was that? Like, we thought you were with us to vote out, and I'm like, I have no idea. Do not include me in all that. I was with you. You know, my eyes were bugging out. Like, and so I'm trying to do clean up, and I'm talking to them about how, it's just Ali. You know how, like, look at this. Like, they're literally fighting. I'm like, look at this. This is why he just really wanted Ali out. But AJ is with us. And yeah, the next day is really interesting, because this is where the whole Max thing starts. So, as I said, my plan was to shove Max under the bus, right? And go in as, like, this brain strong with the girls and then with us. And this was a mistake for me. I still tried to, like, kind of have my cake, even though it had all gone, like, pear-shaped, because AJ's name was starting to get thrown around a lot. And I was like, okay, no, I'm backing my boy AJ. And so I go to Zara and Karen. I explain everything. I explain why Max would be a good vote for us. I go to, like, Laura, and I explained to her, like, because I told her some of the stuff that was happening in the previous vote, so she had verifiable information. I'm like, this is why Max would be a good vote for us, and she was kind of like, okay, no, that I can see the potential there. And the last ones I go to are Ali and Logan, and Ali did not overhear me talking to Kaylin, and this in hindsight, this was such a mistake, but it's also this is the classic thing that I do, where I assume people are going to act rationally, and then I make decisions based on them. And I play the board instead of playing the player. And here I totally should have played the player. That was Ali. But I go to Ali, and I'm like, Ali, here's the thing. I know you're very close with Max, but the last vote, there were going to be 3 votes on you, and it was going to be Max, Kaylin, and Rich, right? Max was wanting to vote you out. Now, we weren't going to do that. AJ and I were going to vote for Rich. Now, if we just all vote Max out as a group, then we can all go into swap, like, united. And then I went, and here's the thing, Ali. Here's all the people that you can talk to that will confirm exactly what I just said. You can talk to Zara and Karen, who I told the entire way through. You can talk to Laura, who had bits of information as well. You can even talk to Kaylin and AJ, and they will back up exactly what I said. And so I tell her that, and then she goes straight to Max.
Yeah.
And 5 minutes later, Max pulls me aside and is like, I hear you being thrown out my name, brother. And I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. It's kind of shocking, because he didn't want anything to do with Ali, and she was so loyal to him.
Yeah, she was so loyal to him when he
was about to vote her out.
The vote before, we were talking about, as a bomb squad, potentially going for Logan. Max was the one that was really pushing Ali, and, like, Rich actually wanted Logan gone. And then we were just like, okay, Ali, she hasn't got a good relationship with AJ. But he was really pushing for Ali. And what's crazy is that I literally told Ali, I'm like, talk to this person, talk to this person, talk to this person. They'll back up exactly what I said. But she just talked straight to Max. And then 5 minutes later, Max is standing in the middle of camp and declaring war on the jungle rat, waving the machete.
Yeah, so, and then Max had the advantage from Rich as well. So AJ and I spoke about this. I mean, if Max pulls the right people out of that tribal council.
I'm
Like if he
dead.
sees it correctly, like you should
Yeah.
go home there.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the potential I convince Laura to do something because, as I said, I was very tight. I was very close with Laura, and so the reason why, like, something that's missed is one of the reasons why Max pulls Laura away in that tribal council is because in his eyes, Laura's the most likely person to do something to protect me.
Right.
Because no one knows Zara, Karen, and I are working together. Everyone knows Laura has protected me all throughout this pre-swap period. Everyone knows that. Everyone's seen it literally from the first vote where she went around and like saved me, right? And so in Max's eyes, Laura's the most likely person to protect me. Now, would Laura have done something there? I think probably not. I think she just would have gone with it. But who knows? Like, she was definitely the person who had the highest potential to. But yeah, if he sends like Zara and Karen back, or he sends like Zara and AJ back, or something like that, I'm probably in a bit of trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, he got snowed by not knowing that this graduates
Yeah.
group has formed, what the dynamics are there. But also, he said things online about he wanted to be like a swing vote and
Yeah.
thought that he could be a swing vote. But I think because he saw it as like Bomb Squad v Coven possibly, and then saw kind of his potential in there. Whatever. He didn't have a good lay of the land.
He told AJ, Kaylin, and I to vote for Ali.
Yeah,
right.
So he sees it as Bomb Squad.
To which I went, oh, amazing, that's what we're already voting.
Literally, yeah.
And especially that was good because I was like, okay, if Max comes with us, which I think there's a chance he might, then we don't even need Zara to necessarily like, because we weren't like, I thought that the girls were with us, but I wasn't like sure that they'd put their game on the line to like make a move against the other girls, right? But yeah, so I was like, maybe he just votes with us and we get to keep everything under wraps and everything's really simple. But he flips, but Zara flips the other way. Also, just to touch on the jungle rat thing, I feel
yes, I want to talk about
I feel
that.
so bad for Max with the hate that he's gotten online, because he comes to me and because he's got these like these like leopard print speedos, and so people were calling him like I can't remember what came first, but some like we started talking about this like jungle rat, jungle cat thing, and we would actively like talking about it, and he asked me whether it was like okay,
Yeah,
and I saw stars, I saw branding opportunities,
exactly,
literally.
yeah.
Like I was, because I'm a big fan, and like nicknames in Survivor are awesome. Like there's a lot of really awesome nicknames, and I was like, oh, this is amazing, this is awesome. Even if I like go home at some point, this is the kind of thing that gives you branding, it gives you returnee like spots, it gives you like recognition,
merch, money.
Exactly. So I was like, call me the jungle rat.
Yeah.
And he did, to the extent that it annoyed other people how much he was talking about it.
Yeah.
But I felt really bad because Max and I, like, first of all, everyone's like, oh man, Max just like is just targeting Myles relentlessly. I turned on Max. Max thought I was with him and I stabbed him in the back, and then it got back to it. So he had very good reason to want me out. But also Max and I were actually really close out there. Like, he's a really lovable guy.
Yeah.
He's a really genuinely nice guy. And his like style of humor doesn't really come across that well on the show. And then especially when it looks as though it's just like all punching down, when in reality it was just all like reciprocated.
Yeah, you see how it happens though, because I think like years of like anti-Asian biases, which aren't not present with you on this show.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
But it's like Max is going to wear all of that. We see you as definitely reclaiming the name. I mean, merch included, but I don't think we see that you're a part of that, how much you're liking that in the time. And obviously, like the rat moniker can have negative connotations. Totally. I think that there are like, you know, Asian viewers who are like, okay, you claimed it, but like they felt hard done by with it, which I totally understand. But it also feels like it's because you were such a big part of wanting that as well. It wasn't the right target, but they're upset about very real and relevant things through not just Survivor history, but for your journey as well. But I think then you're looking at it like, no, I'm wanting this, and now you're taking away like my agency of like this thing that I want.
Exactly. So, that's the point. Is that like, sure, like there is that like it can be, even regardless of me, it can be a big broader issue that I could be okay. But then from the other hand, like you're taking away my ability to have this thing, right? This fun
and
thing.
It's so annoying,
it's
because
like,
if you were just like everyone else pretty much on the season who is white, then you get to just have the fun nickname, but instead you have to carry, you know, the representation so pretty much alone compared to so many other people in the season, where you don't get to just have the fun thing and have it be I think because it comes with the history, because it comes with
Yeah.
connotations, because it comes with all the biases, but it's not the right target. But also people can't know that because they haven't seen the edit of how it gets there.
Yeah.
And because again, your journey is steeped in that. It's
Yeah.
really interesting and complex.
Yeah. And definitely in
yeah.
those early, like it's how you've described it, where it's not like an explicit thing, but it's just a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm the small Asian guy who's also queer, who's also a big nerd, and so I've got all these little things that just on this tribe of on this tribe just put me, like, a little things that help put me on the outs, along with obviously my own behavior. Like there's stuff that I did that put me on the outs, but you've got all these other stuff that, especially with me, where I've got multiple of them kind of stacking on each other, just kind of like compound.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, and I do see it, like you see in so many other seasons, right? Like with the Asian players, how you get the sneaky label really quickly. And it's a weird one because I was genuinely like sneaky
Yeah.
and strategic
Yeah.
and whatnot. But yeah, definitely, like it's one of those things that even if it's not conscious, and I don't know if it was ever conscious on my season, like it's probably sitting there in the subconscious. And
Yeah.
just the fact that it happens like every single time that there's an Asian player on a season,
Yeah.
like there's a pattern.
That's what I think it is. It's kind of this, like, these passive biases,
Yeah.
which, and the thing is that it'd be much easier to point a finger at like a Max and be like, that is like a targeted attack. Like if the rat moniker was, you know, completely meant to be like that negative,
Yeah.
then that is the kind of thing where the audience could be like, you are the personification of this like passive general seasonal
Yeah,
problem
exactly.
that does exist even here today. But the thing is, it's not that. It's just the way that like tends to like. It's just the way that like mostly the white cool kids
Yeah.
of a certain age as well will be like, we're the group. And that's just a problem
Yeah,
with
exactly.
society. That's
Yeah.
why we need like anti-racism and all of these things as well. But it's a harder thing to be like, but you're the problem. And I think audiences and definitely, and for people who feel hard done by, like there are Asian audiences who don't really see themselves as much on screen. And when they do see themselves just be
Yeah.
left out,
Yeah.
they want to point a finger, and they should have to. But I think it's harder to point a finger at just like, this is a problem with society, which it is. And it's definitely easier, especially again, when fed through an edit where it does look so malicious, to be like, this is the embodiment of that. And I think Max wore a lot of that. And then I think obviously you wanted to protect him and you wanted to assert your own agency on the fact of like, I'm printing t-shirts right now. Like, please don't be so anti this name, because this is like my whole like, you know, narrative of the season. So I totally get how all of that happened. I think all of it's super valid. Like I think the fact that that is happening to you is real. Obviously you as admitted have done things as well to compound that, but it all exists together. I think the fact that viewers were upset by that, saw maybe, you know, themselves in you and the way you'd been treated, like parts of that also very valid, probably wrong on the rat name, but they didn't know that as well. So I totally see how it all happened. And I think like there's a lot of parts to it that again all exist alongside each other, but it ends up with us having these rat t-shirts. So that's where we're at with that. But I do think it's really interesting. And then, but this is a huge vote, like to get this over the line where, and we called this in the feedback show the defining moment of the season where the graduates are going to form, and
the way the vote came about as well was so incredible because it meant that we could still hide it. Like Zara does her whole dementia thing, and I think in a worst case scenario, the girls just saw it as Zara opportunistically flipping over, as opposed to something that had been in the works since kind of like we were first talking about it as a group in our group around the well at the Kent vote, right? And so this has been in the works for a while, and this is solidifying it versus this opportunistic thing that at best everyone thought it was. And so this is what allows us to go into swap. With no one having any idea of like what's happening. Yeah,
through to the end as well. And also life comes at you fast. Like 2 weeks ago, Zara's like, don't call me old. 2 weeks later, it's like, what happened?
Well, I apologized a lot for calling
but it's more that she has to pull the dementia thing. And it's like,
I'm so old and
I don't know what happened. Yeah, so you got to lean into it at times that she would do that in her early 40s. But what were the dynamics, do you think? Because AJ said he thought kind of you might target like a Laura, but obviously she's kind of you.
So I know a few people wanted to target Laura. I would have tried very, very hard to target anyone but Laura. Like I would have been very okay with Logan going, would have been very okay with Max going, but I would like, obviously I don't know, because I've just found this new alliance and there's a decent chance I'm just like, everyone wants that. But I would have worked really hard to switch it over to one of either Max or Logan. I think probably Logan, just because I know Zara and Logan at the time weren't getting along great. But yeah, and yeah, who knows what would have happened at the next one. But yeah, I would have tried very hard to protect Laura, because Laura was the only person like in that in the cool kids club that I really wanted to work with, and I really all season I wanted Laura without Logan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're about to get it. Bunky
Yeah.
clawed that, and you were on top with the graduates. Finally got a really big win.
Yeah,
No
big
Nonolin.
win.
And
On top
now,
finally.
yeah, and now we're gonna swap. And this is bad luck. When we're talking about luck, this
Yeah,
is a
this
very
was a
unfortunate
rough
spot
swap.
to get to 5 brawns here. Kate, Morgan, Jesse, Ben, and Petey, and then
Yeah.
you're with Max, who rivalry, already discussed, and Laura, who you have the relationship with, and Zara.
Yeah.
What's the thought process here?
The thought process is shit.
Yeah.
This is really bad. Yeah, I remember when we got that swap, I was like, okay, it could be worse. I've got Laura over here, who I do have a really good working relationship with. I know Laura's been working with Max. I was really annoyed, like, obviously getting Max is just a bloody disaster for me. I was hoping Laura would be able to wrangle Max in a little bit, because I knew Laura would be willing to work with Zara and I. Because in Laura's mind, Laura's sitting in the middle here, where Laura's got a relationship with Zara, Laura's got a relationship with me, Laura's got a relationship with Max, and I don't have a relationship with either Max or Zara. Because again, Zara's demented.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Old, some might say.
Yeah. But yeah, and I'm looking at the brawns, and we were terrified of the brawns because, like, we've just had absolute chaos, and we can just see over there that they're just having the most chill time ever. They've got one person who's causing all the chaos, and they vote him out, and they're just like this big happy family. I remember we got to that beach, and just like it was back on the same beach, which kind of sucked because we didn't have a tarp, we didn't have anything, we had a crap shelter, but they were so completely different. And I remember getting in there, and it was like, oh, if I thought the brains weren't my people, these are like even more not my people. Because at least the brains were like not my people, but still everyone on the brains played so hard. Like the brains was just full of game players. Like even your people like Max's and Rich, who like people didn't see as like really big strategic threats, they were still playing the game absurdly hard. Like even like your Allies and your Kaylins. Ali and Kaylin were like probably the more low-key people in the tribe. Yeah, they would have still been game players over on that bronze tribe, because on the brawn, and like especially when you've got like Noonan and Paulie and Ursula over on the other side. And we're just left with like the big happy family. But yeah, it was a bit of a disastrous swap.
Was it as bad? Because in the show we see, like, I think at one point Morgan and Kate come up to Zara and Laura, and they're like, they're coming up to talk to us. They're coming up to talk to us. Like an eighth grader with a crush. Were you that blocked out by them, or was there nice like social relationships at all? Was it like a line in the sand?
Yeah, it wasn't like the Boss and Rob Redemption Island like buddy system. Like it wasn't
a season I'm sure you haven't seen. You said you don't want to get through bad Survivor.
I think I'd shoot myself halfway through that season. But it wasn't that bad. They were lovely to us, like on a personal level, right? They're all like really nice, lovely people. But strategically, it was a bit like that, and like a lot was made of me like yapping a lot on that tribe, and boy did I. But what's missed is that in the first 2 days, I didn't talk strat. I didn't talk strat at all on the first 2 days. We got there, and I just tried to get to know them. I tried to build social relationships. And what I realized really quickly is, wow, I have nothing in common with any of these people. I literally could not. The only social in I could find was talking football with PD. And PD, early on, PD was the first. Yeah, so he was the first brawn of those brawns that I like actually got along with well. But the rest of them, I could not find a single in. And what was even worse is I could see Max getting along so well. Also, I thought with all of them, like Max, first of all, Max and Jesse were like that immediately. Max and Jesse got along so well. And it was just, Max was getting along with everyone. He's a very charming guy. I thought he was getting along really well with Kate and Morgan, and I found out later that Kate and Morgan weren't really vibing him that much, but he was really laying on the charm with them. I could see Zara getting along really well with Ben and PD. I could see Laura getting along really well with Kate and Morgan, and I could not get any ins. And so around 2 days in, like, I just start panicking. I just like, I'm looking at the makeup of the tribe, and I'm like, I am going to be the next person voted out, because there is no way in here. And everyone's got kind of brawns that they want to keep in the brawn. Every brawn has like a brain that they're getting along with, and they probably want to keep in the game. And I do not have anyone. And so what I start doing, and this, I don't know to what extent this was. I mean, it was pretty counterproductive, but I think I was already screwed. Like, I think they painted as if this is what put me on the bottom. I think I was already just like not making the social connections. But what I start doing is I start really painting the picture of me as like, I am this desperate superfan nerd who can't keep his mouth shut and is just spilling everything. And I start actually deliberately painting that picture with the hope that they would see that as like, oh, let's keep this guy around. He's messy. He's giving all the information away. He's been on the bottom, because the narrative is still that I was on the bottom of the Brains tribe the whole way through, right? When in reality, at the end, I actually had my people over there. But a few key things. First of all, I was always very confused at why Zara was so upset at me for all the yapping. And the reason why is because I never talked about the graduates. Never once at all. I only ever, like, whenever they'd ask me about the dynamics, I'd always say, like, oh yeah, you've got the Coven, you've got the VBs, and you've got Laura and Logan kind of in the middle of that. And maybe that, I guess that paints a bit of a target on Zara's back. But I'm always painting it as, oh yeah, you've got like the VBs were actually kind of running things over there. Like the girl guy thing was overstated. It was actually this like top versus bottom dynamic. Laura and Logan are the ones with all the connections. And I shoved Laura and Max under the bus. Laura especially, I shoved under the bus really hard. I'm literally going like, look over there. Like Laura's close with Kaylin. She's close with Karen. She's close with AJ. She's close, and Logan's her ride or die. Even over here, she's close with Zara. She's close with Max. And I'm just trying to paint it as I'm this guy who's just desperate and has been on the bottom and is willing to give away anything. And the problem is like it just doesn't hook. Like the Brawns, they just didn't really care. Like I don't know what it was, and I think part of it was that they just weren't thinking that strategically, at least at the time. But they were just like, yeah, okay, this is just kind of annoying us. We'll just vote him out.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, if I'm in that, and this again falls into that thing of like, I'm thinking about, if I'm in that position, what am I looking for? And if I'm seeing someone really desperate, I'm scooping him up as a number every single day. Like kind of what I did with Paulie later on, right? Like if I see someone who doesn't have anyone, I want to be their someone, right? And so I was trying to make me be, and in reality, I actually had the majority on the Brains tribe, right? I know I've got my 3 people over there in Kaylin, Karen, and AJ, and I've even got Zara over here. And I even know that I've got a decent relationship with Laura, but I'm trying to pitch, like I'm trying to make it seem that I'm just desperate, I'm just running my mouth. And yeah, it just doesn't hook, it just doesn't hold. And so coming into that challenge where they threw, I am like, not feeling good. And what I've told them is I've got one good relationship. There's only one person. Like I've got no allies. I've got nobody. There's only one person that I've got a good relationship with. AJ.
Yeah. So how are you feeling about the fact that he was, I mean, did you kind of know what his plan was, that he thought that PD would flip over and like he wasn't going to give you his idol apparently, but were you like, AJ, dude, like,
well, we'll
please,
talk
like,
about
the one thing you get on this tribe, you're like, I have no friends, but like we are physically in a great spot, to the point where that's why AJ's having to do this, because he's like, we're going to lose every challenge.
Yeah, that was my hope, is like, I just hope we just win every challenge.
God forbid one of my closest allies on the other side is like, you guys have to lose a challenge just on purpose now, right?
Yeah.
That's worst case scenario, surely.
So we get to that challenge and AJ does his whole hostages thing. He publicly declares war on the Brawns, says he's running the Brains and he's like in charge. And again, this is the person who I have told all of the Brawns is the only ally that I have in the game. And he's telling them, throw the challenge. He's telling them, like, we're going to take you out when we get to da-da-da-da. And I'm just like, oh, no. Like, I'm sitting there. I'm like, well, if I wasn't already dead, I'm dead now. And so when we're doing that challenge, in my mind, and in reality, it was more, like, it was actually closer than, like, there was more question about it. But in my mind, doing that challenge, like, I'm dead. I'm dead if we lose this challenge.
Were you mad at AJ?
I was furious at AJ. And you get a little bit of it when I have that little interaction with him at the water, and we're talking about, like, he's telling me about his PD plan, and he's like, oh yeah, how are you in the tribe? And I'm like, essentially, like, in my mind, I'm just like, fuck you, I'm just a dickhead. But yeah, I was genuinely furious at AJ for that. We're in the challenge, and then
this is the challenge with the idols.
This is a challenge.
I said my favorite challenge of all time.
Also, my favorite challenge of all time.
Yeah, this is my favorite moment, I think, of the whole season. And to be fair, like the alley vote is like, there's a lot of good stuff. The Max vote is going to be really fun. There's a lot of good stuff, but like This challenge was so good.
Yeah, it was.
I still contend. Let's go pricks. Moment of the season for me. That's it. That's everything there.
A lot of people have asked, like, why didn't you just hide it? Like, why did you say anything? For a couple of reasons.
No, because you needed them to win the challenge.
Firstly, I was wearing, those idols were chunky, and I was wearing like shorts that would be obvious. Secondly, I wanted them to win the challenge.
You don't want to have to use the idol, and what happens next?
And thirdly, because I was steaming, because I was so angry, and I just wanted to give like a big fuck you to all of them, like sucked in assholes, because like they were so obviously throwing right, like we could feel that thing, and we watched the Brawn just like push it up, and we've got Ben and Jesse and PD I don't think was throwing, but we got Ben and Jesse and Morgan and whatnot, and
they were all in the water.
Why is this so bloody like
you were working with Max, which was so
because Max
you're on Max's shoulder, the narrative of that challenge,
credit to him, like Max was not throwing that challenge. Max also wanted to win the challenge, and so Max, PD and I, we finished the like puzzle bit, and then like no one's joining us, and so it's like, okay, we've got no other choice other than go look for the idol. And the show, it's not edited to be shorter than it is. I run back, I look through 2 bags, and it literally just floats up to me.
Divine intervention.
Divine idol, the divine idol. It floats up to me, and I'm like,
Survivor gods were like, you really deserve this. Just like on pure, like, you have to. And the thing is, like, you can't even say like that's the producers or anything like that, because the waves just like carried you. The waves carried the idol. Amazing.
Yeah,
incredible. So and then you like say, let's go pricks, and then they're like, oh shit. And then they try to win the challenge, and they got close. That challenge is amazing. I want to watch it again right now.
It's phenomenal.
So so you got the idol. So then how are you feeling in that moment?
Elated. I'm feeling amazing. I'm just like, okay, there's a chance. Like, I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but there's a chance here. But I also, like, I'm shitting myself.
This is the episode where Max goes home.
Yes.
This is an amazing episode of the show.
Amazing episode.
So you were hoping to kind of like get the brains over and like play the idol on the right person. So the PD, was he going to flip? Like,
PD was going to flip.
PD was going to flip.
We had talked to PD about it, and PD, I remember I had a chat with PD like that afternoon where he's like, Myles, I want to flip.
Because PD had been against
Max is
them.
not with you. And I'm like,
right.
I think Max is with us, because Max has been telling me that he's like, I don't think Max is with you, so I can't flip. And that was the first hint that I was like, oh, okay, maybe Max isn't. I don't think Max is with us then.
Right. So the brains had the opportunity. PD had been with the Nash side. He'd been on the other side of the Jessies and the Bens of the world. And then...
Because Zara had a great relationship with PD, and I actually had a quite good relationship with PD at the time as well. Like, I'd put in a lot of work with PD. Like, when Zara and I had talked about it, PD was the person that we wanted to target to try and flip. But we were hoping that Laura would be able to hold Max in. That was our hope, is that Laura will be able to lock Max down with us, which obviously didn't work out. Also, coming back to what would have happened if I didn't find the idol, because I know AJ says that that he thinks I'm safe. AJ is somewhat correct in that. So
because it ends up being a 4-4-1.
So
they split the vote, and you pick the idol.
That's because the idol's there. Like, if I do not find the idol in that situation, I was the vote coming into the challenge. However, Kate and Morgan wanted to get Max out. Like, I've talked to them about it afterwards. They wanted to get Max out. Talked to Ben and Jesse and whatnot about it afterwards as well. Jesse really wanted to keep Max in. Ben would have been like open to it, but Kate and Morgan were going to come back to camp and we're going to push to get Max out. Now, whether that would have hooked, who knows? We'll never know. But I say it was probably like 60-70% me. It was probably like 30-40% Max going that night. Yeah.
Interesting. So, and I mean, at that point, so if you know that PD's like, Max has flipped, I can't flip.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have the numbers. And at the point where they have Max, they have splittable numbers. So at that point, you're like, were you ever playing it on anyone else? Because that was the whole thing. It was like,
I was playing play it on Zara coming into it.
Right.
Yeah, I was playing play it on Zara, and then we get in there because I still thought coming into it that we had Max. I was like, I think we got him. I'm not sure. And the thing is, if we don't have him, even if if we don't have him, I'm kind of screwed either way. This is my best, playing on Zara is my best chance for like longevity in the game, because
your hope at that point is you have Max, you have 4 people, and
because I knew if we have Max, they never target me, right? Like, I know if we've got Max, they are not coming for me.
If they have Max, then because you have the idol, so they have to split votes.
So if they don't have Max, they're not
So
coming
if
to
they
me.
don't have Max, they can't split a vote. So they're going to just target someone like
They're going to
Zara.
target someone, and
Yeah.
I thought Zara was the most likely because I thought Max had Jesse, and I thought that Laura had Kate and Morgan.
And you thought you had implicit immunity.
Yes, but if they think they have Max, then they can split. I was never was, and here's the other thing as well. My thinking was they're not going to trust that they have Max, and so if they do some sort of vote split, it's going to be like a couple of the brains on me and then all the brawn on someone else.
Yeah,
right?
to the point where you could come over the top if you play the auto correct.
Yeah, to which I was somewhat correct about, but I just didn't know that Laura and I was worried about Max flipping. I didn't think Laura and Zara would flip. To be honest, I did not think that they were going to flip, and so but then we get in there and. Firstly, I look at the seating patterns and I'm like, I'm next to Zara and Max and Laura, literally on the other side of the bench, and then Max's stuff in that trial.
So what did that tell you?
It told me like because the seating patterns, we don't get to choose where we sit, right? And so the production chooses where people sit, and you can like ask like, I want to be sat next to this person, next to that person if you need to do something, but like the seating often tells a story, right? And to be fair, it's not a useful story for most people, right? Because most of the time, it's a story that everybody knows, right? Like the first tribal that we went to was you got the girls on one side, the guys on one side, Indy in the middle, me on the outside, right? So it tells a story, and for most people, it's not useful. But if you're on the bottom, it can be useful because if you're on the bottom, you don't have information. So in that first tribal, right, I saw girls on one side, guys on the other side, Indy in the middle, and then even like the layout of who's sitting next to who on the guys. You got Rich next to Logan and Laura as well. Like it can be helpful. And so in this one, I'm looking and I'm like, everyone else here knows kind of what's going on except for me, right? And so Max and Laura, me and Zara, and then all the brawn in the middle. And I was actually a bit surprised based on that Zara voted for me because I was like, okay, I guess in this situation, I've got Zara and then Laura and Max.
Yeah, so now they're fully splitting on like a 4 to 3 to 2, and like they can put a lot of numbers on you.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it's just 3 of the brawn and like 2 of the brawn and then like Max and Laura on you, then that already gives you
and Max's answers. Yeah, and Max's answers in that tribal were terrible. We gave away everything. Max is like, I think our alliance is going to be an unstoppable steamroll to the end. It's like Max does not think that his alliance with me will be an unstoppable steamroll to the end. So he is with the brawn.
Yeah, I thought that it made sense for Max to flip, but I was like, he probably didn't have to like announce it.
Yeah,
at the tribal council.
He also like what was I literally just about to say? I didn't expect him to be voted there. I expected them to go for Zara because he was so tight with Jesse. And I was like, there's no way Jesse...
Yeah.
Like, Jesse did such a genuinely fantastic job at selling Max. I was stunned when Max's name was put out.
Which is funny because Kate is the one pushing that, but you're targeting Kate. So what are you kind of looking at there in terms of like her being the target?
Kate being the target was just because we were pitching challenge strength to PD.
Right.
Like Kate, smallest person on the tribe. PD, you're a big challenge person. Let's take out Kate and win every challenge from here on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, amazing.
Like it was that simple. Like there wasn't because for me there was no difference between the brawn for me. Like
the Brawnolith.
Yeah, the Brawnolith. Yeah,
which we got to eventually.
Yeah.
As the name. So amazing vote, incredible episode.
Awesome vote.
Requires your first idol play, getting those numbers, saving you. Ridiculous. And then you're not actually going to vote someone out through the rest of the swap. But firstly, a major thing here is the way that like Laura and Zara are getting so frustrated with you, which I know frustrated a lot of the viewers, including me, because it was like they had just turned against you and then they were so... And then I think you even say to them, you're like, well, we're all desperate. Yeah. So like, how was that relationship there with Laura and Zara? You've been close to both of them, but you're all like panicked.
Yeah, so up until then, obviously I've been strat chatting a lot aggressively as was shown, but I'd still been holding back a lot of stuff, right? Like I'd been a lot more deliberate with kind of what I had told the brawn and like withholding information and whatnot, versus after that, I was just like, here's, again, with the exception of any comments about the graduates, but everything else, I was like, here is everything, right? Here's everything. I don't care. Like, I am going to shove just both of them under the bus. Like, I don't care. Just save me. Don't vote me out. please.
Yeah.
Like it was just that simple. Like in my mind, it's like if we go to tribal again, especially if they throw another challenge, I'm done. So I need to do anything in my power here to not get voted out. And yeah, it annoyed the hell out of Laura and Zara. And to be honest, I didn't really care.
Yeah. Were you annoyed back that they were annoyed? Like they
Not
had just
really. I know
voted
why
for
they
you?
were annoyed. They were annoyed because I was like,
They
blowing
had
up their
voted you
games.
out and turned against you.
Yeah, and so I was annoyed.
Yeah.
And I had a chat with them that wasn't shown where the next day I had a chat with them where I just explained like we got back on the same page. I was like, here's the deal. This is how you voted for me. I don't feel like I've got you both as alliance members, like as people who I can work with anymore. But we can build back to that. So how about this? I'll settle down a little bit and we'll start. You keep me a little bit more in the loop and we start actually talking and working together again. And we did. So they told me, like, I could see that stuff was happening with Laura and Kate and Morgan, Zara and whatnot.
Yeah.
And they didn't tell me like in explicit detail about that, but you know, they were breadcrumbing me along the way just so that I kind of knew that there was stuff going on. And I totally missed the second idol find was out of order. So the second idol find was actually after that like basketball hoopy one that both sides were trying to throw.
Yeah.
That was when I found on the way back. I checked. There's this tree that we walk past every single day on our way in and on our way out of challenges, and I check that tree every single day. And I found the idol like that day on the way back. I checked the tree and the idol was there, which was wild because literally all of us walked past it.
So did you have that for the non-elim vote?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought they would have showed it out of order because I think you get an episode 12, which is otherwise not a lot going on.
Yeah,
and they
not
were
a lot
like,
going on.
here's all of Myles' advantages, right?
Yeah.
And they got you 3 chili points. So
yeah. But yeah, I a thing on idols that's like obviously there's a lot of luck that goes into finding idols, but there is genuine like stuff you can do. And one thing that I did that I think worked really well is I mapped out the island and I checked the same spots over and over again. And so the 2 idols that I found on the beach were both in spots that I checked very regularly. And so like the last one that I found and then that one were both in spots. Like that one I checked literally that tree every single day. Because I would just every time we'd walk past, like walk in or walk out of the for the challenge, I'd go put my head in, and then that time I go.
Why could you just think that those are
good idol hiding spots?
Yeah.
And that's like one of the things I think being a fan like helps with a bit. Like especially I watched like Kristen, Kate and Morgan look for idols in that like late game when we steamrolled them, and they genuinely just had no idea where to look. And even like I watched Zara is probably one of the only people who looked for idols as much as I did. Like I did just look a lot and Zara did as well, and Zara didn't look in the right places if I'm honest. Yeah, and so I just checked the same spot because they're not going to have it just like sitting in like a random spot. Like they love to hide them in like those really big funky trees or like in a really noticeable like rock or something like that. And so when I found them, and I was lucky because I was on Brains Tribe, I was on the Brains Beach the whole time. When I found them, I'd add them to my mental map and then I'd just like check them pretty methodically.
Yeah. So this vote is going to be the non-elim, but what was going to happen was that Kate and Morgan were going to flip over and they'd brought you into this kind of like Girls Gone Wild thing where they were going to flip on Jessie.
Yeah.
But then Laura finds the advantage. So firstly, like, what's the plan of that? And then when are you finding out about what's happening? You're going to vote Zara to the other side. So take me through that kind of that journey to like possible numbers into like, Zara's gone and Laura's mad and all of that.
So at this stage, I've got the idol, first of all, so I'm chilling.
Yeah.
My plan is I'm just going to play my idol tonight.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And the odds of you losing another 2 feels low.
And
so it feels like you're probably going to make the merge now.
Yeah, and I'm not telling Laura and Zara that I have the idol because I'm just like, okay, while I can still work with you guys, I like
you just voted against me.
Yeah, we're not there anymore. Like I'm just self-preservation.
Very fair.
Yeah, and so coming in here, I was getting iced out by the brawn. Like I was not getting a lot from the brawn. But the girls, I saw the girls having a lot of chats with Kate and Morgan, which is good. And then the girls pull me aside, that being Zara and Karen, sorry, not Zara and Karen, Zara and Laura. And they go, okay, just so you know, there's a plan tonight. We're good. Just giving you the heads up. We'll give you a name during tribal. They actually didn't tell me that it was Jessie. I figured it was Jessie because Jessie was eating way too much food and annoying the girls a bunch. But I figured it was Jessie, but they're like, yeah, there's a name, there's a plan. We're all safe tonight. Just listen in tribal council. Then I get back to camp, and a bit later, Jesse and Ben have this conversation in front of me when they're talking about being really worried about the girls. And I'm there, I can hear it. I can hear the whole thing. I'm there, and I know that we've got this girls plan. I know I've got an idol, and I'm just chilling, and they pull me in, and they go, oh, yeah, we're really worried about the girls. Here's our plan. Like, you're going to come in on Laura, and we're going to vote out Laura. I'm like, sounds amazing. Sounds like a great plan. Yeah, and I obviously I'm never going with them at this stage. Like, this is lowest priority imaginable. But especially because like the Girls Gone Wild plan takes out a Brawn. Their plan was just to get me as and one of them as an extra number on Laura to make sure Laura goes home, right? And so it's like, okay, as much as Laura's like as much as he turned on me at the last vote, I still want Laura in the game. I can still work with Laura.
Yeah, they wanted to kind of like half corrupt their split.
Exactly.
Which I remember at the time thinking like didn't
weird half
really matter. Yeah, with the theme of the season. That it didn't really matter.
Also, they include PD in this as well, and I knew PD wasn't with them either.
PD wasn't with them either?
Yeah.
Was PD voting for Jesse?
PD went. I don't know whether he was voting for, because I don't think PD was in on the Girls Gone Wild thing, but he also wasn't with them on this thing, because I know he went straight back to Zara. Like when I came up with the Hunks thing, which I think best alliance name of the season, just in the like comedic value of me literally looking at Jesse's body to come up with a stupid name for this alliance. And it's me being
like the Sose, like, right?
That's and it's me being the smallest guy on the beach with the three biggest guys on the beach. But he went straight back to Zara and told her about the Hunks alliance. I also went straight back to Laura and told her about the Hunks alliance as well. So the information flow was good there. Right. So PD was just had no interest in working with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, and what a plan to give to you, where it's just like they're gonna like now barely split.
Yeah.
And still vote out a Brain.
Yeah.
And you'd be so lucky to be on the bottom of this group. I mean, they don't think, I guess, that you have another option. You have another option and an idol. And so you're idol, like, fine, good to go. Yeah. So. And then when did you find out about Laura's advantage?
At the tribal, so she didn't tell me beforehand. Right. I think she found it like last minute, and I think Zara.
Advantage.
Advantage. I don't even know it was that much of an
information. As Capel said, it was a sentence.
Information.
Yeah.
But I found it out at that tribal because Laura and Zara are whispering, and I'm just like chatting. I didn't care about the whispering. I was like, whatever. And then obviously like Laura opens it all up, and it's like I remember I'm just like, ooh, okay, this is interesting, and that non-elimination, like where the last non-elimination was worst case scenario, that non-elimination was actually fantastic for me. It was actually amazing for me. And here's why, right? First of all, Zara and Laura, Gonski, completely done.
That was evident.
And I know that I'm still good with Zara. We got our graduates, and even better, Zara knifing Laura like that, incredible, because I knew I had heard from Kaylin, because Kaylin was the only one who had mat chats with me. I heard that the graduates have been having trouble, specifically Karen and AJ, right?
Yes, another one that was evident.
Yes. And so Zara going over there, I knew was amazing for us, because it like...
little family therapy.
Yeah, a little family therapy.
Get them into order.
Yeah. And also it's like, okay, I've got all of my people safe over on that tribe, and I'm safe over here. I've got an idol. I know that there's this girl-guy split that's happening, so I know that I'm actually all right. And so we've got a clear path to merge and then to dominate merge going forward. And I get to still, like, not have to work with any of the graduates, right? Like, the graduates are all over there. I'm still completely separate, right? So people still have no idea that I'm actually even close with these guys. I also, the other thing that happens is that JLP is asking like, oh, so you want to go over? Laura wants to go over. Zara wants to go over. Myles, and he asked me this like 3 times. He goes, Myles, do you want to go over to the other side like all the other brains do? And every time I'm like, no, I'm focusing on building my connections with these guys. And apparently like the Brawns really were receptive to that. Like a lot of the Brawns at that stage, and this is where me with the whole desperate throwing information at the wall thing, there are very big negatives of that. Obviously the social side, and it wasn't resonating very well, but there are genuine positives, which is at this stage, they were completely sold on the idea that I was just the most free agent out there. And so ironically, very similarly to what happened on Brains 1.0. Like, I feel like my roots on both tribes were very similar. When we got back from this tribal, everyone is seeing me as a free agent, and everyone is trying to scoop me up as their extra number going into merge, essentially. So yeah, it was fantastic. Laura was furious at Zara, and I'm with Laura. I'm comforting her, and I'm throwing Zara under the bus. Laura, like everyone else, is a bit wigged out by Zara as well. And I'm like agreeing with them. I'm like, yeah, Zara, geez. Like,
But you voted for her to go. Was Laura mad at you?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Because Laura, like, I told her, I'm like, the Brawns told me to vote for Zara, and she was like, yeah, no, I understand.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the Brawns wanted to vote for Zara, and also this caused a really big split between Kate Morgan and Ben and Jesse, because Kate Morgan actually really wanted Laura to go over, right? But they didn't really like push it at tribal council as much as they should.
They voted for her to go over.
Did they? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Kate did, didn't she? I don't think Morgan.
I think they both did.
Oh yeah, but they wanted Laura to go over.
Yeah.
And obviously Ben, Jesse, PD wanted Zara to go over. I wanted Zara to go over. But I was just doing what I was told, and I was told vote Zara. But Kate and Morgan at that point were already a bit at odds with Ben and Jesse, and then like they got in a big fight like that evening after the vote because they wanted Laura to go over. So I'm sitting there. And I'm just in the middle. I'm in this perfect situation where Laura is like done with Zara, and so like the coven's totally done, and now I'm really like one of Laura's main people, and we've had a bit of time to chill. So Laura and I by this stage are extraordinarily close because Laura and I get along amazingly, like really, really well. So I'm super tight with Laura. Both the girls and the guys are trying to pull me in as like an extra number, and these numbers are even better because now what do we have? We've got 3 girls on one side and 3 guys on the other side.
Yeah.
So now
you're a proper swing.
I'm a proper swing now. Like I'm a proper genuine swing now.
Yeah. And you said there was Girls Gone Myles was the
Yes.
Yeah.
And then so the girls come to me and they're like, okay, Zara, and this was a little bit later, but we'll touch on it now. Like the girls come up to me, I think it was around merge. I was already like working with them quite actively, but they come up to me and they're like, Myles, we had this alliance name with Zara, but now she's not in it anymore, but we want to bring you in because we know you're close with Laura. Like we're the girls gone. We were the girls gone wild, we were the girls gone wild, and now we'll be the girls gone Myles. I'm going to be honest, I was really tempted to just ride with them to the end because I love that name so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I've got the hunks over on the other side where I've got Jesse and Ben, and at this stage it's interesting.
But then PD's not with them, so are you a true swing?
No, but for this
vote, where is PD?
No, but for this vote, PD would have been with them, right? So for this
vote out like
Laura, I think, yeah. So for this vote, PD would have been with them. But so I'm sitting right in the middle, but this is an interesting spot with PD, right? Because as I said, early in the swap, I was close with PD, who was the Brawn that I was closest with. However, by this stage, like you only have a certain amount of time and energy to put into both strat chatting and even just building social bonds with people. And because PD didn't have any power within this Brawn group, I'd put everything into the other 4 Brawn. So by this stage, I have little to no connection with PD, which is really important, obviously, going forward into merge, which we'll discuss later. But I'm feeling actually pretty good about Jesse and Ben. Less good about Ben because Ben had Jesse and Kate and Morgan. Like Kate and Morgan were always really wigged out by Jesse, just because he had a whole thing where right before swap happened, apparently Pauline Noonan brought up Kate's name to Jesse, and Jesse told Ben, and Ben tells Kate and Morgan, and then obviously they're really nervous about Jesse as a byproduct, right? And so Jesse is someone that I'm thinking, I would love to just have as an extra number, because also he's not like a super strong dynamic game player. He's a very loyal player. And so I'm thinking maybe he can just be like an extra number for me potentially. Kate and Morgan are great. And when they did this whole Jesse thing, I was like, okay, they're actually here to play, right? Which is great. They're not going to be, because everyone, like the whole pre-merge was Zara and Laura were always telling me like, don't strat chat with Kate and Morgan. They don't like the strat chat. They're not like game players. We need to just like slowly build the social bonds and then maybe make little things with them, but they're not here to make big moves. And I had a read of Kate and Morgan. I think AJ had the same read, and I don't think anyone else over the season really had it, which were like, Kate and Morgan wanted to have fun. And the Jesse thing, and you can see even their reaction to how excited they got about the Jesse blindside, that Kate and Morgan wanted to have fun. And they saw me as someone who, while like a player that would make them really nervous and was a bit chaotic and all of that, was a fun player to be around, which is really, we'll probably touch on that a bit later. But so I've got Kate Morgan on one side, Ben and Jesse on the other side, and I'm sitting just right in the middle in this really nice swing spot. And then I find another bloody...
Yeah, so we'll get to it. So the first part is if you go to another tribal council,
yeah,
are you voting out Who are you voting out?
It's Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse's
It
voting.
actually, it depends if PD is there or not, because if PD is not there, then it would have been a split on Ben and Jesse, and I actually was going to be on the Jesse side.
Oh,
and
you
I
were thinking if he got medevaced.
Yeah, so if PD
Right.
had gone medevaced, I probably would have been on the Jesse side of a Jesse Ben split, and I was thinking about potentially coming in over the top and taking out Ben, because
Right.
that would be better, because instead of Jesse, Ben, because if you take out Jesse, Ben probably goes back to the girls. If you take out Ben, Jesse is
Yeah,
away
it's
from the girls.
free floating.
Yeah.
And then also, so you find the idol stealer.
The idol stealer, yeah.
Yeah.
The knowledge is power that is not called that.
Yeah, much better name. That's already, yeah, that makes way more sense. I mean, you're stealing an idol. So tell us about this. This was in the pasta reward. And then,
oh my god. Yeah. First of all, that type of reward is one of my favorite moments of every season that it's in. I was 5th, which is just random luck of the draw, which I was like, crap. God damn it. But of course I was still gonna have a really solid look. My thinking was with Laura there wouldn't be anything there, because I figured like maybe the Brawns would overlook something. I feel like Laura's not. She's a big fan. Like, she knows where to look. Interestingly enough, like
at the bottom of the pasta, right?
I feel like rule number 1 for these things, and if you're watching and you're going on Survivor, if you go into these one at a time rewards, the rule is
it's at the bottom of the thing.
No, it's not always at the bottom of the thing. It's whatever will cause the most mess.
Yeah.
Wherever it is, and which is often at the bottom of the thing, but I feel like not always.
But this was at the bottom of the bowl of pasta, right?
Yeah, bottom of the bowl of pasta.
The way that this reward type was created was in a season I'm sure you also haven't seen because it's a bad season, but Heroes Healers Hustlers, it was a pasta. It was on the plate of the pasta.
Yeah.
Like, not only is it created from the same type of reward, like it was in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
Because it's messy, because you have to get all the way to the bottom of the pasta. So
me,
I would have been like right in there.
I'm just thinking about the nachos. I'm thinking about the popcorn.
Yeah,
I'm
always at the
thinking
bottom,
about
like of the
cake
thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always at the bottom. And so I was like, pasta.
Well, in the thing.
Oh, and we got a funny thing as well. We'd all made an agreement that we weren't gonna like get our hands all dirty and buried in the pasta and make all the pasta really
it makes
gross.
me feel ill to think about it.
Yes, which obviously I was not going to follow that, but apparently a few people actually kind of did follow it, and like people were trying not to make too much of a mess there.
Well, that was the first mistake.
Versus, I was very, very excited to. And it's also, there's a TV side of it as well, where it's like, who always gets shown in that? It's the person who's being the most unhinged.
Yeah, 100%.
And so I was like, you know what? I'm on Survivor. I'm out here. I'm dirty. I'm gross. I'm already like pretty unhinged. Like, I'm just going to be completely crazy. I'm going to run around on the table with my Crocs in the pasta.
Nah.
I'm going to be shoving spaghetti into my mouth. Yeah, it was good, but
yeah, it was quoted by Kaylin in the final tribal council, which is a bad
so funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
but I misread the thing, obviously, as shelf, which I feel like is so fair, because an F is similar to a T, and also
you got the first part and you were just like,
ER,
just keep going.
The ER, if you look at, because they do the image of like check the shelter and you can see the ER, but if you look when I'm actually looking, the E and the R are covered with spaghetti.
Right. Yeah.
Also, I am just in a spaghetti induced haze, but yeah. So I'm checking the shelf and then nothing on the shelf. Oh, and there's something really funny that comes here, because I then come back and I tell everyone else, I'm like, and I was doing this deliberately just to cause chaos. I'm like, so one of you guys found the clue, because I checked it says check the shelf, and there wasn't anything on the shelf. And because I was so passionate about it, and because I was so, and this is something I used to my advantage a few times throughout the season, where like I get so excitable, it's so obvious that I'm not lying, because I'm get back there and I'm like, oh, I'm so frustrated. I found the clue and it said check the shelf and it wasn't on the shelf. So one of you guys has it. And everyone's like, so who's got the advantage?
Yeah.
I think a lot of the girls thought that Ben had it. Because they just didn't think Jesse was smart enough to be able to find it. Laura's hands weren't that grubby. Like, Ben, I think, was the one that the girls were like, yeah, we think Ben's got it. And it's just another way to, just seed. And to be fair, I genuinely did think that one of them had the advantage, or idol, or whatever was in there. So it's like, I'm just going to make this public knowledge. I'm going to use the emotion that I'm currently riding on, of frustration, to make it really clear that I'm telling the truth.
Yeah. I love them inspecting the dirty hands of red pasta sauce, like Lady Macbeth, who's done the deed here. Amazing.
Yeah. But one more thing on that. So I get back to the tribe, to the camp, right? And I get taken away for a confessional, and they're asking me a lot of questions, as usual. And you can pull information, like you can figure out information sometimes based on what questions like you're being asked. And I was being asked, I was asked a couple of questions that just made me go, oh, maybe no one did find it, and maybe there's something that I'm missing here. And I was thinking about it, and the clip that they show of me finding the idol and then finding the scroll and then going, oh, the shelter, that was actually that was actually before then. That was me in the confessionals going, oh my god,
Yeah.
shelter. Because I figured it out then, because I often actually use confessionals as a time to just bounce ideas off the producer. Like I just talk to myself, I talk to the producer a lot. And so I was running through like thinking about what could happen, because also everyone's reactions were weird. Like no one looked like they had found something. Like first of all, Morgan had no pasta on her hands, Laura didn't have a huge amount, and I felt like Ben, I thought, was a chance that he might have it, but I didn't think Jesse had it, and I didn't think Kate was going to find it either. And so I'm looking, I'm like,
it has to be somewhere.
Maybe it wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Maybe I just like messed up or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then and then I realized like shelter, and I actually, something that wasn't shown again, because, and this is really interesting, my relationship with Laura, like the whole season, wasn't shown at all. The fact that she and I were really close. And I was trying to find this scroll, and I spent like the whole afternoon and I could not find it. And so that evening, I actually told Laura about check the shelter thing, because I'd figured out that it was on the shelter. And also the cameraman was really aggressively looking at me every time I looked at the shelter. So I was like, okay, so it's in the shelter. And I told Laura about it to get her help in searching. And because the way that I saw it is I've got this opportunity with Zara going, that I can lock down Laura as an ally going into Merge, and I'm going to go into Merge as Laura's number 2, which I genuinely was. Like after that, I was like, okay, we're locked down. We came up with an alliance name. We're going to be Fleetwood Mac.
Why?
Because
both like Fleetwood Mac.
We both like Fleetwood Mac, but also because like the lead singers are there. First of all, like we're both musicians, we'd sing together, and also they like divorce and they like hate each other, but when they work together, it's magic. Like that whole thing. So we're like, yeah, and this can be us working together to make some like Rumors, right? Is an amazing album that was made while they were in the middle of a divorce.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you and I, we don't work together sometimes, we do, and it can be just something magical,
Yeah.
But
so then when you found it, did you tell Laura?
Yeah, and I told her.
What you told her? You found the idol stealer.
And this is so funny. Laura misunderstood. I don't know how it happened, because I did just tell her that I was like, yeah, I've got an idol stealer. She thought I had an idol nullifier.
Right. That's fair, because I guess we had never heard of an idol stealer.
Yeah. But there was a miscommunication there at some point. But yeah, she did know I had it, and it was very unfortunate for me that that Logan had the idol, because obviously that could have ended really badly.
Yeah.
But I don't think that. I think if she had known it was an idol stealer, it would have been very different, because they would have like moved the idol around and whatnot. Because it was a nullifier, there's nothing you can really do about a nullifier, and just hope that they don't use it on you if you've got an idol. But yeah, I saw it as an opportunity to pull in Laura as a number. And so coming into Merge, I actually was very, very close with Laura. And I saw her as my closest ally outside of the graduates, basically. Like, I want to have this as my extra person outside of this core alliance that I'm in.
Yeah, you could have really unleashed the chaos of knowledge is power that was unleashed into a new era Survivor, where people were, people
would find out,
and they would swap all the idols around, and maybe that could have, which I never actually endorsed, but it's like,
in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have, to be honest. But the thing is, my mind there is, Kristen's got a public idol, right? And Laura and I aren't working with Kristen, and so that's a potential thing that we can target together as like a duo. And then B, and this was something I had in mind like all season, an ally, especially like a number 1 ally, and especially an ally as good as Laura. And this is something that I think is really important, is you should target allies that are, you would want allies that are good players, because good players will create opportunities to get you out of bad situations, right? And this is something that I really focused on all season, is people like AJ and Laura, I think, were really good for it. Zara was pretty good for it as well. These are people that, like, if they know that you are with them, they will make good moves to save you, right? Laura did it a little bit on Brains 2.0 with like getting Kate and Morgan over to the side and targeting Jesse. AJ did it all throughout the set, and Laura did it at the start of the game as well. Like I get Laura on side and she swings all of the votes around 10 minutes before tribal over to Indy. Like that's a really big play to make. AJ did it all season, obviously. There were a bunch of times where AJ pulls the target off my back and moves it over to someone else. And yeah, so I'm saying is, if I tell Laura about this advantage, potentially we can use it together. More importantly, I lock down being number 2 to someone who I think is one of the best players in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so getting to the merge.
Yeah.
What are your kind of thoughts having gotten here now? How are you reconnecting with like the graduates, the AJs of the world who have, to be fair, had a hostage plan that could have really screwed you over?
Yeah.
You're going to meet Paulie and Kristen, I think, were the only people you hadn't
Paulie
played
and Kristen,
with yet.
yep.
And you have kind of these Braves 2.0 connections as well. So
Yeah.
how are you looking at the merge?
So first of all, I never expected to make merge. Like once I was out there and I was like, I'm playing from the bottom, both on Brains 1.0 and Brains 2.0, I never expected to make merge. I was like, I am done on both of them. It's like, oh, I got the graduates, and then, oh no, I'm swapped again and I'm screwed. But and yeah, so it was amazing. Making merge was unbelievable, crazy good feeling. And then even better was making merge, and I thought I was in such an amazing position coming into merge because I knew I had my graduates on the other side, right? I knew I had them. But I also I was building a great relationship with Kate and Morgan, so I was feeling really good about them. I knew that they were planning to separate from Jesse, and in the scenario where they separate with Jesse, the only kind of people that they have, because they're not working with Paulie, is Laura and I. And so it's like, okay, Kate and Morgan are coming into merge with no real allies other than Laura and I. I'm very close with Laura. I've got Laura as a very close ally. Jesse is just kind of floating in space, and so he's a guy that I think I can potentially pick up. And then I've got my graduates over on the other side. So I was feeling fantastic, and especially if you look at like numbers wise, we've got graduates. And between us 5, everyone's got connections elsewhere that we can make up the numbers. And so if we can just keep each other safe, we've got like a really clear path moving forward by just picking off the different people on like every side, basically.
Did you reconnect with AJ like, well, I survived? Like, we got out of that one, but don't do that again.
Yeah, we reconnected and it's like, screw you.
Yeah.
But I'm here.
Yeah.
Let's cause some chaos. Like, let's stir the shit.
Yeah. So like you said that the graduates kind of had all those different like connections. But we kind of thought, and AJ even described it as kind of like that the Coven really had connections. Did you not see it that way?
I'm going to be honest, I was not even looking at the Coven. I think the edit like way overstated the Coven.
And how could they not? It's so
I know. It's iconic, and it's like
they should have merch.
Key things of the season.
You should be getting cut. Yeah.
Okay, we'll add it to the
massive missed opportunity. But so you think that was more like a narrative thing? I mean, clearly the dynamics were messy.
Because the thing is, like Zara and Laura had a big fracture, and Zara and Logan just did not get along. Like Karen maybe with like Laura and Logan, but I was not even looking at that as a factor at all. Like Zara wanted Logan gone, and we knew that she wanted Logan gone to the extent that we were talking about potentially getting Logan out before we did take the swing at her. And one of the key things for me with regards to not going for Logan earlier, because like Logan was painted as like a big threat by the edit, but by the time she left, she had a pretty good resume and was someone that was like a decent threat. But at the time, like Logan was actually the easy vote. Logan was someone that like we knew we could probably get good numbers for, because very early on into merge, it became very clear that Kate and Morgan did not get along with Logan, which was really big. Jesse didn't have a particularly great relationship with Logan. Paulie didn't have a great relationship with Logan. And so if the graduates like wanted to go for Logan, we could kind of just do that at any time with no trouble. But a big thing for me with regards to not going for Logan earlier, because she was someone I didn't feel like I could work with. And especially, I wanted Laura all to myself, right? So I wanted Logan out of the picture, and because I knew that Laura would come to me. However, Laura had explicitly told me that if I was ever to target Logan, it needed to be after jury, right? She wanted Logan on the jury, right? Okay. And so I was happy with that, and so I'm waiting until jury to target Logan. I was never looking at the women. In my mind, it was like we've got the graduates, and then we've all got our separate little numbers scattered around the tribe, but that's what the power center is. And I was a bit worried, and this does dictate my thinking going forward and my moves going forward, where I was worried that out of the people in the graduates, I was probably in the shakiest potential position, like if things were to crack or if someone tried to make a move or something, especially because like a lot of people saw, if you look at because you need 7, right? Like coming into this merge, you need 7. And so we've got our 5 graduates, and our 2 extra numbers I think a lot of people were thinking about were Kristen and PD, right? Because I know that's what Zara was thinking. That was that was what Karen was thinking. That's what Kaylin's thinking. That's what even AJ was thinking at one stage, because he was very close with Kristen. And then I know also Logan wants to work with Kristen and PD. And so they're really nicely set in the middle of this power structure. And so I was immediately like really like wary of Kristen and PD.
Yeah. What about like the fact that Karen and AJ have like major beef at this point? Like, wasn't that an issue for the graduates?
That was a big issue for the
Yeah.
graduates, but Zara and I had a chat coming into merge, and we had a plan. Our plan was just like keep AJ and Karen like together,
Yeah.
basically. Like I'm super close with AJ, Zara's super close with Karen, both of us, and I mean I'm close with Karen, Zara's close with AJ, and both of us are just going to work to try and just lock them in together and keep them working together, because it's good for both of our games more than anyone. Because Zara and I especially, like if you look at the board, Karen's got like a lot of extra allies, AJ's got a lot of extra allies. Zara and I actually played kind of similar games in that we didn't have like these big social games that meant we had a wealth of different allies and options, right? I was pretty locked in. Like, sure, I had at that stage I was working with Kate and Morgan, and I was working with Laura, and so I could potentially have like pivoted something there. But I was pretty locked into working with the graduates, and I think Zara was in a similar kind of position. So if there was a break with AJ and Karen, like it would have hurt Zara and I particularly, because they had other options,
Yeah.
we didn't.
What about like a Paulie? We see you connect with Paulie here, and
Yeah.
you both have like experienced being on the bottom and how painful that's been. So yeah, I mean, what were you kind of looking at with that relationship? Because we see this first vote is going to be like a Jesse Paulie split.
Yeah, so Paulie and I, we got along pretty well immediately. Obviously, we had very similar stories in the game because we were both on the bottom a lot, and I'd heard like little bits about like what he'd been going through over there, and so I did relate a lot. It did become very clear immediately why Paulie was on the bottom, and that's because Paulie is a lot, and he also does not know what to say and how to pitch anything. Like his pitches were genuinely not very good. But yeah, coming into this first vote, it's going to be like a Jesse Paulie split. That's just what it's going to be every single time. It's the thing that makes sense for most people. I actually wanted Paulie out. I preferred Paulie out because I already had a relationship with Jesse. I didn't have any relationship with Paulie. And so that first immunity challenge, I actually threw that challenge. And it's really funny because like I especially with a lot of the casuals, I'm the big anti-challenge throwing guy. Look at Myles, he's the one that's still doing I threw a bunch of post-merge challenges.
What was that challenge?
It was the balancy one.
Yeah. So why did you throw it?
So I came I came third in that challenge. Right. But Paulie came fourth. I wanted Jesse to win, and I wanted Paulie to lose, because that afternoon, like I wanted Paulie to lose more than Jesse to win, because I wanted to try and target Paulie and swing it over to Paulie that afternoon, because I wanted to try and keep Jesse in the game. And especially if, and this is something, chatting to AJ and chatting to a few other people, I realized like Jesse was not with me, but Jesse should have been with me. And this is me, and we're coming back to it, me being like, I know what this person should be doing, but I also am not very good at like communicating why that person should be doing that. But Jesse was firmly at the bottom, and he had, and Jesse had his mega alliance. Jesse thought he was like chilling at the top.
Jesse thinks he has that at the merge?
Jesse at the merge thinks we're coming in with mega alliance and we're going to come in and steamroll the rest of the game. It's going to be him, Kate, Morgan, Paulie, and then me, Logan, Laura. That's going to be the numbers, and Laura's going to pull over Logan, and Mega Alliance is going to steamroll the rest of the game.
Right.
Genuinely, that's the numbers that Jesse's coming in thinking we've got. And so he thinks he's like in an all right position, when in reality he's on the bottom. And my hope was that, like, okay, if I save Jesse here, I can tell him that, hey, I pushed Paulie, I saved you when the girls were going for you, and so you're going to come be my extra number, and you realize now how fucked you are. The girls aren't with you. I do want to work with you. Let's work in the game, and he'd just be like an extra number for me. But unfortunately, the girls were pushing Jesse just really hard, and I did not want to rock the boat, because I was also working with Kate and Morgan as well, so I wasn't gonna like put my game on the line or anything. And so I did bring up like a potential switch to Paulie instead of Jesse, but they were pushing that really hard, Kate and Morgan. And there were a few like Laura and AJ really wanted to like kind of appease Kate and Morgan at the time, and I did as well, because I was genuinely wanting to work with Kate and Morgan. So I was like, okay, I'll drop him. We'll just take out Jesse. But yeah, Paulie initially was like, okay, he's a nice guy, but he's a bit of a messy game player, and like no one else really wants to work with him. And I don't know there's much I can do here, and I'd prefer having Jesse in the game. Like that was kind of my thinking there.
Yeah, okay, but that then is going to move to the fact that you will save Paulie.
I know.
From this like unanimous vote to take out PD. And we talked about this in the X interview, which is again required reading for this deep dive, much like with AJ, where you discuss the PD move, and we kind of got to points, but then AJ is like still says you shouldn't have necessarily done it.
Totally disagree with AJ.
Clearly. I mean, obviously you did it,
And this will get down to a fundamental difference in how AJ and I play. And AJ will go like, yeah, the way he plays is better, but and it's true, the way AJ plays is better, but I can't play the way that AJ plays, right? AJ is this, you've met AJ. AJ is this social butterfly. AJ knows exactly
I hate butterflies.
He does love butterflies. He'd sit at that butterfly tree for hours.
Yeah.
But AJ,
that's what he should have done, by the way.
What?
That's his merch. He should have made himself the social butterfly. The social butterfly, and then he has butterflies, butterfly merch. People aren't branding the way that you are, Myles. Anyway, get them on it. I'm just saying.
AJ knows exactly the right thing to say to everyone at every time. He's got like an absolute silver tongue, and it's like comes off as completely genuine, and everyone loves him, and he can maintain like a whole heap of different relationships. You make everyone like, he can like make him feel like they're with him even when he's actively working against them and everything. I don't have that. I don't have that ability to like pick up on social cues to the same extent. I don't have, like, I'm very blunt. I don't have the ability to like say the right things. And so I have to play the game very differently from AJ. And it's interesting because AJ is like, oh yeah, Myles and I are on the same archetype as players. We're both strategists. I actually disagree with that. And this is going to be a really hot take. I think that AJ is a social player and not a strategist. The reason why is how I would define social player versus strategist, and then you got your physical players in there as well, is that a strategist relies on picking the right path, on having all of the pieces in the right place for them, on taking like an active role to try and like find the best path forward for them. I think a social player relies on having as many paths open to them as possible. And so just being able to walk forward, and whichever path they take, they have 100 different other paths that will offshoot from that. And so they've got a lot of different paths through all these different people, right? Kaylin is the best example of that. Kaylin has probably like many, many paths to get through like deep into the game, right? Because his social game is so good. On the other hand, I focus all my energy, and Zara probably falls into this category as well, on very specific people, on making sure I'm in the right position relative to where other people are like who they're working with, and just navigating and being positioned. Now, AJ obviously does a bit of both of them, but I think the core of his game is a social one. Is him trying to keep as many paths available, as you said, of having like the backup plan, the backup plan, the backup plan, the plan J, versus with me, I don't have that. My game is about like positioning. My game is about having the right people in. Like my game is about this person being around, this person playing against this person, And I think it really dictates a lot of how I play the game. And so something like the PD move, I think the PD move would be very, very bad for AJ, because what does it do? It like
limits his options.
But when your options are already limited, but that's the best path of the limited options, I think it's better. And so for me, I'm not cutting off options by doing the PD move. I'm actually setting in stone my best option.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at that, because I do think that the social strategic players it's not binary social strategy. It is social strategic players, but that's a spectrum that might be from one end to the other that makes it seem really, really different, even though it's in kind of the same family of like strategic values.
Yeah, obviously there's still crossover between all of them. And then we would argue like a physical player, he gets through based on his physical ability as opposed to like the social or the strategic. But yeah, I think, and like it's really important to understand that like AJ and I can't play AJ's game. Like I just don't have that ability. That's not what I'm good at. You need to have a certain like Kaylin could potentially play AJ's game, right? Like they obviously like he doesn't have the strategic.
He needs the strategic aspect,
But yeah, like even Kristen, if you gave her the strategic aspect, would be able to play AJ's game. I can't do that. And so this PD vote, and a lot of my voting throughout the season, a lot of my strategy throughout the season is about making sure the right people are in, like, right, using shields, playing people against each other, because like I can't rely on the fact that my social bonds are better than these people's social bonds. I have to rely on the fact that I know this person hates this person and won't work with them, or I know this person sees this person as a big threat, or this person doesn't see me as a threat, or da 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 da. Right?
Yeah. Well, they think it's because it's about how do you separate strategy from the social game. And I wrote an article for the Confessional last year about like, you build up social capital and you spend on the moves. And I talked about as well, like if you have lower social capital, how to like maximize your spending.
Exactly.
Like George did as an example. And I think that what you're saying is about you have to be careful with your money.
Yes.
Like spend any social capital, any capital you have.
But it's not about being careful. It's about making it count.
Well, exactly. No, you just have to make good purchases.
Yes.
Like you have to like be like, this is the thing I need. Like I found like the crucial thing, rather than like if someone has a lot of social capital, maybe then go on a bit of a shopping spree.
Yeah.
Like
I think AJ had a huge amount of social capital.
Yeah.
And like unlike you've got people like Kalen, right, is your traditional kind of social player. He had a lot of social capital. He didn't spend a lot of it. AJ, he's seen as a strategist because he made all these moves. But I view it as he had all this social capital and then was spending it. And so the key differentiation is I don't have social capital. Money. He has social capital. And so he can make all of these like middle-sized purchases, right? Which are just going to be like decent value, just kind of positioning himself nicely. Meanwhile, I need to make sure that the purchases, like the 1 or 2 purchases that I make are like incredible bargain bin finds.
Yeah, you have to be like, this is it. This is the deal.
Yeah, exactly.
I got this is going to like, I'm going to like maximize my money. I did that yesterday. I went to an outlet. I did. It's great. If you get something that's like $100
I love
off,
thrift shopping. I'm a massive thrift shopper.
So that's what the PD move is. You're like, I have this amount of capital, which included, also trinkets. That can be capital as well. You're like, I'm going to do this thing. And you talked about it in the exit interview, but we know definitely that PD was more important than the edit gave it credit for. And I do think this was such a huge miss because like as the winner as well, like they gave you a good edit, but like
everyone's like, why didn't you target Logan? Why didn't you steal Logan's idol? It's like, first of all, I didn't know Logan had an idol.
Now we've known that.
Yeah, I didn't know. AJ had said that he suspected Logan had an idol, but that was because of a whole separate thing. And I was like, okay, I don't know about that. And then also, Logan, I knew that Logan would be a really easy target at the next vote. And actually, like what you want is you want a Logan around. You want some, like there's a reason why we're able to get everyone to vote on Logan and Laura, right? Because I actually wanted, I made a massive like blow up at this vote, and then I'm going to pull it all back together on this Logan vote in the next. I always knew I was targeting Logan at the next vote, and it was a part of it which is it was pretty conscious where I wanted to, with that move, turn myself into a bit of a shield, and so the next thing would be me rallying people behind me to target Logan. So I was really pushing the Logan vote. I knew that AJ wanted to take a back step, so I was like, okay, AJ can like step back and I'll step forward and all of that. But yeah, do you want to get into like the logic of the PD?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We talked about it in the X interview, but I definitely want to get it. But like, the PD was a bigger, more crucial kind of middle clock in the way that we kind of saw Logan, but you see Logan as more on the bottom as like a lightning rod. We saw PD as like kind of inconsequential at the bottom.
Yeah.
You saw him as like a connector to a lot of people.
I saw him that wasn't firmly in the middle. Yeah.
And so it was more about taking out PD than saving Paulie for you.
It was it was much more. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't saving Paulie was just like a little bonus. I was just like, oh, okay. I get
we see in the episode the next episode you were just like, that's
there's other reasons behind that.
Okay.
But first of all, I'll start by do you remember how at the start of this podcast I talked about like Baden's exit interview and how talking about like being a young player and being like carried along and whatnot.
I see what you mean.
This had a lot. So I was in a spot here where I thought I was in a pretty nice spot, kind of in the middle of everything, right? And I can just let Paulie go here and just try and slide through in the middle. And I've got the idols and advantages and I can try and use them and then potentially like make some big moves at 7, 6, and 5 or whatever and like try and like squeak out a game there. But also there's a part of me that's like, okay, I can do that. And it potentially goes terribly wrong. And I go home having done like not a huge amount. And also it's just like, I'm here. My thinking towards the whole game, I never, until Final 8, I never thought I was winning, right? And it like, because even coming here into Merge, there's 14 people in here. I've got like maybe 7-8% chance of winning at face value, right? Which is not very high. If let's say that I make a big blow up move that is a bad move, right? That is the wrong move, it goes from 7% down to like 3%. It's still not very high, right? Let's say I make like the optimum moves that are the correct moves for me to make. I slide under the radar. I play really good, like the Kalen game. That 7% maybe goes up to like 15%, which is still
But you're still
not
going to
that
need,
high.
especially for you, if you do that, then you might be looked down upon as the younger kind of guy at the Final Tribal Council.
Exactly.
So that'll have its own.
Exactly. And so, and then what you factor in as well is the show, the edit, the fact that I'm a big fan, right?
The merch.
No, not the. I wasn't thinking about like the money making opportunities or anything like that. But it's about like being a presence on the show, right? If I am likely, if I'm 90% likely to not win, then my optimizing should be towards like playing the most fun, exciting game that I can, while also making moves that I think are still good moves, right? And so if this is like, I didn't think this PD move was a bad move at all. I thought it was a good move, but I was like, even if my read is off, and let's say it's a downward step, well, I go from 90% losing and possibly just having nothing edit to 95% losing, but going down as like a big character.
And you have an idol.
And I haven't, that helps as well,
Yeah.
is that like even if it's disastrous, I can play the idol. So that's kind of the psychology behind that, where I'm like, okay, this is the this is the fork in the road between do I move forward with the big game or do I move forward with the under the radar game? And I was like, okay, no, I want to just like go balls to the wall and just send it, because I'm probably going to lose anyway. So what's the worst that can happen? Let's just go for it. And then later on down the line, if I'm still in, we'll see, we can tighten up and we can try and focus up a bit. And I didn't even do that. But yeah. And so as far as logic, so that was my kind of mindset.
Well, I love that at first, because it's what we've been talking about the whole time, is that there are certain types of people who need to be aware enough to know if you're playing up or playing down. And I was saying that this is like a massive issue where we see like even the Kellys of the world coming, like, I'm going to lie about being a psychologist. It's like, if people see that about you or see things about you that they can respect more, you might need that. Like, if people are going to disrespect you, that's going to be the bad thing, that you'll get to the end and not get votes, so that you'll be someone who's not respected enough for people to work with you. And as you're saying, from a demographic perspective, like we see this a lot with like older people or probably younger people, where you talk about the beta archetype really,
minorities
really well.
as well.
Yeah, 100%. You don't want to get to the end and it be like, we're going to work that much harder to credit you. You know what I mean? Like, and you have to make those loud moves. I think especially as like the youngest person at that point on the cast, other than someone who was Medivac a long, long time ago, people have to be like, we will respect you. And Marianne did that as well.
Yeah.
And I think you do have to be louder about it. And that I do think that vantage point of, am I playing up or am I playing down? When everyone looks to play down, look what Kaylin did, I'm lowering my threat level to the point where you lowered it too much. Like, but I see why Kaylin does need to do that as a demographic.
Yeah.
But I think to be aware of like how people perceive you, because it's not like,
well, that's another thing, is that people weren't perceiving me as like something to be worried about, as like a big, like, obviously I had a great story, but it's like there's this, AJ and I have this running joke that we talk about where like everyone's perceptions of me all season are that's just Myles, right? And I realized that, and I realized I could actually play into that a bit to get away with a lot more than normal people could. I think if a lot of people make, and this actually worked out even better than I expected it to, but I think if a lot of people make this move, they like are probably one of the next couple of people targeted. And I was, but in a different kind of way. But I was able to shift the target off my back. I think because of this perception of me being like, oh, that's just Myles. Versus I think if someone like AJ or someone like Kaylin or even someone like Karen especially, like if these people do this kind of thing, it's like, oh god. Versus like if I do it, it's like that's like, and that's how people saw the move at the time, is like, oh, Myles, he just got like bored and he wanted to make a big move and he had this advantage. And in reality, I think it was a genuinely okay. Let's go into the logic of
but I do love that, because I think that's underratedly good, because it's such a fatal flaw for so many Survivor players to be like so extreme on, I just need to, like protect my threat level, and I just need to downplay this stuff. I'm going to lie about my profession. Like, it's such an extreme way people look at it.
If you don't have a threat level, you don't need to protect your threat level.
And if anything, you might need to build a threat level. It's much more of a balance that people give you
it's
credit
something
for.
I loved about Andy's game in 47. I think his is very similar, of realizing like, I have played a great game, but people don't realize I've played a great game, so I need to make the move that shows them that this is all deliberate. And this is something also I think, and we're getting ahead of ourselves a bit here, but I think a really big issue with Kalen's game is he never made a move that really explicitly showed everyone that it was all deliberate, right?
Well,
like, if he has that like killer move at some point, whether it be public or low-key, that he can pull out later on, that shows, look at how deliberate this all was, versus, because it's like he's trying to convince the jury, I'm not the passive like person that was just here cracking coconuts you all think I was. It was all deliberate. And so the jury has to figure out like, oh, is this actually all deliberate, or is he just what we think he is? You need that thing that makes it that
Yeah.
shows like, look at this was
Yeah.
all deliberate.
Well, maybe you could have like, you know, again taken out AJ with a little bit more of a show of strength then. That might have
Yes.
been the way to do it to make it seem like, you know, cutting rather than like, you know, so sad. And
Yeah.
so much of what people thought about it
What a
was just
moment,
like, you
though.
know, yeah, amazing. But like it seems like so kind of like soft and personal.
Yeah.
Like it should have been like, I'm actually like a hard strategic player.
Yeah.
But I do think that this is what you have that is an underrated skill. And I can compare you to a winner like Adam Klein as an example, where the fact that you saw the jury well is an important skill.
Yes.
The fact that you see yourself and how you're perceived is an important
Yes.
skill, because I think the reason that a lot of players, especially like people cast on reality TV,
Yes.
the reason that they see like, I better like reduce my threat levels because they see themselves
They
in
see
this big
themselves as
way.
the-
But
yeah.
you have that good self-awareness from maybe the Google Forms, etc., where you are like, I know where I sit. I'm allowed to see myself. Like you're seeing yourself. Maybe I sit here for a jury. But
Yeah.
everyone else, like AJ said,
Or
for
even the
Kaylin,
other way where they're blowing, like they're making all these big moves and they don't even realize they need to manage their threat because they're not even like they're like, I'm running this game. No
Yeah.
one realizes how like I'm making all these big moves and no one is even looking at me. When in reality, like Karen had a little bit of this where Karen had no idea. Karen was the biggest threat in the entire game. Everyone saw Karen as the biggest jury threat. Karen had no idea that people saw her as the biggest jury threat. And so if she realized how people perceived her, she would have played her game a lot differently. But because Karen thought like Karen was seen as the biggest threat because AJ and I, who are the big obvious threats, are so big and so obvious that we're not actually threatening. Versus Karen, I think Laura had this a bit as well. It's like, oh, these people who are kind of the next level down, they're the ones that are playing the actually good games, right? Like they're the ones that are the actual threats. And like she had no idea that this was how she was being perceived. And so yeah, I do think self-perception is a really important thing of understanding like how people perceive you, because you have to build your game around that.
Yeah.
And it's something that I think I was like one of the best traits
skills
of my game.
Yeah.
It's also just a question of like, when you get, what is better? What would you prefer, being the losing finalist or the final three Fallen Angel?
Fallen Angel every day. I've said the
Fallen
losing
Angel
finalist is
every
almost
day.
worse than anything.
Like that is the other part that informs this, is like, I think being a losing finalist seems like the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Like, and by all accounts, what everyone says, like I've talked to Kaylin about it, like it sucks.
Yeah.
Fallen Angel, like
great deep dives though.
Great deep dives. But yeah, Fallen Angel, like that sucks as well, but it doesn't suck.
I think that'd be amazing.
Yeah,
Either winning, if I can win, I'd definitely love to be the Fallen Angel.
Yeah,
Three
of
every
course.
day. I mean, I'd rather she
And
won.
so I'm looking here, I'm like, do I want to be the losing finalist or do I want to be the Fallen Angel? Like,
especially again in a demographic where people will consider that. I think that this is like such an underrated skill. Yeah, it takes some humility to know how people perceive you. Which again, you're saying you're arrogant, but the kind of humility that you can
I'm self-aware.
Yeah, when you have,
I'm arrogant, but I'm self-aware.
Yeah, and when you can also talk to the people in your life about like how they see you, like that perception's so important, self-awareness so important, jury awareness when they're not even on the same beach as you, game awareness, the humility in that, to know where to position yourself with a balance of that, rather than just like not seeing where you sit, and most of the time seeing like, I'm the biggest threat and I'll beat anyone because I've invested so much into this game. How can I not? And I'm a reality TV contestant who probably thinks that about myself, is such an underrated survivor skill. But yes, the PD
move. PD move, yes. So there's a lot that goes into this. First thing is just, look at this, big fun move. Like, how good. That obviously does play a part. Second thing, and this wasn't
but a relevant part due to perception as well. Yes.
Second part, and this wasn't really shown, I've confirmed after my read, because like the planned PD vote got out, and I was so, when Laura was gunning for PD, I was so excited for that. I was like, this is brilliant, this is like the best thing for me. But then it falls apart, and even worse, and this is kind of what pushed it over the edge, is that like everyone knew that like Laura was coming for PD, and so it came out, and I assumed that Kristen was probably going to play her idol for PD, and I was correct about that assumption. I checked with her afterwards that she was going to play her idol for PD that night. And so the one public idol that I knew was out there, because remember, I didn't know that Logan had an idol.
She was going to play it even if Paulie wasn't saved with an idol, because we heard them talking about playing it like as a backup.
No, she was worried that they were going
to
take a swing at PD, and she was going to play her idol for PD. And so the idol and I didn't know that, but I was like, I think that that's going to happen. Like I had confessionals where I'm like, this is the worst case scenario, because not only are we not targeting PD, actually PD's Kristen's idol is probably going to disappear, and so my thing potentially just becomes useless after this. And so it's like, okay, the opportunity cost is
the only person who's going to, well, you didn't know Logan had an idol, and then the person who's going to have idols is you.
Exactly,
that's
exactly.
Yeah.
So
That would be the worst time to have an idol stealer, and you just keep finding the idols, and you're just like, this is
Yeah.
so irrelevant to me.
But I'm looking at that. I'm like, oh god, okay, so the idol might be about to disappear. PD is situated so nicely in the middle of the tribe, and especially like if you look, the graduates wanted to move forward mostly with like PD and Zara, right? So let's say we get to like a final 7 and PD and Zara, sorry, with PD and Kristen, or like even like final 8, final 9, final 10. Whenever the graduates fracture, which we will at some point, right? PD and Kristen are going to be really key numbers there. Now, PD and Kristen have great relationships with AJ through Kristen, Karen through Kristen, Kaylin through Kristen, and Zara through PD. So who does that leave on the out once the graduates fracture? Who does that leave as the easiest target for whichever side comes for whichever side? Me, right? So I'm in this awkward spot where I'm beholden to these two people that I don't have any relationships with going forward. Meanwhile, I've got pretty good relationships with Kate and Morgan. I've been working really hard, and I know AJ said in his deep dive that like he put in like he was the only one that saw Kate and Morgan being really crucial votes. I come on, AJ. So like AJ and I actively talked about the fact that we thought Kate and Morgan were really important for our game going forward, and like I had been putting work into Kate and Morgan since pre-merge. And so I had this relationship with Kate, Morgan, and Laura, but Laura had kind of wigged Kate and Morgan out by like doing the whole going for PD and then coming back. She was really close with Logan, and Kate and Morgan really didn't get along very well with Logan. And so I saw like with Kate and Morgan, there's an opportunity here for AJ and I to have these be our extra numbers that no one else in the tribe is even looking at.
Yeah.
And then, as I said earlier, I had this read on Kate and Morgan that they wanted to play and they wanted to have fun, and they like were so excited about the Jesse blind side. They were actually getting a bit excited about the PD
the
blind
Jesse
side.
blind side. My God, they were starved. Like they
were starved though. They had 3 vote outs.
Oh, you mean like the Jesse blind side that actually happened, or what they wanted to?
Both.
Right.
Both.
Jesse,
Even the one that actually happened.
That was snoozy.
They were having a great time. They thought that was like the most, because remember their ones before that, like they loved the Max blind side as well. They're having a great time.
Yeah, that was fun. That was actually fun. Yeah.
But their ones before that were like simple, easy vote. Well, it was like the candy vote, which is like first vote mess, and then this simple, easy vote on Nash, right?
They were bored.
So they were bored, and so and so AJ and I were putting a lot in, because I could see Kate getting a great relationship with AJ, which is great because I had good relationship with them, and they just didn't have relationships with anyone else on the beach except for Laura. And so I'm looking at them being like, I want to lock in with them. And if you look at what our numbers look like coming back after that, right? The numbers that I had in mind after taking out PD, right? And we have a long walk to tribal where you have lots of time to think, and we're like running the numbers in our head, because I was planning to just go with the Paulie vote. And then just on the walk, it's like intrusive thought. And it's just, well, it starts as like, how funny would it be? I know where all the votes are going. How funny would it be if I played my idol, if I stole Kristen's idol and played it here? That'd be funny. And then it goes to, well, what would happen next? What would I come back to? And it's like, oh, maybe I can make this work. How can I make this work? And the numbers that I ended up coming to were, in a worst case scenario, I think I can still get, first of all, I think I get Kate and Morgan, because they were happy with the PD vote. They were ready to make some moves. And also, like, we just were already getting along really well with Kate and Morgan, and they'd see this as like us going all in on them, right? And actually, this is I'll get back to this in a moment. I'll explain the rest of the numbers first, and then I'll get back to this. And then we've got Paulie, who's just like, he's just happy to be saved.
Yeah.
And then I hope we've still got Kaylin, right? And Kaylin I wasn't 100% sure on, but like I'm like with AJ and I feel like we can still hold on to Kaylin. Also, potentially even have Laura, though I knew that Logan would be really angry, and so I was like, okay, Laura may get caught up in all that.
But Laura had wanted PD out, but maybe not like that.
But maybe not like that. But one thing that was really big for this with Kate and Morgan, and this is I think the core spot where AJ and I really differ in our mindset, right? AJ is trying to keep all of his options open because he's able to manage all of his options at all time. I have a really different mentality where I actually really like the idea, and you don't want to do this all the time, but at your moments, I really like the idea of deliberately closing doors, of deliberately burning bridges so that the only bridge you have available is the bridge to these people, and they know that they're your only bridge, right? So with Kate Morgan, and I explained this
we see this a lot through the season. We see that, AJ's like, I want to tell more people. You're like, I want to have the numbers. He's like, I want to use people to split. You're like, I want to lock into the vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where and I tried to do this all through the season to varying success. Sometimes it worked very well. I think this worked especially well with AJ and Kaylin, where the whole season I deliberately burnt other bridges and had
Invested in them.
invested in AJ and Kaylin all throughout the season. But here I did it with Kate and Morgan, and I explained this to them after, and I think we already had them, but explained to, like, my mindset was like, if I am burning all of these other people, then I am saying to Kate and Morgan, you are the ones that I want to work with, basically. And AJ had already been telling them this as well, so it works really well that it's the two of us that are coming to them who are building this relationship. But we come to them after, and it's like, hey, I don't know how this is all going to shake out, but Paul is with us, Kaylin we think is with us, and you got us two, and we need you. You're the ones when and this is literally how I pitched it after we came back to the beach. I'm like, when I made this move, I knew I was going to be burning all of them. I knew they'd all be angry at me because I want to work with you guys more than anyone else. Yeah. Now, did I need to make that move to lock them in with us? I don't know.
That's the question. That's what we asked.
They were already coming toward, they were already moving towards us, and we probably had them anyway. But it was like a very big grand gesture. But where the move becomes really important is just with regards to the rest of the dynamics. Well, I take out PD. Yeah. It's who I think would have been a really big thorn in my side later in the way that Kristen was. Like, Kristen was a bloody nightmare because no one ever wanted to get rid of her. And then. Yeah, I get to save Paulie.
Yeah, you get Paulie.
Like, the pitch everyone gave me for taking out Paulie was really interesting because everyone's like, got to take out Paulie. We can't work with Paulie, and he's not going to vote for any of us on the jury. I'm like, okay, so you can't work with Paulie, and he's not going to vote for any of you on the jury. So who's Paulie going to work with, and who's Paulie going to vote for on the jury?
Yeah, especially because you took him through to the jury in that vote, and even Kaylin said he thought he might have Paulie in the X interview, and I was like, Paulie,
no. I was worried that I might not have Paulie.
I would have been so angry.
As far as my understanding, I think Paulie was one of the people that was more up in the air.
Well, that's so uncool. At the final tribal council, I would have been like, Paulie, you wouldn't even be sitting there. You would be home by now. Give me your vote. I don't want to have this conversation with you. Are you joking? Maybe not like that.
I get.
But, are you
kidding Paulie felt a bit burnt and a bit used by me, and I think up against someone else, it may have been more clearly he.
That is probably
me.
Fair.
But I think against Kaylin, who is Captain Amazing, I think Kaylin had the best chance out of almost anyone to get Paulie's vote against me because Kaylin hadn't burnt Paulie, and Kaylin is just loved by everyone. And for Paulie, as someone who's not as much of a diehard fan game player man, he's thinking not just about gameplay and not just about strategy and big moves in the same way that other people on the jury were.
So if you don't make this move, and I think I understand totally, and I think that the Baden part of it is such a great point, and that perception and having to play to your age and the way people see you and all of that. But if you don't make the move, what was it? You said you're going into the tribal council to vote for Paulie out. What do the numbers look like? Who's the next target? What's the
next target is probably still Logan.
And
actually, one thing that's interesting is that if I knew that Logan had an idol, I think there's a decent chance that I don't make this move because I think I'd probably just hold on to the idol stealer and steal Logan's idol at the next vote to guarantee she goes home.
Right.
I think that the fact that Kristen, I thought, was going to use her idol was a really big push for this because it's I have this advantage and it essentially becomes a useless piece of paper if I don't have it, which is interesting. And Zara, I remember Zara was so angry at me when we got back from the PD move. And one of the main things she was angry about, she was angry about a lot of things, but one of the main things was she's like, you had this idol stealer thing. We're targeting Logan and she has another idol next. And I'm like, Zara, I didn't know Logan had an idol.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me that.
Yeah. So in your mind, there is obviously still numbers to go after, a Logan Laura, but it's with PD Kristen, which then limits your options for the fact that other people have other life rafts.
Yeah, exactly. And I've talked to Karen and Zara about it, and they've talked about it in their exits, the fact that they were actively planning to create that life raft.
Yeah.
And especially for me as the person with probably weakest social connections, if they do try to flip on the graduates, I am the easiest target in the graduates, I think, because Kaylin, no one's ever gunning for Kaylin. AJ is very well insulated within the tribe, and then Karen and Zara have this life raft, and so I was looking at, I'm like, I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I don't like this setup. Meanwhile, if you look at what happens after the PD move, instead of it being PD and Kristen in the middle, it ends up being Karen and Zara on one side, Kate and Morgan on the other side, and AJ and I in the middle between Karen and Zara, Kate and Morgan, essentially. Yeah. And it gives AJ and I all of the power as far as the makeup of the tribe.
Yeah. That's true. They made them reliant on you. Another big theme of the season is about having relationships and then having the balance of power in them because you have more options in them.
Yeah,
And I think look, you're convincing me back to it. It's been an argument that we had, and I
yeah,
definitely see it. I think as well, like maximizing your trinkets ends up being such a big part of your
yeah,
story. You end up becoming like, I don't know if you could see this forming in the moment, but your narrative or a
yeah.
story you might
Narrative.
tell one
Yeah,
day about being the trinket player. You have a
yeah.
third idol. You've played one idol found in the most incredible
And I
way.
have the third idol as like a
Yeah,
little bit of like
exactly. And this
backup as
idol
well.
stealer is so unique and new. And so
Yeah,
Laura
and,
knew
and
about
and the other
that.
thing as well is if you remember me talking about like how as a strategist, right, I rely more on like as opposed to me forming connections, instead of exploiting like the dynamics between players and reading the board really well. This is me setting up so that because in that other scenario, right, it's relying on me kind of using the connections and trying to navigate through. This scenario instead sets up, you got Kay Morgan over here, you got Zara and Karen over here, you got me with Paulie, AJ, Kaylin, and so like the pieces, the thing that's driving the next couple of votes at the very least aren't social relationships. It's actually where people are
Yeah.
positioned, right? And that's really good for me because that's what I can read. And I did completely misplay it, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But it set me up in a fantastic spot where it's essentially just down to like it is for just a little bit, like just all driven by dynamics and a lot less by social connections. Oh, and sorry, I totally missed one of the biggest reasons for doing it. Everyone was playing so scared.
Yeah.
Everyone was playing so scared coming to merge because it's interesting, these kind of fluid seasons, because our season we've got the buddy system, right? We've got all these like fluid dynamics, right? There's two different things that can potentially happen. On one hand, you can have kind of, I feel like the Titans versus Rebels-esque thing potentially, where like everyone's going for everyone and anyone's a potential target at a given thing. The votes are shifting constantly. What ended up happening on ours, interestingly, isn't that. What happened is that because everyone had relationships with everyone, nobody was willing to break a relationship and to target someone who wasn't the easy target, at least for those first like couple of votes. And in my mind, I was like, this is really bad for me, especially because I'm the easy vote at some point, right? Like at some point down the line, sure, you've got Jesse, you got Paulie, you got Logan, and then at some point after that, I become the easy vote. I need people to start playing. I need the dynamics to get messy, because in a messy dynamic game, I think I will thrive a lot better than in like a clear structured one where we're relying on our relationships to keep us safe.
I'm sure Chris Newbicki has spoken about that, about the pace of the season. And it's like, if you're the kind of player who thinks you can keep up with the pace, like speed it up and have people fall behind.
Yeah, that was what I was doing there. And I explicitly talked about it a lot in the following tribal council, where I'm like, I want everyone to like, everyone's trying to be so nice to everyone when I know people want to make moves. So I'm just going to like be a dick and take a big baseball bat to the entire shop. And then now you guys can all come in and just like make a big mess because there's already a mess here. And like, let's go at it, right?
Yeah.
Because in the lead up, genuinely, it was so infuriating trying to like throw out names and like get people's ideas, and everyone's like, no, I don't want to target that person because it'll hurt that person, da 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 da. And there was a lot of that, and it was driving me absolutely mental.
Yeah. So Laura had known about the idol stealer.
Yes.
And AJ knew.
AJ knew. Yeah.
And so that was it.
That was it. Yeah.
And that was how you shut that down in terms of what had happened with Knowledge is Power in US Survivor as well. So that was good. And so coming back from that, I feel like AJ felt like he took a lot of the heat. Like how he's looking at that there.
So obviously people were a bit cranky at me. But people came up to me and I explained my reasoning, and they were like angry, but they were mostly calm when dealing with me. And yeah, everyone just fucking lost it at AJ.
Yeah. I compared you guys to my parents, and I really think it is so legitimate. Like if my dad does something more than my mom, I'll go to my mom. I'm like, I didn't do it. I'm like, but Dad's dad.
Yeah.
You know, but I go more to my mom, and AJ was the mother in this little. You were the dad.
Yeah.
Like that's my dad. You know, that's like Dad might do that, but like you would like slightly endorse it or something. You know, something like that. So it feels like
exactly.
AJ took all the heat for you there.
Yeah, ended up dying down a bit as well because you've got like Karen just felt stupid about herself. Like that was Karen. I remember talking about it after, and she's like, "Yeah, no, listen, that was the dumbest thing that was the dumbest thing I've ever been a part of. I don't know how we did that. And yeah, no, you were completely right to do that. Like whatever. Zara was pretty cranky. Zara was very cranky at me actually, but I kind of soothed it over because I was just fucking no. I'm with the graduates. I just didn't want to work with PD. right? Like PD and I explained the reasoning, like PD and Kristen, like I have no relationship with them, and you're driving this graduates and PD
Yeah.
Kristen thing. I don't like that. I also have this advantage stealer thingy, and I thought it was going to go. So I was like, yeah. And I was playing it off like the next day. And I did this really deliberately. I did this especially well with Laura, I think. But I did this a lot with everyone where I was playing it off very much as just like, I just kind of wanted to do a thing, and I had this thing, and I saw all the votes going. I just wanted to blow everything up. When in reality, there was a lot of logic behind it, but I wasn't telling people the logic. I was telling people just like, oh, look at me, I'm just a silly dude. Like, especially, I remember Laura gets back to the beach, and she's like, Myles, what are you doing? You just played yourself in a minority. I'm like, oh, I'm such an idiot. What am I doing? Like, and in this time, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've got the numbers for the next vote. I'm like, oh, I'm such an idiot. Well, Laura, hopefully I'll be all right at the next vote. And she's like, yeah, I'll do what I can to save you. And I'm like, oh, thank you, Laura. Yeah, I was very much playing into the fact that, oh, I'm just this. And I did this from merge onwards, especially. I did play into this a lot where I did this like, oh, I'm just, I'm just doing things like I'm just doing my thing. I'm just blowing things up, and like, and I do these things that I thought at the very least had logic behind them, and potentially some people couldn't see the logic, and I just act like I was just doing crazy chaotic things, and I was absolutely playing very loose, like just all through that post merge, I was playing very loose, but I was still playing, right? Like I was still like there were logic and reasoning behind what I was doing, and I kind of wanted people to think that I was just throwing random shit at the wall.
Did you explain how you just explained this to me now? Like, because I mean, I do think that the TV product was so different from what it was. Like burying PD makes this a very like the whole dynamics were different. We see PD and Kristen as on the bottom.
0 chizzy points at that vote.
Well, you're still on the chizzy. So I mean, to be fair, PD was such a non-entity to us. And you're saying that he's like a key cog. If I had known that he was like like the whole dynamics was different to what we saw, where anyway, like literally that whole structure is different because PD and Kristen to us are on the bottom. You see them as in the middle. Kate and Morgan in a different spot.
I saw Logan as being
and we see Logan as at the top. So the whole I think that I mean I don't know how much is me reading that wrong.
I also think Kate and Morgan were low down, and then this moved them from like near the bottom up to the middle.
Yeah, so I think other people had seen it and had seen the potential for a relationship with Kate and Morgan to bring them over, and I had thought as well Kate and Morgan was much more with like Laura. So like
I thought Zara and Karen I saw at the top, and I think this bumped them down to the middle and AJ and I to the top.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some other people saw it. I didn't, and I also, to be fair, I think that the edit didn't show a lot. I mean, you didn't even know about Logan's idol. That's a big thing. There's so many things here, but some of it I will wear, and some of it I think is definitely on the show product. But
you did a good job of, as the season went on, being like, okay,
yeah. I will constantly self-assess. Yeah. I mean, I think that I'm stubborn on the things that I believe in, but like that as well. I mean, for week too much, I think people will say in the way that like I'll be like there a month later. Like, do you think that was a good move? It was like that was 4 years ago. Get over it. But did you explain it well in Final Tribal Council? Like, could you give all this after having created that perception?
Yeah, I like to think. Yeah, I talked about this in Final Tribal. Like I spent a solid like 5-10 minutes on it at least. And I like to think I explained it pretty well. Like I didn't go into quite this level of detail, but
it's been 40 minutes here, so I think we'll get better. So thereabouts.
But I focused on the fact that just basically like because I appealed to the jury where I'm like, you guys were all playing conservatively, and I know you were because I've talked because you have admitted it to me since. I wanted to open you guys, I played into it a bit where it's like I wanted you all to play more aggressively, and you did after that. I wanted to save Paulie and have him as an ally, and then
love you, Paulie.
And then I talked about and then I talked about like the Karen and Zara like using PD and Kristen as an exit ramp as well, and I talked about that, and that was the main thing. Like I kept it a bit simpler.
Yeah. You didn't have a 5-hour deep dive with them?
No, but my jury was really long. Really long, my jury pitch. Too long, to be honest. But that I did take the time to flesh out and explain.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, then that's going to lead into this vote. So you see this as like set up on someone actually on the bottom, and it's a split on Logan and Laura, which is going to doom Laura, who if that's under a fortune part, is that you're going to lose that relationship.
Yeah, this was a mistake from me. I think letting Laura. I think I should have pushed someone else to be the split.
But who?
So I've had this thought.
Kristen?
No. I had this thought briefly at the time, and I just didn't think much of it. And then I've had this thought since. The correct play, I think, is to get with Paulie and AJ and put Karen as the split last minute.
Well,
And so
Karen, you
if Karen
could.
gives away, and this would be pretty cool, and it's
That would be
where
baller.
if we where we have it, because we were worried about Karen telling Logan to play her idol, and so
We
we
described the split
yeah.
on Twitter.
yeah, and so we tell her that it's the Laura Logan thing, and then we actually put 3 or 4 of the votes on Karen instead. So if Karen tells her to play the idol, Karen goes home, and I think that would be better, because then that actually probably brings Laura into me. Laura has said like she probably decouples from Logan at that stage, because they were already, the two of them were worried. Laura and Logan weren't good for each other's games. They really hurt each other's games. Them as a combo, first of all, people saw as quite threatening as a duo.
Mm-hmm.
And then also they were both working with completely different people, and also had very completely different styles of how they wanted to play the game. And so I do think that they really actively hurt each other's games. And Laura, I think, would have really been willing to, at that point where she realizes where Logan has put both of them there at that stage, because Laura, everyone's like all right with Laura. Logan is the one that everyone wants to target. And I think at that stage, Laura decouples from Logan and comes over to me, and I have Laura as an extra number potentially.
Right, but at that point, you're investing a lot into Karen. And the thing is that the other people at the bottom are like the Karens and the Lauras.
I had the
Logan.
incorrect read on Karen, where I thought, and this again goes into where I mentioned earlier about Karen not realizing her threat level. In my mind, Karen and I going very deep into the game was very obvious to me, as far as it's something that benefits both of us. In Karen's mind, Myles is working with AJ. AJ's annoying the shit out of me. Myles is like in close with him, and so I can't really work with Myles. And it was very frustrating to me, especially post season, like talking to her about it, where I'm like, I put in so much time and energy to try and like work with Karen and have her around, and Karen had no idea that I was protecting her in this like post merge phase, because AJ wanted to go for her, and I was like holding him off going for her, and then B, that I did want to take her deep into the game. And there's a funny thing that that AJ has talked about, where he convinced, like he really turned Karen off me at one stage. I think it was around Bounty Baron, where he goes to Karen, he's like, Karen, you know Myles wants to drag you to Final 3, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, and Karen, because she's very proud, she's very fiery, she's like, no one's dragging me to Final 3. It's like, I see Karen as the biggest. I see Karen as the biggest threat in the game. I'm not dragging Karen anywhere. I want to put Karen in front of me and hide behind her, and then hopefully get off at Final 3 and then ditch her then. But like, I'm not dragging her anyway. But yeah, AJ did a really good job there. But it was very frustrating, because at that stage, especially once Laura, because I saw Laura as a potential Final 3 option, as someone who similar threat level to me, someone I could beat at a final challenge. But part of this was I was pretty all in. The final 4 that I wanted was always me, Zara, Karen, and pretty much anyone else. The reason why is very simple. Everyone knew that, and this is why when AJ oh my god, when AJ talks about me wanting Zara out, I did not want Zara out. I was okay with Zara going ahead of, if we wanted to break up the graduates, I always told AJ, if you want to break up the grad, because he'd go, Karen, I'd say, if you want to break up the graduates, let's take out Zara. I don't want Karen gone. But I never wanted Zara gone, because my optimum Final 4 is me, Zara, Karen, and anyone else. Because Zara was always taking Karen to Final 2 at the expense of her own game. Zara was willing to lose her game to Karen because they were really close. And Zara is winning that final challenge in a lot of people's minds against a lot of people, which means when you're at Final 4, let's say it's Final 4 with me and Kaylin, or even with me and AJ, but let's say it's me and Kaylin, just because it's a bit simpler.
You have to vote out Zara, and she'll lose.
Target Zara at fire, and then Karen is probably not winning that final challenge. And Karen is the biggest threat in the game, and we vote out. So if I'm there with anyone, target Zara at 4 and then Karen at 3, and it's a really clear path to Final 2 for me.
But where is Zara in this? Because at the point where, like, because we see Zara kind of floating a bit, because Karen's kind of wanting to still be with Logan a bit. You said that Zara hasn't had that relationship as much with the rest of the coven, but then Zara, I mean, she's with Karen, and also she's not necessarily in with like your Kate and Morgan kind of contingent that you have here, but she's obviously with you, AJ, and Kaylin. So where did you see Zara in this new kind of hierarchy that we saw that's going to
Zara's an interesting spot. In that Zara, and again, this goes back to like my whole thing with Zara being in a very similar archetype to me, where it's like, I don't think Zara has a lot of different connections. She's just relying on her key connections. Because between AJ and Karen essentially have control of the entire board between them. Karen has like the Logan Kristen side, AJ has like the Kate and Morgan side, and then you got like me and Paulie floating around with AJ as well a bit. But Zara knows that she's tight with AJ, she's tight with Karen, she's to a lesser extent tied with me. And like between her key people, she has the entire board covered. Now, obviously, does she have relationships with the entire board? No, but she's got the relationships with the key people that she needs on the board, who between them have a spread of the entire board. So Zara doesn't have a lot of influence in like deciding who goes home, but Zara is pretty well protected. But as you compare it to Karen's less protected because she's more on the other side of the field than Zara is compared to like AJ and I over on this side. So she's less well protected, but she has more influence than Zara does because she's got like these numbers that are essentially her numbers until they're not and they turn on her. But yeah, that's kind of where we're sitting there. But I in hindsight, knowing now that my attempts to keep Karen on side would be fruitless, I should have put Karen on the split. She would have been a better option than Laura. But in my mind, and I was trying really hard, it's difficult because AJ had Kate and Morgan, and I knew AJ had Kate and Morgan more than I had Kate and Morgan. I really wanted to go graduate strong. I didn't see Kate and Morgan as viable endgame plans because they were both like good at challenges, but also seen as lower threat levels, right? And I wanted to keep people around who are similar threat levels. Kaylin, who's a physical threat. Karen, who's just the biggest threat in the game. Zara, who I thought I could pitch pretty well as a decent strategic threat as well, even though she wasn't as well like broadly liked by the rest of the tribe. And so the graduates always made sense for me because I was focused on like threat level management, keeping people in front of me. And Kate and Morgan, I don't think had that where I'm like, people are always taking Kate and Morgan to the end over me, essentially. Yeah, where were we?
Well, I think that it's interesting.
Sorry, I've just rambled there.
No. I think it's an interesting one because with Karen, it's like you don't trust her enough that you're going to give her the wrong split so that she can't, nigh you where she is, she is like, it's her half measure. She is in the middle of like telling Logan to play the idol, sending out your ally in Laura or a potential working option in Laura, but she's also kind of with you, which is almost worse. Like definitely like, Laura's definitely with Logan, but you have the relationship with her, but you would expect her to be with Logan. But Karen kind of like sneak attacking you and you can't even trust that she won't. Like maybe you do just cut like with her there. But I think that then
in hindsight, But
I mean, time, I don't think anyone was saying that at the time. But I see it now for sure.
Like my plan there was to get back and to just work really hard on locking in Zara and Karen as like, I want to go to Final Four with you. And I'm, especially with Karen, like I want to go to Final Four with you. And I'm one of the only people here that will be willing to go to Final Four with you.
So we see that you are really protecting Karen through the next vote, which is going to be the non-elim to Baron and Bounty. But
can we talk about a split first of all?
Yes, the split. Yes.
Split.
Yeah.
What a cool split,
right?
Yeah,
it was really cool. We explained this on Twitter. We talked about it and it was
so
really cool.
it's you've got it's like 5-4-2. You've got the 4 guys who are like lock solid votes on the 4. Then you've got the 5 girls, which includes like Kristen and Karen, who we're not sure about. We're worried about potentially flipping on the other side. And so for them to succeed, they would need to play the idol on Laura on the minority, and then flip over to AJ, and then obviously AJ goes home. But then
5 votes unnegated on Laura on what they think is Laura, and then their 4 votes win the day.
Yeah, and then I flip over, but last minute AJ and I had a chat, and then I flip over to the Logan side so that
if the idol gets played on Laura.
Exactly. And so it's a situation where there is no counterplay there. Like there's just zero way that they win out the day because they just don't have all the information. And even if they try and make a play, it's just not going to work. I was really hoping though that Logan would go home without playing her idol, because having Logan in the game was a lot worse for me than having Laura in the game, because Logan and I just didn't have that relationship built up like ever over the season.
Yeah.
Like,
so when you say you changed last minute, like was Laura actually the top of the split? No, Logan was the top of the split, but the split, I understand. But the split was a 5-4-2, but by split you made it a 6-3-4.
6-3-2.
So 6-3, yeah. 5-4-2 or 6-3-2, and then their votes being taken away either make it a 4-3-4 or a 3-4-4, but it just matters where the idol goes in. Yeah, I get it. But Logan's always the primary.
Also, the American Face reward was so funny as well. It was so funny because you've got Kristen there, and you've just got like the axis of evil for Kristen on the other side of AJ, Paulie, and I, who've just totally just blown up her game the night before. And it was very funny, me being like, oh yeah, Kristen, like I know Kristen's not too happy with me. She's like, no, I don't care about you. Fuck him.
Well, okay, so then, going through to the next vote to the non-elim. Logan's the target. Again, it's you and AJ kind of disagreeing on who to
this was a
tell
mess.
about it. Yeah, this was like
this
one of
was
the most confused. And then it's not even a vote.
This was my worst vote of the entire season, gameplay wise. I
Really?
was a mess, and this is a big part of what puts me on the bottom next. Right?
Oh.
There is a very simple strategy here. I need to so coming in, I had the right idea coming in, which was I knew at that stage, and AJ talked about this in his deep dive. I knew that I needed to decouple a bit from AJ, right? So my plan coming in was I was kind of just going to roll with, like, I was going to pretend that I was in on AJ's Karen plan, and I was going to come over the top with the initial Karen Zara taking out Kate and Morgan plan, right? So my plan, I wanted Kate gone. I knew AJ and Kate were really
you
close.
really wanted Kate gone.
I wanted Kate gone. I knew AJ and Kate were really close. I didn't really want Kate and Morgan coming in as a duo deep into the game. And more importantly, I wanted to show Karen and Zara that I was with them because they were getting really sketched out about AJ and I building this relationship with Kate and Morgan. And I kept on telling them over and over again, it's like, this is not AJ and I, it's just AJ. Now, in reality, it was a little bit me, but I did genuinely want to go with the graduates long term. So it's like, I'm not with AJ here, and I will prove it to you. Let's take out Kate or Morgan. And so, what my initial plan was it was going to be a Kate and Morgan split from one side, and then AJ was going to come over the top onto Karen with our 5. But I was going to, with Paulie, we were going to knife AJ in the back and just go with the initial Kate plan. And so AJ would be outed as going.
So right, so he was like right. So she's part of the split, but you would just be piling onto the other side of the split.
Yeah, and so with the idea of that being, I wanted to very publicly fuck over AJ, right? Because I'd explained this to him afterwards, and it's one of the things, and AJ did this to me later on when he very publicly detached from me, right? It's something that's good with like working with strategic players. Is that, and I don't know how much it would have how much it would have worked. I may have been an absolute disaster, but my thinking was, AJ and I do need to publicly split, and we did. And so I'm going to publicly fuck over AJ. I'm going to show Karen and Zara that I am with them. Karen is going to love that I fucked over AJ, and we're going to hold the graduate strong. And also, there's a bit of give and take as well. And I'll jump back over to Paulie here. A lot of people are like, why is Myles so like flippant with Paulie? And I had a plan with Paulie, and didn't end up coming to fruition. But firstly, I could not take Paulie deep into the game. Paulie put a target on my back because he was seen as just a number for me, like a number that is just Miles's number that's giving him power, right? Paulie is also good at challenges and also like the biggest goat at that stage. Like Paulie loses to pretty much everyone at Final Tribal Council at that stage. And so what that means is that, let's say we're at Final 5 and I'm there with Paulie, who's getting taken out? Me. Like no one's taking out Paulie at Final 5. And so I had a plan for what I want to do. And also Paulie was just like, he was a sloppy, messy player that wasn't the easiest to deal with out there, like working with him. So my plan with Paulie was I was going to offer him up as a very public sacrifice, you know, a bit of give and take. So like AJ, I know this is so ruthless. So like obviously like Zara and Karen lost PD. AJ, I was hoping would lose Kate. Hopefully we take out Logan at some point, maybe Chris and Hayden on down the line. And at some point, whether it be the next vote or the vote after that, I'd go, okay, let's take out Paulie here. We've taken out your numbers. Let's take out one of my numbers, right? And just to show that, like, okay, I'm with I want to go to the end with the graduates, essentially. And yeah, so that was my thinking with Paulie here. But in a similar way, I wanted to take out Kate as like have a look, I'm not as close with AJ as you think. I'm playing my own game. I'm not locked in with Kate and Morgan. And I wanted to actually kind of form a base of power in the center of the tribe with Zara and Karen, essentially.
Right. So before the challenge, you think it's going to be a split on Kate and Morgan, and you're going to pile over to take out Kate over Morgan.
Yes.
That's the plan.
Yes.
Then Kate wins the challenge,
yeah.
and then that becomes Morgan, Karen, but then you're like, no, not Karen, and then it becomes Morgan, Logan, but
yeah. So it started. So Kate wins the challenge, and it goes to Morgan, right? And I didn't want Morgan gone as much as I wanted Kate gone. I felt like I had a better read on Morgan than I did on Kate. Like I wasn't exactly sure how Kate was deciding things. Well, I felt like I understood Morgan's mindset really well. I also saw Morgan as a much, much less of a threat because A, Morgan was a lot less close with AJ than Kate was. And B, Morgan was a lot like not as good at challenges as Kate was. Like Kate was just an absolute beast in challenges. So I did not want Kate anywhere near my end game. Morgan was someone who like I was more open to being around in my end game. And then AJ has a fantastic read on me where he figures out that like I don't know how he just has the read that I am not happy with going for Karen. So he can't, and he talks to me about it, and he's like, "What about if we go for Logan?" And I'm like, "Okay, Logan, like."
Was the intended lightning rod. So at that point.
Yeah. It's like I didn't want Karen gone. Kate was better than Karen. Morgan was better than Karen, but Logan is potentially better than Morgan. And this was a massive mistake for me because this was the nail in the coffin with Zara and especially Karen, right? Who I needed to like keep Karen on side. This was the nail in the coffin. I really needed to just keep it on Morgan there, or just lock in. I need to lock in with any side. Like everyone saw me as so wishy-washy in that one because I'm just bouncing between. And then right at the peak of that wishy-washy, messy scramble where like I've been looked all over the place and literally everyone on every side is getting wigged out by me, then it's a non-elimination, so nothing gets solidified concretely. And then everyone gets split up.
Yeah.
And then this split I remember like when these rocks were pulled, I went, oh no. Because coming to the next vote, the people I needed to talk to and lock down and be solid with were Kate, Morgan, Zara, and Karen. Those were the people who I needed to have good chats with because those were the people that I was wigging out a bit and I was making really nervous.
Yeah. I think you're making them, I mean, to be fair, just to go back. So
sorry, I've just
no, you're not at all. But I just like, you made the group, you took out Laura and you had numbers there.
Yeah.
It kind of was wishy-washy that you like immediately.
It was.
Yeah, like so.
It was.
But
It was
why?
very wishy-washy.
Why were you being so wishy-washy?
Because like I wanted to go with I didn't want to go with Kate and Morgan. I wanted to go with.
But you made but then
no. I wanted to have my cake and eat it. Like
yeah,
I made this separate group, but I didn't see because the problem was this separate group was full of people who weren't seen as big threats, and I was thinking a lot about threat management at the time, because I've made this big move. I made myself one of the big main players of the game, and this other you've got on one side you've got AJ there, which is great, but you've got Kate, Morgan, Paulie, and Kaylin, which are 4 people that no one is looking at as a threat. And so in my mind, when things implode, like I'm one of the big targets on the table there. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Logan, Karen, Zara, who are all people who I think are big game players and big threats. And they're people that I'm a lot more interested in keeping around.
I think that it's kind of what you said in your final tribal council, like playing from the top. Like when you had more options, I think that it was like an embarrassment of riches. And then you're definitely like, I'll do the thing. Like, as you said, like you kind of thrived when like cutting off your options of a path. You would cut off your option like in the PD vote to like shore up with this group. And then once you did it and like did the vote and like Laura goes home, you're like, and now the next thing, and you're like, and now I'm in power. So like, who do I want to sit next to? Now I've got like all these options and like thoughts, but it was like, it was too much and it was too far down the road.
And the other thing is, if you look at what it takes to play from the bottom and from the middle and from the top, I think playing from the bottom is very much a mentality thing, right? Like as much as there is like strategy and social game in it, a lot of it is just actually keeping your own head in place, like just not
being resilient.
Playing from the middle, I think, is very strategic. It's figuring out what the correct, but you've got all these like, what is the correct path for you going forward? Playing from the top, I actually think is less strategic and is a lot more social. It's about managing all these relationships that you have. You're in a good position. How do you manage it and not let other people realize you're in this good position and keep these relationships going? And that's something I'm not very good at. Like I'm not very good at the micromanaging the relationships thing. I'm not very good at saying the right thing to people to like get to keep them on side. I am good at the middle and the bottom stuff, which is like seeing your path forward, of staying resilient. Like being on the bottom is easy for me because the extent of my social relationship managing is just me being happy-go-lucky and happy to be there. But playing from the top, that's when you've actually got to make everyone feel like they're valued to you. Now, AJ does that amazingly because everyone is valuable to AJ in AJ's mind, like on a personal level. And then he's just really good at conveying that like on a strategic level. I'm not like that. And I talked to Kate and Morgan about it like post game where they're like, yeah, around this time, it just really felt like you initially you put all this effort into building us as a relationship and then you just kind of stopped caring as much. And I was like, yeah, no, that's kind of fair because that's kind of what I did. Same thing happened with Paulie. Karen and Zara, I was putting everything into Karen and Zara, and I think they were just fed up with working with me and AJ who were being so wishy-washy.
Yeah, and Karen was the wrong investment. But I do think there's some degree where you're like, we did it. Like we made the group, we did the vote, and now the next thing. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's just like instead of just like going in with the group and then that will fracture some relationships.
Yeah,
to get
totally.
through.
And
yeah.
I just totally like this round. I totally misplayed. Also, I want to just jump back quickly because there's a move that I made that I just remembered that I thought was a really funky one. That at the Laura at this vote actually it was at this vote I made it because Laura gets voted out. She gets blindsided. When people get blindsided, they leave all their clothes behind because no one brings their clothes when you don't think you're going home, right? Morgan comes to me and Morgan goes like, "Oh, it'd be really funny if you wore Laura's clothes at tribal council." And to which Logan goes, "That'd be a really bad idea. She'll be really upset by that. Don't do that." And I at this point am thinking very actively about like threat level management, about the fact I've just made a big move. I know I've got a really good narrative behind me, right? Like I'm trying actively at this point to lower my threat level a bit. And so I just decide to wear Laura's clothes to tribal council. And the reason why, and my read here, and it was a very, very good read, is that Laura, first of all, I'm very close with Laura personally, and Laura is a big game player. Laura will vote on gameplay, and Laura will vote for who she thinks is the most deserving. Laura is not going to care about whether someone wore her clothes to tribal council a week ago. And I was correct. Now, was Laura pissed off at me for wearing her clothes? Absolutely. Did Laura get over it, like, by the time we're voting? Yeah, 100%. And it's, and like that, I essentially, and then I get back and Logan's like, "You idiot, you see how angry like Laura was at that tribal council?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm such an idiot. I made Laura really angry. Oh God." And so and there's many of things like this all throughout the season, some deliberate, some not deliberate, where it's like stuff that poisons the jury and everyone in a lot of people's minds, especially people like Kaylin who are looking at the jury quite simply and without the depth that's kind of needed. And like this is like deliberately poisoning the jury and especially the first juror, but in a way that I think is going to be okay. Like I don't think it's going to affect it, and that's my read. And I'm backing that over a lot of other people who are thinking, "Oh man, Miles is pissed off Laura here."
Yeah. So when you get to the fact that it's synonym of Baron and Bounty, like what are you thinking at that point?
Oh,
Well, just even in the vote.
yeah, I misplayed this one completely. Like I was already like misplaying it so badly, and
It's fine.
I wanted Paulie and Logan over there because I wanted easy votes.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
I knew Kate and Morgan I thought were like a really good target for the next vote, right? So them over on that side, okay, cool. That's a really easy split vote we can do at the next vote.
Yeah.
I wanted people who would be targets over on the other side.
Right.
And
So you thought that I was confused about that at the time because I thought you were talking about like having allies on both sides, but you were talking about having targets because you had wanted
Yes.
to target them, right? So
well,
then,
I didn't want to target Paulie, but I knew he'd be an easy vote.
but Kate and Morgan you had wanted to target,
Yes.
and then Paulie's an easy vote, and then Logan's an easy vote. So it
Exactly.
gives options. Yeah.
Now, what I wasn't thinking about is the fact that the problem that I face with the way that Bounty Baron like shook out, and it really like this split was genuinely like I had misplayed right up until I misplayed this whole vote, and then everything that I've done to misplay has all been just like blown.
I'm sure you got chizzy points in this episode.
Yeah, which I did, and it was ridiculous. I shouldn't have. I should not have gone.
So how can you be mad about the PD thing? It all comes around on the round.
Yeah,
So,
no, that's fair. I should not have gone any chizzy points. I should have gone negative chizzy points for this episode. But so I've done all this misplay right all throughout this vote, and then right at the point in time where I need a bit of time to recover it, I need to talk to certain people and all of that. Then Bounty Baron hits, and if you look at the split, so I need to talk to Kate, Morgan, Zara, Karen. They're all on the same tribe. Not only that, AJ and I have been like not letting them talk.
Well, to
like,
be fair, you can't help that. You picked a rock and they were auto going to Bounty.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. This
Yeah.
is like bad luck
Yeah,
that
yeah.
compounds the
Yeah.
bad. It's like bad gameplay and then bad luck over the top of it that makes it. Like,
I think I just never knew that you were actually going for Kate and Morgan. Like I am, like that does feel like a lot now. Yeah,
actually
okay,
going
I
for
get
Kate
it.
and
Okay,
Morgan.
yeah. Anyway, so you can't talk to them because they're on Bounty. You're on Baron.
Yeah, but even worse, Kate and Morgan now have time with Zara and Karen,
Yeah.
and we've been like keeping them completely separate. Like you saw that chat that that scene is hilarious where they're both like, we want to go for Miles, but also we don't know if we can get the other two in because they won't talk to us.
Maybe we should have one conversation with them ever.
Yeah.
And now we will. Yeah.
Yeah, and then even like worse, AJ's over there as well, and AJ and I both knew that we needed to decouple from each other, but AJ is now in the perfect position to just line everyone up to have a go at me. He knows I have an idol, and
he knows he won't be the split.
Yeah, and he knows he won't be the split, and so he just takes the opportunity, runs it straight at me. There's a lot more that like AJ like, I don't know what happened over there. AJ just absolutely destroyed my reputation over there. I came back and I could not get any, like, for the rest of the game, I struggled to get any traction with anything. And there was this shift because I went from being like a chaotic strategic player to being like a chaotic messy player. In that, like, at some point between there, the perception changed from me being like the chaotic strategic player who would be fun to work with and who'd be down to make moves, to the guy that will just destroy, like, blow up everyone's game just for the sake of blowing it up. And there's a really key difference there where at some point, like, people just, at points at which people should have been coming to me to try and pull me in, nobody was, because, like, I was seeing kind of like how Paulie was seen in the late, like, just all throughout until he got voted out, where it's like, you are on the bottom, sure, so a number, but you're so messy, you're not a number we can use. I don't know what AJ said to everyone, and it was AJ because I know, because I've talked to him about it, but it's stuff like he was telling Zara that I was gunning for Zara. It was like, I was never, as I said, I wanted to go to Final Four with Zara. But he's telling Zara that I'm gunning for her. He's telling Karen that thing about, like, oh, he wants to drag you to Final Four. And he's getting in Kate and Morgan. And to be fair, I did want Kate and Morgan out, but he's getting into their heads, like, not just about me wanting them out, but also like saying stuff about my gameplay that makes them just not have any interest in working with me later on down the line, basically. Yeah, so that was very, very frustrating. And then, and also all the targets coming into the next vote were probably Karen, Kate, and AJ.
Well, they were the kind of main threat targets. You did have people at the bottom, but no one really wanted the easy target.
No one was really, like, the only person, because Paulie at that stage, no one's swinging at Paulie because you may as well swing at me, right? Like, Paulie at that stage is behind me, essentially. So no one's taking a swing at Paulie. And then Logan was the target on the bottom, like the easy target on the bottom over there. But Karen was trying to protect Logan at that stage, right? So Karen was going to do everything in her power to not let Logan go. She invested too much in Logan, ironically.
Yeah, if Karen is on, like, if someone like Karen is on, well, she's going to go next, so I can think it speaks for herself. But if she's on Baron, then she might seem like a juicy enough target that's not super protected.
But even if AJ's on Baron, if AJ's on Baron, like, he's a much more juicy target. If either of Kate or Morgan are on Baron, like, they're really juicy targets. Like, I was just the only person, like, in the power structure. I mean, Kaylin was in the power structure, but no one cared about Kaylin.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate spot. So, I mean, AJ is going to tell you that. Had you had any sense of that? Because we kind of see everyone talking about it on different videos.
I knew. So, first of all, immediately upon the rock draw, I was like, this is a terrible draw for me. I'm potentially in a lot of trouble here if we go to Tribal Council, especially because Kristen and Kaylin, I just knew there's a 0% chance Kristen and Kaylin's name, like, comes up as a target. And so if someone wants to make a move, I am the only move to make. Let me think. Oh, Kaylin. So all the Baron guys, like, I'm with all these people that, like, within the game do not want to work with me. I'm not with them, right? Like, Kristen, Paulie, Logan, all really a lot of anti-Myles sentiment there. Kaylin is with me, but Kaylin's just, he's doing his Kaylin thing. He's just blending in. He's just going along with it. Kaylin did let me know. He's like, oh, Myles, just a heads up that your name's coming up, so just be wary.
That's good.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
That conversation saved Kaylin's entire game. And here's why. Because later on, when I'm trying to enact this Kristen plan, Logan says, what about Kaylin? Right? At that point, Kaylin is the only person that's fed me any information. And I want to work with, like, Kaylin's like, he's the only person I'll work with. And so I'm like, no, it will not be Kaylin. In a world where and because I was, in the lead up to that, I was thinking a lot about, like, how the graduates eventually split when they do. And I was thinking a lot about potentially taking Kaylin out earlier, like having a swing at Kaylin earlier, right? So Kaylin was on my radar as someone that I didn't necessarily want to go, like, really, really, like, end game with, right? Because of his challenge prowess, because of his social game, like, and because people didn't see him as much of a threat. So at that stage, I was, like, open to voting out Kaylin. And this Baron Bounty thing happens. Him and AJ are the only two people that give me any information in the lead up to that, to the Paulie vote. And I'm like, okay, I've got to lock in with Kaylin. Kaylin's my only ally. Ironically, Kaylin apparently wanted to be gone at that vote.
He said
Kaylin didn't know I had an idol, and he was just prepping me for the jury. Like, he was just marinating me for the jury. Be like, oh, Myles, my ally, I tried to save you.
Yeah.
not knowing that I had an
It's a
idol.
classic Kaylin half measure, right? Like that's
It
Kaylin's
is.
game. It's like he'll be like, Zara, I am voting for you, but I'll teach you how to make fire, right? Like,
Exactly.
yeah. So
Exactly.
for
But that
sure.
thing,
Yeah.
it stopped me from because if he doesn't do that, then Logan, Logan, Paulie and I vote Kaylin out.
Right. Okay, and she would have been on board with that.
Logan and Paulie would have both been on because Logan wasn't on board
Because
it
there
was
were
Kristen.
three split numbers on Paulie, but one of them was Logan.
Yes.
So if Logan comes over, that's enough of a split without AJ.
Yes.
But she wanted to do it on Kaylin.
Yes. So
Kristen
she was like,
important.
I want to do it on Kaylin. I was like, it's not Kaylin.
Yeah,
Just
right.
Kristen. And a lot has been said about like how I approached like Logan and Paulie with this plan. The other thing is that this Bounty Baron vote, I was wrecked. This Bounty Baron really messed me up physically. And I never really recovered. But this scramble especially, like I was so exhausted. And so I'm there, I'm trying to scramble, and I'm still just absolutely wrecked. And so I've got an idol, I'm safe. And so I'm going to Paulie and Logan. I'm like, listen, here's a thing we can do. I want to do it. I'm gonna do it because it doesn't matter. Like me voting Kristen, like doesn't matter if I'm the only vote on Kristen going forward, right? Like it doesn't matter. I've been left out of the whole vote anyway. It's like I'm doing this thing. I think it'd be good for both your games. We could have a little bit of agency. Protect you guys can protect each other. Like you guys sorted. like I'm doing this thing. You should do it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you know you're playing your idol. That's how they knew they could trust that like they definitely might be an actual target on a split. An actual like scary target because you were going to definitely play an idol.
Yeah.
Because you're not saying like we should come over and have the numbers. You're like we don't have the numbers. I'm playing my idol. So yeah.
I literally go and I'm like, I've got an idol. I'm playing it tonight. I know it's on me. I can tell that it's on me. Because also everyone did such a bad job at hiding. I mean, I already knew it was on me, but everyone did such a genuinely terrible job of hiding it. Like, I told Zara to throw the challenge at that tribal because I wanted to go for Kate and Morgan, right? They were the ones that I actually wanted out. So it goes, Zara, you should throw the challenge. Zara doesn't throw the challenge. Kate, so as I'm yapping to her across the challenge, as I always do, like Kate is saying really weird stuff that like I'm just really off put by. And then we get back to, and this is the funniest actually. We're back at camp. We're chatting. We're scrambling. We're making our plans, and nobody can keep the numbers straight. Like it's going to be a Logan main vote, Paulie split vote, but the numbers keep moving around, which means that because the few times
it's a fake plan.
Yeah, because it's a fake plan, and the few times that I was in control of the plan, I would always be like, here's our plan, here's our fake plan, we're telling this person, these are the numbers, here's our fake plan, we're telling this person, right? Clearly nobody had gone around and locked in like a fake plan that everyone was telling me. They just told everyone, oh, it's going to be a split on Logan and Paulie.
Yeah.
And so everyone's coming to me with different numbers, basically.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, who are you voting for? You know, like
Yeah.
for sure. So, but like, does it really matter to you? Like, you have a Kristen thing that's not going to work out, but like, you also were like fine to part with Paulie. So, like, in the end, and if Logan had gone, like, also, I mean, these are the plan J's, right? I know that's an AJ thing, but like, whatever, you were playing your idol. Like, obviously, I guess that maybe the upsetting thing is like not getting to maximize your idol on a target, but like your game became very defensive. That was true anyway in like the max vote, right? You play your idol and you don't take out your target, you advocate there. And I think that like the trinket game and the story game, being the underdog, being on the bottom, it meant that you were using these trinkets defensively. That's definitely the narrative, and it's the way that it like got you through on pure like survival.
Yeah, totally. My hope was like I survived this one, and then once everyone, because I was aware, I was like, okay, I've gotten a bit unlucky here. I think like there's a lot of juicy targets on the other side, and things will open up at the next vote, especially if no one's seeing me as a threat. So my hope was like I can get back to Karen and Zara and convince them Kate and Morgan, right? Like that was my goal going to the next one. And then so the vote happens, and I talked to Karen and Zara about it a bit, and they seemed pretty happy to go with Kate and Morgan. I think they were happy to go with Kate and Morgan because they just really wanted Kate out.
Yeah, so the next vote, it's like the target's now off you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know it was off me. No one was giving me any information, but I was like, I think just based on my read of the board, I think the target's off me. So I think I'm all right.
To be fair, AJ had put your target out in a very specific way where like you have an idol, he's not going to be the split, and if he's kind of controlling the votes, like then you shouldn't be like the real target.
Yeah.
And you weren't.
Well, that was the thing that I was aware of as well. Initially, I didn't know to the extent to which AJ had driven it. I knew he was involved, but I didn't know he had driven it. And then I pieced it together, especially when Zara was telling me, she's like, yeah, no, AJ was telling me I was going for you. And I was like, I wanted to go Final Four with you and Karen. I was never targeting you at all. I'm like, okay, so AJ is clearly just like seeding stuff here.
Yeah, we were always really confused about how you were like the target and then like not the target. And I think that like Bounty Baron contributes. And I also think that knowing how big a part AJ was, and that it makes sense because you were a specific part, for, like a specific target for AJ. It's like not a real target, but he knew that there was obviously protection there. And then if it follows through to a real target, then you will go home. And that's not the vibe that he's putting out. So with him being a big part of that, it does make sense where you become like only a very specific target in this very specific circumstance of the Bounty Baron twist.
Yeah.
So I think I've made my peace with How on Earth, because this whole week was so confusing. But so the next vote is going to be the Karen vote. You are left out, like to the point where you're like, I want to vote for Zara, and they're like, now you're like.
So I'll tell you where that came from,
Yeah.
because obviously there wasn't any. So I think that it's going to be a 4-3-2 Kate and Morgan split, right? I didn't realize how much AJ was running things. The way that I saw it, and this was just a complete misread for me because I had no information, I thought that Karen and Zara had pulled over Kate and Morgan essentially, and so they now had Kate and Morgan as numbers, right? I thought that AJ had lost a bit of influence with Kate and Morgan, and that they would now move more towards Karen and Zara, right? And so I hear there's going to be this Kate and Morgan split, and my thinking is, okay, I'm going to try and get on this 4-3-2, if you split the numbers correct, and this is all a moot point because like I was just so left out of everything. But I came to Logan, I was like, hey, if you, me, and Kaylin flip our vote over, we can take, because I knew she didn't want to go for Karen, right? Like in my mind at that point, I thought Karen and Zara were actually at the center of everything, when in reality it was just AJ and Kaylin at the center of everything. But I was like, okay, if we flip our vote over.
Wait, okay. I don't know if the audience is keeping up as much as me. So what do you think? Because we're living in like a fantasy land.
Yeah.
I need to know what. I'm going to write this down.
We live in the land where I've got no information.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking to me.
Let's lay out the land. So you think the vote is what?
I think that
Kate
it is.
Morgan.
I think that the vote is a split on Kate and Morgan.
And you went to.
I went to Logan
and
Kaylin, but more Logan than Kaylin initially. To be like, hey, if we put our 3 votes on, if our 3 votes are in the right place, we can put them on any one. It'll be a 3-2-2-2. So I had the.
You were just trying to do that.
Yeah.
In Fantasyland.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
a fun world.
I was up in Fantasyland.
I want to be there. I want to live in Fantasyland. It's so fun. That's like my Fantasyland is like plurality votes and there are numbers everywhere. It's so fun.
Yeah, and it would have been nice. In reality, I mean,
that's very far from where we're going. But why Zara after everything?
Why Zara is because I saw Karen and Zara as being in the center of everything. If they had managed to pull over Kate and Morgan like I did, I knew Karen wouldn't be a pitch that Logan would be okay with, but Logan and Zara didn't get along very well.
You really don't know where you're at, because for me, it's like it's Karen and Zara on one hand and Kate and Morgan on the other, and you see them like together in the middle.
In this last vote, because the one of the few bits of information that I got told in the last vote is AJ's the only person that's talking to me like at all is AJ, and AJ's like. And I read this as somewhat bullshit, but also somewhat correct. Was my read. It was wrong. But my read was, what he said was, oh yeah, Zara and Karen pulled over Kate and Morgan. Yeah. And that's why everyone's starting. That's what we saw.
Yeah.
AJ, I think, had a lot
definitely
more.
Like 100%. Yeah. The edit left out a lot of things, but.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, well, if Karen and Zara have pulled over Kate and Morgan, then they are now at the center of the entire tribe, because they've got Logan and Kristen, they've got Kate and Morgan, right? They've got AJ, me, Kaylin. They're the ones in the middle.
So you want to take a shot at the kind of
center
power structure.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, if they get complacent here, they do if they're voting against me, there's nothing I can really do. If they're doing the 4-3-2 like they say they're going to do, then there's the potential here for the 3-2-2-2. Logan, I know, isn't going to vote for Karen, but she'd be willing to take out Zara, basically, because Logan and Zara did not get along at all.
But Logan is taking out Karen right now.
Logan shouldn't have taken Logan shouldn't have taken.
No one beat that drum more than me.
Let's be clear. Like, on one hand, I really respect this play from Logan, in that I have a lot of respect for anyone that is willing to just take a big swing.
It wasn't a big swing.
It was a big swing. Logan was going for someone that she thought was very well insulated in the power structure,
but
and
everyone else
had been protecting her. Like, yeah, but in Logan's mind, it was a big swing, and I have a lot of
no.
because it takes one of the things that doesn't translate
Logan
well.
and I can talk about it when we talk.
One of the things that doesn't translate well is the fact that it's actually very hard and scary to like make a big swing, to put out a target that is very well insulated and go
She
for it.
wasn't well insulated. Everyone wanted to
But
phone her
it
out.
looked Karen. A lot of people thought Karen was much better insulated than she actually was.
Yeah.
Me included, Logan included. A lot of people think that Karen's right, kind of in the middle of the tribe. So Logan is putting out this big swing. And was it a complete miss? Yes, it was an absolute disaster of a move. It was not.
That's like my tagline. I actually have shirts made about how much I didn't like that move. I just want merch. I just have merch ideas. It's not a great merch
What,
idea.
you don't like the Berries Alliance?
AJ told me that was bullshit. Okay, I've been saying for AJ. And
What do you mean best alliance of the whole season?
It was so clearly fragmented the whole time. I don't even think they said the word berries. I think they were bear and re together. Like, and from the beginning, I was like, I refuse to buy that this is something, and I feel so vindicated in that. Yeah, I mean, but I think the thing is like everyone's willing to go for the Karen Zara side to the point where they don't even want you in it, and you are in it. You know, like you're going to Kate and Morgan being like, let's do it. They're like, no, and they're like trying to get you onto a Kate vote. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to push you away so hard. So it's like, how insulated is someone at that point where it's like they're trying to turn people away from the vote? Like if everyone's that willing, then
this is where like AJ like just had so much influence, but it was also influence that a lot of people weren't aware of, and especially because I was one of the only people who knew how close he was with Kate and Morgan and knew that he had just that locked in. But then AJ has told me that he's lost Kate and Morgan. And I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand where they've gunned for me, like at the previous vote as a group, essentially. So I'm like, oh God, okay, well, if AJ's lost that, then we've lost all our power. Also, I was like, I don't know. And this was me all season.
Right, you lost Kate and Morgan, but AJ didn't lose.
I was like, I don't know where Kaylin is. Like and this was a lot of the game. I was like, I don't know where Kaylin is. I think Kaylin is with me, but I don't know. Like and it was really interesting. I don't know why everyone thought Kaylin was with them. Like, because I thought Kaylin was with me, but in a weird, like, I never thought he'd really, like, have my back solely. So I never had, like, oh, Kaylin is one of, like, my main people. Like, there were a couple of specific times at which I did rely heavily on Kaylin. But as a whole, like, you can see throughout, like, this chat, like, I've talked about, like, Laura and Zara and AJ. Like, Kaylin hasn't come up a lot because I just often saw him as, like, I think I've got Kaylin. I think at least he's on my side and he's working with me. But I was never like, oh, Kaylin, he's my man, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that was his game, right? And then people didn't like that.
But there were people who thought that, right? Like Logan was like, Kaylin is with me.
Right, yeah.
Karen was like, Kaylin is with me. And it was really weird. Like, I remember I brought up Kaylin's name because Laura and I talked about getting Kaylin out a fair bit because Laura and I were both really wary of Kaylin. And then Laura mentioned, and this is part of why Kaylin was so happy for Laura to be on the split, is that Laura mentioned it to me with someone else around merge. I can't remember who it was. It might have been like Kristen or PD or Zara or someone, but I was like, shit, this is really bad. So I went back and I just told Kaylin straight away that Laura's throwing out his name because like I cannot have it getting back that I'm throwing out Kaylin's name because no one else was throwing out Kaylin's name. And honestly, the whole season I was so perplexed at how Kaylin and AJ never were getting their name thrown out. I was like, why am I always the target? I have no allies here. How are Kaylin and AJ not? Kaylin especially though, more than anyone, because I could see what AJ was doing. I could not I could see what Kaylin was doing as well. I could see it clearly, but I couldn't see how other people couldn't see it. I was like Logan especially, like Kaylin voted against Logan multiple times all throughout the season. I was so confused at why she thought she had him as a number. Karen I get a bit more because Kaylin was very deliberately kind of playing into that. But even then, Kaylin was so obviously with AJ.
Yeah. Well, for us, especially as you said, was like a Logan, and then he's like telling about her idol and stuff like that. And then she was mad that she's like, you voted me to Barrett. I'm like, Logan, it's so far past. You know, like you were part of a split plan where you were meant to go home that Kaylin was on. Like, how are we even mad about that now? I guess everyone was on that, but like, again, she's invested in Kaylin. You think she?
I mean, it's a credit to their games as well. Like, I really think Kaylin's
definitely.
game is an absolute unicorn of a game. Like, I think our games are very similar in that I think Kaylin's and my games will never be played again as far as them being like unique, bizarre games.
They were extremes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in different ways. Very, very different ways.
Yeah.
So when you get to tribal council, it's this Karen vote, and then you had to know what was going on. You're going to be like blasted out of the nice, sweet fantasy land that you were in which was such a
No,
nice
no, no.
girl
I
scene.
had
Yeah.
figured out before. So I talked to Kate and Morgan, and I was like, can I, like, is there a name tonight? I'm being left out of everything. And they're like, you just vote for Zara. And I was like, Zara? Why is Zara's name coming up? Because I thought they were just going to feed me Logan. Like, I thought Kate and Morgan were targeting me, and I thought they were just going to give me a dummy name. But they say Zara. I'm like, what the hell? Then I go to AJ. I'm like, AJ, what is going on here? Because AJ and Kaylin just disappeared that scramble. And then I find him really late in the scramble. I'm like, what is happening? He's like, what do you think is happening? I'm like, I've got no idea what's happening. What I thought might happen is not happening, clearly. Just what is going on? He's like, who are you voting for? I'm like, at this point, Zara. He's like, yeah, just keep your vote on Zara. I'm like, oh, so we got the same kind of idea. He's like, not quite. I'm like, and I realized, like, oh, okay, he's going for Karen. Because I'd known that he wants Karen gone for a while. But yeah, so they didn't tell me that it was Karen explicitly, but I'd figured it out by then, like by the fact that I was being told Zara. It's like, okay, it's a Karen Zara split here, and Karen's the target.
Yeah, and then you get to tribal council, and so she doesn't include you in that group. She made AJ the target. Was that?
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. Because I've talked to Karen about this. I actually think that she made such a, like, I was one of the people she needed to include.
That's what I said.
She needed I think her best chances genuinely were Kate, Morgan, and me.
Oh, Kate and Morgan?
Because Logan, I mean, it should
have been Logan, I thought.
No, because Logan was the one driving the vote.
I know, but why? Okay, whatever. But I thought, like, Logan,
if based on, like,
Zara,
rationality, it should have been
Kristen.
Logan, me, Kristen. But based on actually, like, if she had known all of the information, it should have been, like, I think Kate, Morgan, and I were the highest likelihood of, like, flipping.
Like, because Kate and Morgan just want to do something.
Just because, like, Kate and Morgan, like, this was I don't think Kate and Morgan were likely to do anything. I just think that there was zero chance that, like, Logan was doing anything.
Karen should have known that firstly you'd be down to do something, maybe.
This is what
you
I
had
mean.
invested in
I
her
was
so
like,
much.
how is everyone, like, on the bottom? How is no one on the bottom?
Yeah.
And this is like a thing all throughout this end game where I'm like, how is no one on the bottom coming and pitching me plans when, like, people are holding in their mind Myles is this crazy game player who's willing to just do anything and do weird shit, but also we can't, if we're on the bottom, we can't pitch to Myles. It was this really bizarre thing, and this was a big part of, I don't know how, AJ, this was all AJ, like, painting all of this. He painted me as, like, Myles is this crazy game player, you can't work, he's so unreliable, but if you're on the bottom, he's so crazy that even if you're on the bottom, you can't come and talk to him because he won't work. Like, I was dumb. Like, that chat that I had with, and I'm sure we'll chat about it later, with Morgan later, where I'm like, you haven't talked to me about, like, you haven't even pitched to me. Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, this was one. Yeah, it was bizarre. AJ goes and has this chat. Karen pulls her people over. I have a nice little chat with TLP. I make some funny faces at the jury. I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. And yeah, it was bizarre. I was pretty comfortable though, because I saw Karen had pulled Kaylin over in her numbers. Like, because I didn't know what the dynamics were in the tribe at the time, but I knew Kaylin was one of the few people I thought was with me. And so she pulls Kaylin over, and I'm like, okay, I'm all good here.
You're being lied to by the majority. You are someone who's down to make a move. You're someone who's invested in her so much, and she still leaves you out.
Oh, yeah.
Was that, like, part of the reason you then, like, vote for her after everything?
Yeah. At this stage, I'm like, Karen is a non-starter for me. Like, clearly this just isn't working here. Like, I need I can't work here. Also, I want to go back as well here, because I, like, playing from the bottom is obviously, it's pretty brutal, and I've done a really good job all season of, like, keeping up, like, a really positive attitude, like, all the way through the season. And, like, in the second, like, post-swap especially, even pre-swap, I'm just like, the whole time I was like, I'm just happy to be here. I can go home next. I don't care. Like, I've had a fun time. It's just all about, like, maximizing my enjoyment being out there. The first and only proper breakdown that I had was after losing that lamb reward, which is, like, so funny and so bizarre, but I'm there.
The berries?
Huh?
Was that what the berries were for?
Yes. So they show the berries. They don't show me literally breaking down crying back again. And Karen's kind of hopeless attempts at comforting me. Zara was actually really nice about it, though. But because at that stage I had only had one bowl of rice, because the previous day's scramble was so crazy. I had one bowl of rice in about 60 hours. And we're wrecked going into it. And so I was physically, like, wrecked, and then emotionally I've just got 5 votes, no one's talking to me, I'm so far on the bottom again, and, like, my path to the end, at this stage I do not see a path to the end. I'm like, I am screwed here. I got no idol. I got even the allies that I have, like, when they won that lamb reward, I knew that if Karen and I don't win the Lamb Reward, nobody is taking me, because even the people who I have as allies can't show people that they're working with me, and everyone else just doesn't want to take me. And so I go back to camp. I'm so hungry. I'm exhausted. I'm dejected, and I just have like a just bit of a little moment. Like, it wasn't like a big like meltdown or anything, but it was just me like sitting over by the coconut husk crying as I crack open coconuts.
Well, we do know that rock bottom is literally going to be rocks, which is great. You know, you bounce back from rock bottom, and that's the best thing, to go to this like postgraduate group. And after you've just voted for Zara, you're gonna like be the one teaching her how to be on the bottom, which was such a cute little thing. You're gonna show up with the postgraduates here, like really lock in, you know, AJ, who had been like distancing from you, like, you know, intentionally, and like for the both of you in ways, but like definitely, you know, had been better for him maybe than for you. Kaylin, who you know thought was with you, but like maybe hadn't been as certified, and you're gonna be like, no, we're the 4 post-grads and like shore up on rocks. So like, what was the thinking through this final 8 vote?
So immediately on getting back, my first thought was Zara. I want to lock in with Zara here. Zara is on the bottom. Everyone has left her out. Zara has seen that everyone has left me out as well. I work well with Zara. I like her as an ally. I like her as a person. Like, I want to lock in with Zara. So I put everything. I'm like, Zara, it's you and me. We're on the bottom. Let's go deep into the game. I know that like people are leaving you out of stuff. They're not working with you. Same thing's happening to me. So let's form a like duo. Let's form a voting block and like work together. And that chat was pretty good. Had her the funny little like talking about being on the bottom chat. That was like a lot of fun. And then it was at so there weren't really like we were kind of generally chatting until the overnight retreat. And then obviously Morgan and Logan get taken away, which I think was a bit of a mistake. And obviously Kristen didn't know that the graduates were a thing, but I've thought about this a lot.
Also, it's so funny because like the graduates are a thing. Like, you're just voting against one to vote against Zara, and then like
but also this actually touches on one of the core things of why the graduates worked as an alliance, which was the whole idea was let's get like a bunch of rational, like smart, rational players together who will be able to work with each other because it's in our best interest to do so. Now, there were times where it stopped being in our best interest to work together and we stopped working together. But like coming into that final 8 vote, and there were a few other votes that were similar to this, like we come into this final 8 vote, and we can all see it is in all of our best interest to work together. The thing is that you've got, with the exception of Logan, most of the big player threats are over on this side, right? And that you've got AJ and I, the really obvious ones. Like, Zara has played a good game, right? Has played a big game, and Zara also has like Zara's connections with the other side are probably worse than mine, in that like the other side weren't working with me, but like Morgan and Logan actively didn't really like Zara. And so like I could work with them. Like, Zara's like, there's no way that Zara's working with those guys. Kaylin as well, like all of the physical threats from the other side. You got Logan, you got Kristen, you got Kate, you got Morgan, you got all these physical threats on the other side. And Kaylin wants to take out all these physical threats. And also, Kaylin also sees himself as a big player, and so he needs his threats in me and AJ around, right? And so this 4, like, we all realize it's in all of our best interest to stick together as a 4. Now, we have like a whole heap of chats. I chat to Kaylin, I chat to AJ, I chat to Zara. They're all chatting with each other. And we figure out it's in all of our best interest to just like stick graduate strong, essentially.
Yeah, so the rocks of it all.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't know what rocks was.
They didn't know what
They
rocks
were never
was.
going to rocks. Like, how much was that a part of your thinking as well? Because at the time I was like, I was screaming at you to play your idol. But I mean, and AJ pointed out in the deep dive that if you're going to play your idol, it would have made more sense to play for like the known target in Zara. And then if you're the target, you're immune at rocks, and more likely you just save her from not going to rocks. But also it just felt like, I was like, no, you were right. Immediately I was like, you were right, because they were never going to rocks. So it felt like that was so obvious to not play the idol.
Here's the thing. First of all, I didn't know that. I mean, AJ may have. I didn't know that they didn't know what rocks was, right? Like,
oh, really?
Well, because I wasn't asking them like at a final 8 vote. Like, by the way, do you know what happens if this is a 4-4?
No, I think you could try and like, you could be like, this path is so rocky. Rocks. Let's talk about you, like, because it was so funny. I thought in the episode that you say, hope you're ready to go to rocks, and they don't know what rocks is. So they must have been like, what is that? What
Coming into the vote, no one thought we were going to rocks. We thought there's no way that Logan and Kristen are working with Kate and Morgan. Morgan and Logan, like, out there did not get along well. Like, we thought there was no way that they are working together. Like, we're going to send Kristen and Logan over towards Kate. We're going to send Kate and Morgan over towards Logan. And then we're just going to steamroll over the top. Now, they had some good chats and they ended up getting together and they went 4-4. But they thought the same thing. They didn't even think, like, obviously they didn't know what Rocks was, but they didn't even think they'd make it to Rocks because they thought they were going to get us to split up and they'd kind of just come and pile over the top, right? So, yeah, AJ's logic was really good here. Like, we're initially going to go for Kate, but his logic was go for Logan because the others won't go to Rocks for Logan. Now, I still think the correct play.
Well, AJ's always protecting Kate as well, but also it's
I knew he was protecting Kate, but also Logan was.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense.
Because the thing is, I actually had a pretty decent relationship with Kate and Morgan, and so like AJ, like Kristen and Logan, I wasn't working with at all. Like, I do think that in that end game, Kaylin should have protected Kristen and Logan more, and like Kaylin should have really prioritized getting out Kate and Morgan. I think it was a massive mistake for him to do it. But for me, having Kate and Morgan in the end game wasn't the end of the world. I knew Zara wanted to take out Kate, so it's a great shield. I knew that I could potentially, like, at the time, I wasn't getting along well with Morgan. There was there was a whole thing at the Bounty Baron challenge. We're on the pillars and Morgan is deathly afraid of heights, right? I don't have my glasses on. It's very windy. I can't see. I can't hear. All I can see and hear is that Morgan is on the second one and then she's dropping down really early. And what I constantly talked in challenges and I constantly talked to JLP. I constantly talked shit to everyone. I was just like, it was how I like had a fun time about it, especially in this challenge and some of the challenges that I was like focusing. The more I was focused on a challenge, the more I'd talk because it actually relaxed me. It let my like
Hibiki style.
Yeah, Hibiki style. Literally, like, yeah. But I didn't realize that Morgan was having a genuine. Morgan was apparently like having a breakdown down on that pole. Like, she was crying. She was really upset. I had no idea. I couldn't hear her. I couldn't see her. Like, I was. So I'm just talking, and apparently Morgan was furious at me. It was like really genuinely upset by me, and it kind of poisoned our relationship for the next couple of days. And so and where I was going with that is that, like, at the time, Morgan and I weren't really working together, but I still felt like I got Morgan's head, as in I understood. And this is an issue that I have with Kate and with Kristen, where Logan, I kind of got how she thought. Morgan, I got how she thought. I didn't know how Kristen and Kate were thinking about the game, both who they were working with, how they approached decisions, all of that stuff. And so I didn't feel that comfortable potentially making plans with them, which will become an issue at 5, where I would have been way better with Morgan than with Kate. But yeah, I digress. What was I? Sorry, I'm just totally.
Just on Rock. I mean, look, to be fair, like, and AJ, like, as much as he might have been protecting Kate, like, it makes sense. Kristen doesn't go to Rocks for Logan in a way that if Morgan had explained Rocks,
Kristen should have gone to Rocks for Logan. And I do think that even with the clarity of hindsight, knowing that she wouldn't, the correct play there is to play the idol for Zara. Like, we didn't think that they were going to even be 4-4. If they're 4-4, I think the correct play is you play the idol for Zara, because you can't account for the fact that no one is going to.
I think you can, because you've picked such a good target in Logan.
Maybe Kate and Morgan, but not Kristen. Kristen should have.
Kristen should have, but would she? But the thing is,
well, this is again. This comes back to like AJ's versus. This is another going back in again to AJ versus me, where I a lot of the time played the game relative to what I thought people should do, while like I'm playing the board and AJ was much better than me at playing the man, where AJ's reading what people will do because that's what they're like, while I'm reading like they should do this and so I should do this to counteract that. So in this, my instinct coming into here is I'm always like on team play the idol, because if you think it's going to be a 4-4, which we didn't, but if you think it's going to be a 4-4, I'm on team play the idol, because you can't guarantee like it is Kristen's correct move to do that. So you shouldn't be playing with you shouldn't be banking on the idea that Kristen is going to make a mistake. You should be like making it so that if she makes her correct move, you have countered that. Especially in a situation like that, where the cost, it doesn't actively hurt your game. Like, you've lost an idol, sure, but it's not a situation where you're making this play and you're making it that if you have the misread, then you go home or something. You're just losing an idol. Versus it's one thing, it's like if it's a play of like, am I going to survive or not survive, play the man, not the board. But I think in this situation where it costs nothing to play the board, I think you just play the board.
Well, there's a few things here. Firstly, I've told you, I think I even said this on the AJ deep dive, but like I actually can remember where I was driving when I heard Richard Hatch talk about this with Rob about like the logical players who read logic into other people and how that can be deathly.
Yes,
And
yes.
I would play like that.
I think
Yeah.
I really struggle with that, and I think AJ is really good at
Yeah.
that.
That's something. That's why I podcast. I'm like, do the thing that I want you to do.
Yeah.
And that's harder to read and edit. But I definitely, as a player on the board, I think I would read that into that. And that can be hard because that's often how people don't play. But the thing is, like, Kristen not doing it while a move that seems incorrect and like is incorrect, it's based on a wrong read that like AJ and Kaylin have earned there to give you that extra protection where she thinks she's working
Yeah.
with AJ and Kaylin.
And to be fair, like I've been left out of stuff, and Zara was targeted in the previous vote, right?
Yeah,
like, we
exactly.
never looked
She
like
thinks,
a 4 that should be solid.
Yeah, even though I do think like for her especially, like especially because if people were going to rock, like she could pick a rock, but like if you pick a rock or AJ does, or like even Kate and Morgan, it's great. So I mean, but I think that's what like Logan was. That's why Logan becomes the perfect target, because if Kate's
also
the target,
Logan's a shield for Kristen as well. So even if Kate or Morgan goes home, if Logan's in the game, it's still just one more round in the game.
Yeah, if Kate and Morgan, like they were not even working together before this, so like them going on a rock is fine. It's just that she doesn't want to lose Logan or herself. It's more that she has a 20% chance, which I think is actually a fine.
But also, here's where like this vote accurately sums up what is different, what AJ and I do differently to everyone. My thinking coming into here is I was always ready to go for rocks. And the reason why is because if I don't go to rocks here, and let's say I lose Zara.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to ask about,
In my mind, I have 0% chance to win at that stage. I do not see a path for me to win if like we lose this vote. Meanwhile, if we win this vote, I have, let's say, I think I've got an actually quite decent chance to win. Like, Final 8 was the first time that I start thinking that I could actually win the thing. And so it's like, if we win this vote, I have, say, a 20% chance to win, 15-20% chance. Like, I think I have a quite significant chance to win. If I lose this vote, I have a 0% chance to win, right? And so even if
why was she so important to your game at that point? Like, why did you see it as that?
It wasn't about Zara particularly. It was about the 4. Because the problem was the other 4, none of them were going to be taking me deep into the game, right? Like Zara and I were the 2 targets over on our side because they've all got connections with Kaylin. They've all got connections with AJ. They're not targeting Kaylin and AJ. They're targeting me, right? I'm the one that can't work. Like I have not got a working relationship with Chris and Logan. My working relationship with Kate and Morgan at this stage is like I can work with them better than Chris and Logan, but it's still not a good relationship. I am the target if Zara goes home. Right? Like I'm dead in the water completely if Zara goes home. And so I need to win this vote so that we can have the 4, and the 4 gives me strength because I am like, these are 3 people that I know I can trust. And there's a decent chance we just ride it out to Final 4.
Yeah. So if Kristen does take it to rocks as we think she should have, you're going to rocks. AJ's going to rocks.
AJ's going to rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And AJ and I think about this very similarly where my analogy at the final tribal where I talk about poker and like going all in, I think is a really, and AJ talked about this in his deep dive, the fact that I agree with him that a lot of people play really conservatively. And I know there's something to be said for the another day in the game, but I just don't think that's the correct way to play. I think you should be looking deeper at that. In my mind, like if the correct play, and he knows this as a poker player, I have this a bit as like a big stats guy where like I want the positive EV move. I want the statistically correct move. Even if there's a 20% chance that it loses completely, but it's an 80% chance it's the correct move, you take the correct move. Well, I think a lot of the people will take the safe move that guarantees you safety, but also like doesn't set you up very well. And I think that's how AJ and I play, that it's very different to a lot of other people from our season and in general play, where I want to like, if I've got 2 aces in my hands, I want to go all in because it's the correct play to make, even though my entire stack might be at risk and I might be knocked out of the tournament. But I think a lot of people, if they're forced to go all in, like are very nervous about doing that. And it's not even just with it, because 2 aces is like a bad analogy because it's like, it's obvious. If I've got what I think is the best hand, if my read is that I've got the best hand, I want to go all in. And my read was, if our 4 succeeds, I've got a very good hand. If our 4 loses, I've got a losing hand. So I need to go all in on this rocks vote.
I don't know that I still think like you guys, I mean, especially AJ, but like both of you come back with no Zara, you have Kaylin. It's really a 3v4. Aren't you getting Kate and Morgan over on the lightning rod?
No, but
Logan?
Kaylin and AJ saw me as dispensable.
Well, maybe then definitely for AJ. I feel like AJ, his game is the options game, right? You're all in on a path. For sure, yes. That's your path. I think for you, I see it more than AJ.
This move also keeps all of his options in, because the one person who AJ was least likely to work with was Logan. This move.
But if people are picking rocks, then the people picking rocks are all his options.
Yeah, but also AJ's just got a bit of maniac in him.
Yeah.
Like, I think AJ, there was part of it that was like,
Oh, I see him going for Logan. I think
but
that's
also the other
wonderful,
issue
but
as well is that
yeah.
like the other issue is that I think the people on the other side of that 8, like I think they were more aware of their own threat level being relative to AJ's, right? On our side, you've got Zara and you've got Kaylin. And Zara and Kaylin, and this is a big part of why AJ and I rode to the end with Zara and Kaylin, because Zara and Kaylin were backing themselves. Kaylin, I had a chat around Final 9 with Kaylin. I remember Final 9, Final 8. I can't remember specifically when, but I had a chat and we're having this chat and I realized, I'm like, oh, you think you're beating me at the end. And then I was like, amazing. I'm going to go to Final 2 with you. And then we continued the chat and I go, oh, you think you're beating AJ at the end. Oh, this is really bad. You're going to go to the end with AJ because he's your best bud. And so and it's part of, and we'll touch on it later, but part of why I wanted to take out AJ at 5 was because I thought me and Kaylin in Final, like Kaylin and me around the end without AJ, I thought was all right for me, but I didn't want him around with AJ because I thought he'd take AJ, right? But Kaylin was like, he thinks he's winning at the end. Zara backs herself. She thinks she's winning at the end, right? I think I'm winning at the end. AJ thinks he's winning at the end. That's the ultimate alliance.
You think you're beating AJ?
No, I didn't think I was beating AJ.
The
I thought
other
I was
two.
beating everyone
Yeah.
else at the end. At that stage, I think, like, I thought I had a good chance of beating AJ up until Final 10 and Final 9. Final 9, especially when Karen goes, I'm like, damn, AJ is just dominating this game. I have
And they
no
cut out
chance.
all of that around how much he was kind of doing there against you as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, so I mean, I definitely see it, and I definitely see on your mentality of like having an option of being like so all in. I don't think AJ should, and I still think you could probably find another path. But I mean, you didn't have to. I don't think this was ever realistic that this was ever going to happen, even if Kristen should do it.
I think Kristen should have done it, but I think you're right.
She was
that,
never
like,
going to.
Like, it was, yeah. I don't think they were ever going to, which was great because I got to save my idol. And then Logan goes home, which is fantastic for me, and we got our tight 4, and nobody even realizes we're a tight 4. Everyone still thinks it's really fluid.
Yeah, and you know, you'd found the idol. You told AJ about it. We'd had some conversations around telling AJ about the idol. How do you kind of look back at that now, and what was your thought process on that?
First of all, 4th idol. Crazy.
Yeah.
And that was a big part as well of me locking in where I'm like, oh shit, I've got this alliance of 4. I've got the idol. I actually could win this. But this again comes into AJ would never tell anyone about the idol because AJ is already confident in the social bonds he's built and he's got social bonds with everyone. And so he just wants the idol to himself. For me, I don't have social bonds with everyone. I'm not confident of the social bonds that I built, except with like AJ, I feel pretty good. Even with Kaylin, I still like Kaylin's got all these options. I don't know, like I know Kaylin wants to work with me, but I'm not at the top of Kaylin's priorities of who he's like dying to keep in the game. And so me giving the idol to AJ, I think I explicitly told him this. I'm like, this is your idol. This is your idol. You tell me when to use this idol. Now, in reality, if I wanted to use it for myself to do something, I would. And I ended up doing something totally separate to him. But in what this does is, and I've talked to AJ about this, he says that this is like the moment where he was like locked in to the end game with me. Because it's like, I have put all of my eggs. This goes into like that thing where I talked about like burning bridges. I put all my eggs in the AJ basket. AJ knows I have all my eggs in his basket, right? And I've got this cool trinket that like is essentially like I've got a big gun and I'm aiming it and he can tell me exactly where to point it, right? And so he's looking at these other people and they've got options. I don't have options. I'm standing outside. Like the analogy that I've used is you don't want the person that's going on 100 different dates. You want the person that's going on a date with you and they're making it the most special date ever. And they're standing there with flowers and they're taking you to, like, they're spending $100, $200 on this one date as opposed to going on a bunch of different $30 dates. And that's what I was doing with AJ. I'm like, you are my game. You are my entire game right now. I'm good for your game because I take all the heat. So keep me in the game. I've got this idol. Let's roll down to final 3.
So getting into this final 7 vote, with Kristen as the target, is anything interesting about her being the target here? There was definitely intrigue about the split, but okay, yeah, give it to me. What is it?
So one thing that was missed is that Zara, AJ, and I all wanted Kristen gone. Right? Kristen was very close to Kaylin and we were worried about her being very close to Kaylin. I know that there's going to be people going like, AJ was very close to Kate. I had a much better working relationship with Kate than I did with Kristen. I don't know what Zara was thinking. Zara probably should have pushed Kate a bit harder, but I wanted Kristen out. And Kristen is the most kind, beautiful, nice, loving person I've ever met. And we had maybe one strat chat the whole season. Like Kristen and I were just, when we were working together, like we had other people who were facilitating it. And then when we were against each other, we just weren't strat chatting. And it just hit a point where like we'd be walking around the beach and we'd be strat chatting bouncing between. We'd walk past each other, and be like, "Hi, Kristen, hi, Mom." like we had an absolutely lovely relationship, but we just were never like positionally on the same page. We're working with different people, like we're on different ends of things. I also totally fucked her over earlier on, where I voted.
can't imagine.
Yeah.
And I had also had stolen her idol, but it's not. It's really
Stole
just,
her idol, not just stole her idol.
To
That
vote out
downplays
at
it. And save her nemesis as well. Save the person that she wanted gone more than anything. It's like I'm so sick of Paulie. I'm gone.
Why you guys weren't working together? It's so strange.
Yeah, so I'm not working with Kristen, but we're all really worried about Kaylin's relationship with Kristen, right? And oh, sorry. We need to go back. Because
Okay.
final eight. There was another thing that I did that was really cool that didn't make the edit. Because I didn't really talk about it that much. But I threw the final eight challenge.
What challenge was that?
It was the one with the carrying Kate along. Kaylin drops Kate, and then ends with the throwing thing. If you go back and watch that challenge, I get my thing to the end. I'm way ahead.
Yeah, it was
of everyone.
you v Kaylin, right?
Yeah, it was me v Kaylin, and I look over and I realize that none of the girls are even remotely close. Kaylin is the only one in it, and you can actually see in the show they don't really show it that much. But I start like just smiling and just like watching Kaylin, and I just start like just deliberately missing. And the reason why is because a few reasons. First of all, I wanted Kaylin safe in case of rocks. And I think this was really important because I knew I was willing to go to rocks. I didn't know whether Kaylin was willing to go to rocks or not. And in fact, I thought he would potentially play conservatively. Also, I wanted Zara and I both to be available for targets because one thing we were thinking about doing was having Kaylin and AJ pitch a Myles Zara split and then we come over the top, right? And then also just me as a target is like a juicy target for them to potentially go for. But I wanted Kaylin safe. And so when I realized that Kaylin was actually like the one behind me and no one else was there, I started just missing it. But it's part of why in the final four challenge, I was feeling really confident because I'd literally gone up against Kaylin in throwing already. I played cricket since I don't play it anymore, but I played cricket all through childhood. So I'm a genuinely really good thrower. And I hit like 3 or 4 in a row and then got it to the end. And I was like, oh, Kaylin's there. None of the girls are even close. Easy.
Yeah. So on the 8 as well, like now we're going back, but like you thought you had hoped that they would vote for each other, that Logan and Kristen might vote for Kate and Morgan and vice versa.
Yeah, we did not want to go. Like we didn't want to go to rocks. As much as I was excited and actively excited and ready to go to rocks, we didn't.
Yeah. And then how did you know that Zara might be the target if that weren't to happen?
Because Zara was the obvious target.
Right. Okay.
Right. Like Zara and I, like they're never going for Kaylin. Kristen and Logan are super close with Kaylin. They're never going for AJ. Kate and Morgan are really close with AJ. Right. Who can you go for? Zara or me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then why not you? How did you know it wasn't you? Because you got a lot of votes.
Yeah, because this comes back into that thing earlier that I talked about, where it's dislike versus annoyance, right? A lot of people were annoyed playing with me, but no one actively disliked me, except maybe Morgan at the time. Morgan was getting pretty frustrated with me. But Zara like had Logan and Morgan on the other side who actively disliked her. And then she's also got like Kristen and Kate who didn't really want to play with Zara either. And like, yeah, like I just think they like I didn't know that it was going to be me, but if I were to play we've already mentioned the fact that I was going to play my idol for Zara, right?
Yeah.
Did we? Yeah. In playing my idol for Zara.
Well, how you think you should have played your idol for Zara at 8?
Yeah, and I was going to until AJ talked me out.
Okay.
AJ talked me out of it. I was straight up. I was like, I'm going to do this, and he's like, no, don't do it. But
because he thought that you could win over on rocks, or because he thought you didn't.
Because he thought we weren't on rocks. Yeah. But basically, if I play my idol for me or for Zara, it's the same thing essentially because AJ was always willing to go to rocks, right? And so if I play it for myself, sure, I'm a bit more safe. I'm slightly more safe. But if I play it for me and they target Zara, like we just go to rocks. If they target me, we negate the votes. If I play it for Zara, if they target Zara, we negate the votes. If they target me, AJ's going to rocks for me. I'm safe.
And Zara needs to go to rocks for you as well. And you're safe.
Yeah, but I've saved Zara. Yeah.
Oh, right. So he's safe.
Yeah.
So and you're right. Because
exactly.
the person going to rocks is just AJ.
Yeah, and so in both cases, AJ's the only one going to rocks. Right. AJ's willing to go to rocks, and also in one of those ways, Zara is like, I'm showing her loyalty. I'm saving her with the idol. Yeah, but I was Zara.
So if it's like a 50-50 where you'll both be safe as a target or immune person, and AJ is one going to rock, so that you just show loyalty.
Exactly. Yeah.
I see what
But
you
yeah,
mean.
so I threw that challenge, which was very sad because I could have won another challenge, and I was really grumpy about it afterwards because, like, I was just like, oh man, I want to win a challenge. But
Well, that was your choice, and also final 7, right?
Yeah,
but
final
quite
7.
Kristen's a target. Was anything here on like the split? Because
so basically, I knew AJ was trying to have his cake and eat it. He was trying to be able to like keep Kate and Morgan in, have us all vote for Morgan, and he votes for, and he gets to be the hero who protected Kate and Morgan.
I thought it's so antisocial, but the whole point is he was like, but I don't vote for them.
I don't vote for them, and look, guys, I protected you here. They like. And I knew that I'm like, that's such a load of horse shit. And especially because I had the idol and I knew they didn't have the idol, because I also watched them look for the idol and they were genuinely not good at looking for the idol. And so I'm like, we don't have to worry about an idol. I mean, Zara and Kaylin obviously didn't know that I had an idol, though I think they were both suspecting that I did. There's like, let's just dump. Let's just dump on who our target is. Let's not have any funny business. Because the other thing as well is that if we do that plan and then Kate and Morgan don't vote the way that we want them to, then Kate or Morgan goes home and our preferred target doesn't go home, right? Like, that's a really big issue for me. It's like, we're relying on them doing the thing that we want them
because
to.
You're putting 3 votes on a Morgan.
We have a target that we want. Let's keep it simple and get the target that we want out, as opposed to doing this thing where there's a potential that the target that we don't want goes out, right? And also, it allows AJ to have his cake and eat it as well. Like, I want Kate and Morgan to see that AJ is not with them. They think AJ is with them. I want them to know that he's not. Right? I don't want to give them a chance. And that was what I was trying to convey to like Kaylin and Zara as well separately. It's like, do not let Kate and Morgan think that they still have AJ, right? Because that gives AJ all of the power.
Yeah. Well, at the end, it speaks to like the different way that you saw the game, and in this way, like separate kind of benefits. Well, I thought it's antisocial from AJ. So I'm like, let him be antisocial, but I get what you thought. I get it now.
Yeah.
So moving into this final 6.
Oh, actually, one other thing about the 7 as well. No, it was really bizarre. They didn't pitch to me at all. Like, I found this really
this
strange.
was the way you fought with Morgan at the
It was very, very bizarre, especially because if you're looking at that, they pitched to Zara and I think they pitched to Kay. Oh, they pitched they pitched aggressively to Zara, and then they pitched a bit to Kaylin and AJ, but not a huge amount. And then they straight up, like, Kristen pitched to me a little bit, but I don't think, like, Kate and Morgan just did not even bother with me for some reason. And I do not know why. And we actually got into a conversation on the beach. On stage, I came to them. I'm like, so are you guys like thinking any, like, you guys haven't come talk to me? They're like, well, do you have a plan? I'm like, I don't know. I've got a plan. But like, do you have a plan? They're like, no, we want a plan from you. I was like, I mean, it's just like,
I got your perspective.
That was the most bizarre conversation and it was very frustrating. And I think there was a bit of emotion because, as I said, Morgan was still like not happy with not getting along with me at the time. She was getting very frustrated with me at the time. But that was a very strange conversation where Morgan especially, but both of them are going like, you need to pitch us a name. And the pitch us a name works earlier in the season, right? Earlier, when you're on the bottom in the first half of the season, even like in the early merge, you should not be putting out names, right? Because that all you're doing is giving them ammunition. You should be kind of playing it chill and then hoping someone comes to you. But the problem is, the reason why that doesn't work here is that this late in the season, everyone's got their end game planned. I've got my end game plan. I know who I want to go here, who I want to go after, and then how I want to navigate that. And so if you want me to change what my plan is, you need to give me a different path forward that is better than the path that I've currently got. And because I've currently got a path. And so them coming to us, and they did it to like all of us except for Zara, who they specifically obviously pitched a name to, but them coming to all of us and being like, oh yeah, give us a name, we're a block of 3. It's like, first of all, don't tell me you're a block of 3. Like, Kristen needs to come, hey, give us a name, I'm separate to Kate and Morgan, let's lock in. And that actually is a pitch that, like, I would have, like, I don't know, I don't think I would have gone with it, but I would have definitely been, if Kristen comes to me, she's like, hey, you and me, let's lock in as a duo. Because also, I hadn't actually, like, burnt anything with Kristen. And this is one of the benefits, and I talked to Kristen a bit actively about this in the show and then afterwards, is that because we had never worked together, I had never lied to Kristen. I never actually burnt Kristen, told Kristen I was going to do anything. And so I was like, Kristen was someone who I was like, if Kristen comes to me with a plan, with a serious plan, and I really like that plan, I'm just going to go with Kristen. But they didn't, and like, I don't know if there was a plan that they could have pitched me there. But yeah, they didn't even bother. And I wanted to because they were making accusations in tribal council like, oh yeah, they say they're about making big moves and there's a chance to make a big move here. And I at this stage, and this is something that I did really actively from Final Eight onwards, I realized that there was a path to the end. And so what I started doing is I started locking in with the jury. I started both actively pitching my game at tribal councils and also watching the jury. And this is something that all the jury that I've laughed with about a few of the jury members post game is that we'd be there, someone's talking, and I'm literally just constantly looking to the right and seeing what their reactions are. And you even see it a little bit in the show. Like you'll see me constantly checking what the jury is perceiving as other people are talking. And so here, the girls are saying like, oh yeah, they're big game players. They don't want to make a move. They're scared. And so what I'm doing here is I'm laying out all of my logic for the jury, explaining why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I want the jury to understand what my logic is, right? And so the jury are watching Zara and Kaylin and going, why aren't Zara and Kaylin flipping? Why are they going with the boys? And I think genuinely, this is the stage Kaylin needed to start changing the perception of himself, right? Kaylin needed to start showing the jury that what he was doing was deliberate, to start like explaining his game in tribal councils, because that's what I was doing. I was seeing it as like, this is my opportunity to explain exactly to the jury what I'm doing. And so I disagreed with them, I argued with them, and talking to the jury afterwards, they all agreed with me because I was right.
I agreed with you as well. You were, and it's especially ironic because you're like, you're on the bottom and I should know. And for the one time I'm not on the bottom, no, I'm not coming to pitch to you, okay? Because this one time I'm in control, you come to me. Yeah. And I got what you meant. But yeah.
Also like at this stage as well, I realized, and this is something that would be really important in the end game, I wasn't seen like the early merge. I spent a lot of time doing like attempting to lower my threat level. At this stage, I realized I'm actually not seen as a threat. And this is something that and we'll talk about it later, that really affected the final 5 vote, and is something that AJ really missed when he was like thinking about his like options and what I would do and whatnot, is that people didn't see me as a massive threat at this stage in the game. People saw me as like a really sloppy game player and also someone who'd burnt a lot of the jury. Because if you look at the people who've gone to the jury from here, right, it's actually really interesting. You got Laura, whose clothes I wore the trouble after. Paulie, who in theory should be a vote for me, but everyone knew Paulie was really upset at me about the Bounty Baron thing. Like he was really burnt that I voted him over to Bounty Baron. Then you got Karen. Karen publicly trashed AJ's and my game especially, to people. And my read is that Karen was just very frustrated in working with us, me especially, right? And so and this I think is something where being a big fan helps, because I've seen a lot of juries, I've seen a lot of jury fillers. I have a decent idea of, I've like listened to Eileen's podcast for her deep dive was really helpful for this, because it's like her talking a lot about the jury and what the jury are thinking. And so I've got a pretty decent read on like the different types of juries, how juries like kind of think about things. And so Karen, in my mind, I'm like, Karen has been frustrated working with me in the game, but I think Karen respects my game, underlying respects my game, and will vote for me at the end against most people. But a lot of people were like, oh, Karen's been publicly like saying she doesn't really respect Myles' game. Okay, that's like someone who's probably not going to vote for Myles. Then you got Logan. Logan and I, never got along in the game. I'm super close with Logan now, but in the game, like we bickered and we never worked together strategically. And then also on the way out, because Logan argued a ton at Rocks, right? Like the edit was stupid. It's like Logan bowing over. No, Logan, we argued for like so long there. Logan in an argument, she goes, I'm never voting for anyone who'd be willing to go to Rocks, and like pointing at AJ and I. And I was like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, that's a load of shit. Like, that's just not true. I know Logan. I know she's a game player. She loves the game. Like, she's not doing that. But a lot of people genuinely took her at face value there. And AJ and I get back to camp, and we're like, Logan's not voting for us because she's not voting for someone to go to Rocks. This is so unfair. And then even like after this vote, the next person who goes to the jury is Kristen, who genuinely, to be fair, is the one out of all of them that I had the least likelihood of getting their votes. But if you're looking at this jury, this is a very poisoned jury for me on paper. Like if you're reading into this without kind of having a good read of these people's underlying intentions, it's a very like bitter jury towards AJ and I, and me especially. And then AJ and I were both really fueling this narrative of the bitter jury, like, and you saw a little bit of it. But my read was that, yeah, they're probably a bit bitter, but I think they're bitter at everyone for facilitating AJ and I. And that was what was correct. Like, they're getting frustrated at all these people because they're allowing AJ and I to get away with doing the stuff that we were doing, as opposed to being frustrated at AJ and I. And I thought my read was that, okay, this is a Brains jury. It's a jury of like big fans of big game players, and they're going to really respect my game, and they're going to really respect AJ's game, which is why I saw him as a really big threat.
So then moving into the final 6 when Kristen is gone, how do you see your end game? Like, what is the ideal path for you to win the game at that point?
Okay, so firstly, when we come back from that tribal, Morgan had a massive blow up at me to the extent that production actually considered getting involved. But I managed to diffuse it really well, and we ended up having like a really long, deep chat, and we actually ended up kind of mending all the bridges that had been burnt over the previous couple of days. So I'm coming out of that chat and I'm thinking, whereas before, Morgan's probably not a number for me, I'm probably just rolling to Final Four with the graduates. I'm like, okay, Morgan is someone I can actually work with coming into this end game, right? And so I'm thinking about like, what's my path forward? And I've been putting a lot of work into Zara from Final 8. And in my mind, I think Zara is my best option for Final 2. I think Zara, thinks she can beat me. And this was my incorrect read. I thought Zara was way more afraid of AJ than she was. Like, because Zara was always telling me, you can't go to the end against AJ. AJ's playing an incredible game. You can't beat AJ. So I'm going, okay.
You too, yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
But one thing AJ and I did really well, specifically with Zara, we made Zara, and not just Zara, quite a few people there. We made Zara terrified of Kaylin. Like, AJ and I were always talking up Kaylin. Like, look at his physical game's good, his social game's good. This jury is bitter. Look at how pro Kaylin of a jury it is.
So funny, you use what then the viewers also, a lot of viewers also thought this jury is going to be so bitter. The whole time I was like, this jury puts so much investment on being game players and voting for game. And everyone was just like, because they like, to be fair, when people came out to Jury Villa, they did air their grievances, but I do think that was always obvious. But
that's like that's classic Logan. That's classic Karen. It's these people who like are smart, rational people who will have a blow up, but at the end of the day will be like smart.
And I think as well, with juries, you have to think about how do juries view themselves and what does the vote validate about themselves. And for this jury, that was so clearly, we're the game players, especially when like that's not always been the case for Australian Survive players. It's like, we're big fans of the show, like we care about gameplay, like that's the way they see themselves. It's like, how are they going to look back at themselves as jurors? It's like, because that had validated that part of themselves that they care about, and that's what they want to show.
100%. And so I like AJ and I've really built up Kaylin as this big threat, and I'm trying to go to Zara, look, Kaylin and AJ, this is a tight duo. Like, they are not taking you to Final 2, and I don't even think they're taking you to Final 3, because I think Kaylin's taking you out before then because he wants to win that final challenge. And so in my mind, I wanted to go to Final 2 with Zara, and I saw a path to potentially like taking out like a final. It's tricky. At Final 6, I didn't have a specific path, but I was thinking I probably want to take a swing at potentially Kaylin. Like, there's a lot of different options available.
At Final 6, you want to take a shot at Kaylin at 6?
At 6, and then potentially take out one of Kate and Morgan at 5.
Yeah.
And then I want to sit
like a Kate.
Yeah, probably a Kate. Yeah, and then I want to take out, because Morgan. One thing that really worried me about Kate is that I didn't know, when I talk about like not knowing where someone's head is, I didn't know where her head was at with AJ, right? I didn't know how willing she'd be to vote out AJ. And in my mind, like, I knew Morgan was ready to take out AJ. Like, I had a lot of chats to all of the people from Final 7 onwards about the jury and how they perceived other people and whatnot. And Kate said something to me that really scared me, which was, Kate was like, yeah, I'm willing to sit against anyone at the end. And I'm like, you shouldn't be. Like, in my mind, I'm like, no, that's bad. Okay, I do not, because that's a really big problem, because I need people who recognize who the threats are at the end, and even better if they don't think that I'm a threat. So Morgan is really...
You need the sweet spot of people who don't think they can beat anyone, because then they'll take AJ, but who also think they can beat you, even when they can't, which is kind of like, right? But it's kind of the thing that ended up.
Yeah, but it's better because with this jury, right, like it's a jury that like I can pitch as, look at this jury, they don't like me.
Yeah.
So Morgan was really good in that. Morgan didn't want to go up against AJ. She knew AJ was the biggest threat and he'd crush her. In reality, Morgan by this stage, by Final 6, Morgan's losing to everyone. But Morgan, I'm pitching to Morgan, it's 3-3. It's Kate Kaylin and AJ are really likable, and so they're the big jury threats. You, me, and Zara are less likable, so we're like the not good, like the weaker jury threats. Also, Zara isn't working with Morgan at all. The two cannot work
Yeah, they
together.
really needed to, though, right?
Yeah, and so
But-
if I can have Zara
Yeah.
and Morgan, and I can work with both of them, and I can be both of their final two option, like that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And especially if I've got Morgan, and Morgan, she underrated my jury threat level because, as I said, Morgan was really angry at me, and so the little things that I had done had graded on Morgan even extra because she had this underlying level of like frustration with me. And what that meant was that I think my read was that Morgan thought lower of me and my like jury threat level because she thinks everyone else is viewing me similarly to how she's viewing me, if that makes sense. Where because she's been really angry at me, that actively lowers my threat in her eyes.
Yeah, but then this final six is not going to be a Kaylin shot. It's going to be Kate and Morgan, and AJ has said that it was looking like it was going to be.
It was going to be a Morgan vote anyway, and the reason why, and this is this was so frustrating. So I like when Kaylin wins immunity, like I wasn't definitely going to swing for Kaylin at 6, but it was something that I was very actively considering. I'd probably end up talking to Zara about it and figuring out like how we move forward because I was still really locked in with Zara. But it'd probably be move forward with Zara.
So it wasn't going to be a 2-2-2.
Hmm?
At any point, it wasn't going to be a split on Kate and Morgan.
No, I think it was going to be a split on Kate and Morgan.
But Morgan going home.
Yeah.
But then at that point, you can do anything by yourself. But that's a lot.
Anyway, so so it's so Kaylin, I don't know whether we would have targeted Kaylin if he had won immunity, if he had not won immunity.
Oh, he won immunity, right?
Yeah, we're not sure.
I don't know why I always forget that he's always immune.
But he's always immune. Yeah.
Sure,
so Kaylin wins the immunity. I was so close to oh my god, that one I was.
What was it?
It was pushing the ball up the pole thing.
Oh right. Yeah,
I got ahead of him, and then I got complacent on the last ball, and he gets 2 in a row out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But
so if Kaylin doesn't win immunity, you're looking at that. But only ever with Zara, or would you try come over the top of a split?
No, I didn't want to wig out Zara, so it'd be with Zara. But Zara was also interested in getting out Kaylin as well.
Okay.
Zara did not want Kaylin in the end game initially. But yeah, so yeah, Kaylin wins, and then so it's just gonna be Kate, and then AJ has tried to pitch Morgan, and I said no, and everyone said no, and then Zara last minute comes to me and she's like, Myles, I think we should take out Morgan here.
That's so impressive. And they hide that as well.
I know. And here's the thing. If AJ had told me that, I would have said, no way. And even here, I was still like, I'll think about it, but I don't think so. But I'll let you know in tribal. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll have a really solid think about it. And then I ended up I had to think about it. And my thought process was just like, I want to go to finals with Zara. And Zara wants to do this. And even though Morgan is like my backup option, like
she's my option.
Zara is my option.
Yeah.
So let's lock in here to this. Because also then we've got, and this is where I thought about the taking out AJ thing. Because in my mind, if I take out Morgan here, the fact that Zara's pitching this to me means that Zara isn't that worried about Kate. Right? Zara isn't as desperate to get out Kate as and this is what completely screwed me over, is I'm like, Zara is pitching, we switch off Kate, which means Zara's not as worried about Kate as I thought she was. So that means we can have another round of not going for Kate and we can target someone else in the next vote. And so I'm thinking, okay, maybe we can target Kaylin or AJ at the next vote with Zara and we can leave Kate around for one more vote.
Yeah. But AJ had twitched it to
in
Morgan.
Reality.
What did he said to
So the big thing he had said to Zara was he was pitching it as like, and I had no idea here
that Morgan was close to you.
Morgan was closer to me. Right. In reality, Zara was, and this should have been a sign, like this should have really been a sign for Zara, and it's frustrating that it wasn't. It's like Morgan was closer to me, like strategically in that end game than anyone else, other than Kate. But she was actually even trying to. We had talks about like her disconnecting from Kate because she was like, I lose to Kate at the finale. I need to separate myself from Kate in some way, get some stuff under my belt. And so, yeah, Morgan wants to move forward with me, but Zara is my person that I want to sit at final 2 with at this stage. Zara is the person I'm putting all my eggs in the Zara basket. So Zara's saying, hey, I want to take out Morgan. I go, okay.
Well, that's the whole end game, right? You said you want to bet it all on Zara, and Zara was not a good bet.
Zara was, it was a terrible bet.
Let's look into this with the 2-1-1-1. What do you put this down to? Like, what's the misread for you here? What, I know you have a lot of thoughts about it. I give you free reign.
The misread is that I thought that Zara like would be smart enough to be like, I cannot sit against AJ in the end,
Yeah.
because I had the correct read that Zara didn't want to sit next to Caitlyn. That was correct. Zara's order of like out of us three who she wanted to sit next to was like AJ, me, Caitlyn, which is bizarre. 'cause
But
it's
you
like,
thought it would be, yeah, which is completely reversed.
which is
what it should be.
completely reversed what
But
it should
you
be.
thought it was you, AJ, Caitlyn.
Exactly. I thought it was me, AJ, Caitlyn. Like in my mind, there is no way that Zara is ever willing to sit next to AJ at the end.
It's a very hard one for me to analyze because Zara shouldn't sit next to you. So that way,
Zara and Caitlyn both have very bad reads on the jury.
Yes,
here
that screws me up as a person who, like, you would be in the game, or I would be in the game, where you were in the game. It's like, but the logical thing, it's like, it's so obvious, and it's really hard to, I'm sure, play with people and suddenly to analyze people who are looking at the game like that, because I mean, it's good for her to want to cut you.
Yeah.
But she should want to cut AJ.
Yeah.
And then you.
Yeah.
So like, it's good that she doesn't want to.
In reality,
but that's not. Yeah. She's not the right person. She's choosing over you.
Out of Caitlyn and Zara, whichever one like starts cutting AJ or I first in a final two between them probably wins, right? Like if Caitlyn cuts AJ here at 5 and then cuts me at 4 and then wins that final challenge, or like cuts Kate at 4, cuts me at 3, wins that final challenge, he wins. If Zara does the same,
it's very,
thing,
very
she
equal.
Wins.
Yeah. So that I mean, that was the path that you kind of laid out. It's not a good path for you because they shouldn't take you, but if that path is to take out AJ now, we should all go for Kate next, because it puts me actually in a bad position, but it actually puts you guys in the position of whoever wins that challenge takes me out, takes the other one.
Yeah.
Great.
But that wasn't even how I was pitching it, because it's like, okay, final 5, we take out AJ, right? And then because Zara couldn't go to 4 in a 2-2. Zara needed a 3-1. And I knew that. Everyone knew that Zara needs a 3-1 at final 4, right?
She can't make fire.
She can't make fire, right? And so my pitch is, okay, if we send Kate over to vote on Kaylin, right? Kaylin is terrified of people voting for him. He's terrified of Kate as an endurance threat. So it's an easy final 4 vote. We take out that. And in my mind, like the way I was pitching the AJ vote is like, you've got all the power here. I'm pitching you, we take out AJ, but you're the one who actually has the power.
That's true. That was why she got the power onto the 1-1.
Like, I get why she didn't end up going with it. And like definitely her route, especially if she ends up, like, if she takes out AJ at final 3, like, let's say I don't win immunity, I go home. Then she takes out AJ at final 3, which she wasn't going to do. But if she were to, she beats Kaylin at the end, right? Like, she beats
But
Kaylin.
if Kaylin wins and takes her, then Kaylin wins.
No, not at all. That final 5 move gains Zara so much respect.
Oh,
with
really?
all of us. Yeah, so that final 5 move, prior to that, I'm voting Kaylin above Zara, and then that final 5 move evens them up. And then also with Kaylin's speech not being very good, Zara would have gotten my vote. And also, I like AJ and Karen and I would have had much more to pitch for Zara's game when pitching into other. Like, I was going to go to the jury, and I was always going to barrack for Kaylin and Zara, who I thought had really underrated games, right? But this gives me more to barrack for Zara, and it gives me more incentive to barrack for Zara ahead of Kaylin, because I just think she's played a much more ballsy game, and I do respect that, right? Like, this final 5 move, as much as it didn't work out, it's still a pretty sick move. It's a 2-1-1-1 where she has all of the information. She has knifed me. She has chosen exactly who she wants to go out. No one else is in the loop, and she's just got full control. And then she's also shoved me under the bus so that the next vote, she has as long as the greatest statistical challenge competitor in the history of International Survivor does not lose to a skinny twink with 0 challenge wins, then she's fine. Then she's made it to final 3, where she has a very, very good chance of winning and taking through who she wants to the end.
Well, to be fair, it would have been funny.
Here's what's crazy. If Kaylin wins that final challenge, she wins the game.
But it's the exact same thing as like Wu and Kagayan. Like, Wu won and took Tony, had Cass won. Cass was very, very close to winning that challenge. Cass takes Wu, and Wu beats Cass. So, I mean, yeah, you can't sometimes give people like the rope to hang themselves with, but that would have.
To be fair, her Kaylin final tribal council is genuinely really interesting.
Yeah, so it's not like locked in.
No, it's not locked in either way. I'm just saying this move gives her the best chance against Kaylin, in the same way that if Kaylin had taken out like AJ and I in like dual succession, like he absolutely like in a way that is his, as opposed to just everyone dumping. Yeah. Like, he wipes the floor with Zara. Because if you're looking at a Zara Kaylin final 2, you've got on Kaylin's side, you've got Kristen, you've got Logan, you've got probably Kate. Kate's probably more in the middle though, but you got Kristen and Logan like locked in on Kaylin. You got Paulie locked in on Kaylin.
What about like a Laura against a Zara?
Well, this is what's interesting. So those are the 3 probably locked in on Kaylin, and then over on the Zara side, you've got AJ and Karen. And then what you've got is You've got Logan is probably leaning towards Kaylin, but you've got Kate, who I think genuinely would have been open going into it because I think she was pretty open going into most final tribal council combinations because Kate's sweet like that. And then you've got Laura and I, who I think Laura and I would have been really open to going either way. But also, I do think Zara absolutely stomps Kaylin in the final speech in a way, like because I felt we'll get to this, but I played defensive a little bit in the final speech, and I think Zara would have gone on the attack and would have just crushed him. But anyway,
I kind of love that idea of looking at a final tribal council like that, where you come in running downhill, as I've said, and you can be defensive.
Yes.
And I think that's why I'm like, go to the end with someone that you have a very good chance against, because that gives you the opportunity to be defensive rather than having to take the big swings that someone like a Kaylin needed to do.
Totally.
Where you have to be totally offensive, which, maybe high risk, high reward, but you need to then play a little bit out of your skin and be that offensive, which can be, really, really tricky.
Yeah.
And to your detriment, possibly, where you get to be more conservative, like you got to be.
And we'll talk about
That's such a great way of looking at that.
But yeah, this final five is really interesting as well because like there was a lot of questions like, why didn't I use Kate? And the answer to that is really simple for a few reasons. First of all, in aiming for AJ, I did not trust Kate. And this is why having Morgan in would have been so useful. If Morgan's there, I feel confident making the move because I know that Morgan is willing to take out AJ. If Kate's there, I do not feel confident making that move because Kate cried over voting out her closest ally the vote before. I know Kate's a loyalty person and she's been loyal to AJ. I am not confident that Kate is going to make a move on AJ. And then I also don't want to like just add to her resume. And I need Zara to make this move anyway because I can't make this move with Kate and I, just the two of us, right? If I play the idol on her, they've got very easy split combinations to like counter that.
No, you could never play the idol on her.
I could if I was really confident that like
ballsy. Yeah.
Well, if I was confident that the votes were going in like certain directions, but I was not confident about that.
No, I wouldn't.
Right?
Yes.
Like AJ asked, like, why don't you just play the idol on Kate? It's like because. But here's the thing: if Morgan's there, I can potentially play the idol on Morgan because I'm confident Morgan is voting with me, right?
Yeah.
So that play potentially works with Morgan around. Doesn't work ever with Kate around, right? And so if I need Zara anyway, I may as well cut Kate out of it and kind of throw her under the bus with Kaylin anyway.
Yeah, if Zara's not with you, you need the idol. If Zara is with you, you win. Yeah. So like you at that point should if Zara's not with you and then Kate, I think it. Yeah, I mean, if Zara's not with you and Kate's not with you, then it could be a 2-2 split.
Yeah.
You need Zara either way, so that's what it really doesn't really come down to the idol, so you might as well be fully protected. And I think Kate said that she might have like turned on you on the revote, so you need to get to a point where it was ever a revote and you go home. I think you have to be defensive. Yeah. You have to be defensive.
And then like people have asked me like, why didn't I go for Kaylin, especially because I wanted Kaylin to go on the vote before. And the really big issue there is that if I go to Kaylin, it's a 2-2 Kate AJ.
I agreed with you. I saw it, but I think
go for Kate. In hindsight, the best move is probably just to go on Kate. But the problem with me going on Kate is that my read is that Kaylin is taking AJ to the end. Like at this stage, the read that I'm going with is that if I sit at the end with Kaylin and AJ, Kaylin is going to take AJ along with it, right? So I do not want to sit at a final three. Like I know I have a path to, like if I take out Kate, I know I have a path to final three. Because like I know that AJ wants to sit next to me at final three, and he's probably just gonna cut. We're probably just gonna cut Zara at final four, right? Like I don't know for sure.
I thought that was the compromise, but you don't see that as a compromise.
I don't see that as a compromise because I think Kaylin's gonna take AJ to the end, which is hilarious because like I thought both AJ and I thought Kaylin was taking him to the end, and both AJ and I thought Zara was taking me to the end. And it was actually the opposite, with Zara was taking AJ to the end and Kaylin was taking me to the end.
Yeah, I think also really tricky. Like Kaylin, we talk about this with AJ, but like Kaylin's in the position where he has to make that move in a way that like, Zara never was, or someone like Kate never was. And like when push comes to shove, like do they do it? Like
I think there's a big difference in that the money mattered way more to Kaylin than it matters to Zara, right?
Fair enough.
Like Zara can make the move. Like Zara.
But surely she wants to win.
She does, but like she wants to win next to like her second closest ally in the game, who she's played the whole game with, and they've got an amazing relationship in AJ. Yeah. And so she wants to win in that regard. Versus like Kaylin, what it came down to at the end for Kaylin was like he has a 70% chance of beating AJ. He's got a 95% chance of beating me. He wants to take AJ to the end, but at the end of the day, it's the money. Like, do not risk the 30% chance of losing the money. And I think that's what swayed him over to me in the end.
Yep. So,
but yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We'll talk about final five.
Yes.
Yeah. absolute disaster, obviously, for me.
Because you've bet it all on Zara.
Yeah, I bet it all on Zara.
Yeah.
It was not a good
Because
read.
without Zara, if you're not betting it on Zara, you need to bet on AJ there
I need to
as
bet
a
on
shield.
AJ as a shield, yeah.
And you were trying to cut that.
Yeah.
And you need to have someone who will take
Like I
you
was
over
correct
AJ.
in my read that people didn't seem like Kaylin and Zara are not seeing me as a threat there. I don't really know how Kate was. I think Kate saw me as a threat, but also thought she had a chance against me. So I'm not sure whether Kate takes AJ or me to final 2, but I was really worried about her taking AJ. Like, because there is a path there where I try and save Kate and I try and go to final 2 with Kate. But like, I did not feel good. And this is again, like, I felt like I thought I had a really good read on Zara because I talked to Zara a lot in a lot of detail about the game in the way that I didn't with Kate and Kaylin. Like, I never strat chat to the same extent with Kaylin that I did with Zara. Like, Zara and I were having deep strat chats all throughout that final 8 where I was like really trying to get in her head and make it clear that I wanted to go to the end with her and that I thought it was her best option and all of that in a way that I didn't with Kate or with Kaylin. And so I thought I had a good read at her and I just did not at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at then you need AJ as a shield and someone who will take you over AJ. And you're looking at the 3 options and you don't think Kaylin will do it.
Like everyone,
you don't know that Kate will do it, and then you are betting it on Zara.
Surely.
But
Zara
if Zara's not doing it, even against not AJ.
Well, this whole game, I've seen like Zara is such a ruthless game player. I've seen it over and over again. She's so ruthless. Like, surely she will ruthlessly cut AJ and take me to the end. Because she thinks she can beat both AJ and I. But in my mind, it's like, okay, surely she recognized that AJ is the bigger threat than I am, and she will just ruthlessly cut him. But I think there was a bit of sentimentality towards AJ as well there from Zara, where she was like, AJ's my because she did that with Karen. Zara was explicitly willing to go to the end with Karen, knowing that she'd lose against her, just because like Karen's her bestie.
Yeah, so your options are go to the end with AJ and Kaylin, looks bad.
Yeah.
Go to the end with Kate and Kaylin, looks bad.
Yeah.
Go to the end with Zara and AJ, you're hoping looks good, but then the other option is go to the end with Zara and not AJ, where you don't need AJ, and then hopefully Zara is taking you anyway.
So they missed. They didn't show the extent of it when AJ asked me that question at Final Tribal. One of the things I talked about was that one of my key reads was that Zara would take me to Final 2 over Kaylin, and I was like, Zara, is that true? Because if it is true, then because my whole thing was I had the wrong read on Zara making that play, but I think my logic for why I wanted to take that path made a lot of sense. That was my read. Zara, can you confirm whether that was true or not? And Zara actually confirmed.
She would take you over Kaylin.
Yeah.
So in your mind, you're trying to get to the final 3
with me and Kaylin.
With her over, because she would sit more next to AJ.
Yeah, and
which she was going to.
Yeah, and I don't have to worry about because in my mind it's like AJ is the smartest game player here. I think I've got a path to the end, but AJ is the most likely to outwit me, to outsmart me, to outsocialize me. Like, he's the person I'm worried about here in this end game, not like these other players. I want AJ out of this end game so that I can play like cleanly on my own.
Yeah, it was kind of like the final 5 vote. Like in the final 5 vote, you needed to rely on Zara. Without Zara, you were screwed. And kind of like going to the end, like you needed to rely on Zara.
Losing Morgan at 6 hurt me so bad because Morgan is someone that I could have gone to final 2 with. Like, it's really someone that I could have taken to the end. The only worry with Morgan is that if I'm going with Morgan, one of us needs to win that final challenge, and I'm not sure Morgan would have won that final challenge, and I definitely wasn't winning that final challenge.
Yeah. So do you look back at that now like there was something else you should have done at 6? But
I don't know, especially like here's the thing, like
well, you should have chosen Morgan over like a Zara, right? And like at that point, but like we don't know that Zara's going to be that. That seems unforeseeable.
Yeah. I think I probably the answer is I try and go to a Morgan, AJ, me final 3. Like I try and I save. I let's say I take out Zara there, and then we vote for AJ or Kaylin. I
vote to take out Kate because you can't get Morgan and Kate at 4.
No, that's not what I'm doing at all. I'm taking out Kaylin at 5, and then AJ and I are binding together at 4, and we're targeting. Oh no, but
Kate's good at fire.
AJ's not good. Kate wasn't as good at fire as like Kate was good at fire, but like Kate wasn't like Kaylin. No one's beating Kaylin at fire, right? Kate was beatable at fire. Like I wouldn't have been like confident, but I would have been like, I've got a chance against Kate at fire. But yeah, it's hard. It's actually no. The move there is like, oh no, I know what the move is. Oh, I know exactly what the move is actually. Sorry,
got it.
The move is here. Okay, so. And I'm sure AJ is gonna like come back on and he's going to be like, this is why this wasn't the move.
Well, that's
But I
what
think,
we're doing. That's what I've said. And AJ can then come back with his 5-hour rebuttal. Then you can come back with your 5-hour rebuttal, and that's the rest of my life.
But I think the move is here. You take out Zara at that vote,
At
and then
6.
you take out AJ at 5, and then you come in with Kaylin and you try and take out
Kate.
you try and take out Morgan at 4, and then you go to the end with Kaylin and Kate.
That's so different from everything we've described.
No, but I know Kaylin was genuinely a bit afraid of Kate, both in the challenge and then also to sit next to her at the end. And the reason why is
then
because,
wouldn't he want to take her out at 4?
yeah, but I'm telling him, no, we're not taking out Kate at 4. We're taking out Morgan at 4 because he still thinks he can win he still thinks he's probably winning that final challenge. And so I don't know if this would work, but my thinking is here, like you target Morgan at 4 and then a final 3 with Kate. Like I pitched to Kate that Kaylin's a big threat, as we have been all game, and then I pitched to and Kaylin. I genuinely think Kaylin would probably take me to the end over Kate, because remember, Kaylin's perception of the jury is that they're bitter and they're voting on how much they like people. They like Kate. In Kaylin's mind, they like Kate. She's lovable. She's a challenge piece. She's loyal. She's everything Kaylin respects in like a Survivor player. Or me, who Kaylin thinks is getting dumpstered.
Yeah, it is funny because it's like it worked too well in your mind that you're like, I can't go to the end with Kaylin because he thinks the jury is so bitter that they can beat AJ. So it's like, yeah, he thinks he can beat me.
Yeah.
But if he also thinks he can beat AJ.
Yeah, me in the final 3 with Kaylin and someone who isn't AJ, I think is a very good bet a lot of the time.
Right. I think what's so hard here is that AJ did a lot of good work to be an option for people he just should not have been.
Yeah,
he should be your perfect shield.
I remember talking post game like to everyone about what people's like end game options were,
impressive.
And just being like, how are so many people willing to not just slide into the end game with AJ, but also to literally take him to the end? Like letting AJ in that end game alone, especially with Kaylin, especially with me around, who obviously people saw as very close to him, like is crazy on itself. But especially letting him into that end game and then being willing to take him to the end, I was like, that is wild.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about investing it all in Zara is that you lose Kate. But Kate was there to be the shield. And Kate only needs to be... Like, Kate, you only need a shield because you don't have Zara. You've lost Zara. Like, losing Zara was like... You talk about, like, you know, having... Like, playing the idol on, like, a Kate as an example. And even surviving through... Well, at that point, you've had Zara. Okay, I'm getting myself into knots. But I think the most important thing is...
This 6-5 period is incredibly complicated with regards to, like, all the different options.
Yeah.
Especially, what makes it so complicated is how skewed different people's like views are of the jury.
I struggle with that. I really, really struggle with the way people are viewing the jury in really, really different ways than objectively they should have.
I think AJ, me, and weirdly enough, Morgan, I think were the only 3 people that had a pretty reasonable view on the jury. And even Morgan's wasn't fantastic. Like Morgan was still like looking at it as a bit of jury, but I think she had a better idea than a few other people.
And that's what makes yours so complicated, is because AJ has a good view of the jury, which is like, I can win. And Zara's like, I can win. And Kaylin's like, I can win, but only one of them is right. And you're like, I can beat these people. And that's like a complex path of like, how do I get to the end?
Yeah.
The way to get to the end is to have that shield in front of you. But then he's not a shield to those people. And that just makes that incredibly tricky. So what do you think is happening going into this vote at the final 5? You think that it's you and Zara on
it's been Zara on AJ. And honestly,
Kate,
I had no idea where the other votes were going. Like,
right.
Well, because so I was hoping Kate would be on Kaylin because it'd be convenient, but I wasn't banking on it.
So that's why it could be if it was like, you know, if they think they have Zara and then they're putting 2 on you.
Yeah.
And then one on a split or something.
Yeah, so I knew I'd be copping votes. I didn't know how many votes I'd be copping, but I really heavily
they could have put 3 on you. I mean, AJ's probably not going to do that.
I thought I'd be getting 2 votes. I thought I'd be getting 2 votes.
Well, that's why you especially have to play the idol. But if you think that they're like, they think they have Zara, so they put 2 on you. They put 1 on, you know, Kate. They put one of the internal splits on Kate, which is what they were doing. And then they think they have Zara. But even if you have 2 on AJ and you play the idol on Kate, then it goes to a vote of you and AJ.
Yeah.
And then in this world you have Zara. She's voting for AJ. AJ's voting for you, and Kate said she would flip. Yeah. You really needed the idol there defensively. I think
there's another really funny combination as well. Like, let's say that Kaylin wins the immunity challenge and Zara doesn't. AJ was planning to take a swing at Zara. So AJ was planning to take out Zara there. And you know what's so funny? I was planning to play my idol for Zara totally independently because in my mind,
You need Zara. You're betting the house.
I need Zara, and I know that AJ wants me at Final Three.
Right.
Like, I know that AJ wants me at Final Three as his like little shield. He sees me in a game. He's annoyed by that he's working with me because I'm causing all this chaos, but he wants me at Final Three, so he's not going to take a swing at me.
At the Final Five, he's only splitting because he doesn't know what you're going to do with the idol.
Exactly.
Or he thinks he's splitting. He's trying to like
exactly. But yeah, so AJ was planning to take a swing at Zara, and I was going to play the idol for Zara, which in itself turns super messy, especially if the same thing happens. Like, let's say I'm going for AJ, Zara doesn't go with me, Kate's on. So what you end up with is a situation where
Zara votes for Kate.
Yeah, Zara votes for Kate.
You vote for.
I vote for AJ. AJ votes for Zara. Kate votes for Zara.
Kate votes for Zara, and Kaylin votes for.
Maybe
it splits on like a U.
I don't know. I think Kaylin votes for Kate there because I think in this world they're not splitting on me because they've got that.
They have a straight target.
Kaylin is either voting for Kate or Zara here.
Okay, and so if he votes for Zara and then you play the idol on Zara, then it's a Kate AJ revote.
Yeah.
Where Kate probably goes home.
Yeah.
Well, no, at that point they just voted for Zara. So you and Zara are voting out AJ.
Yeah, probably.
And
or
Kate, and then Kaylin's voting for Kate, and that's it.
Yeah.
So AJ's going home.
Yeah.
And then if Kaylin votes for, I'm writing this out, but who was the other one? Kate.
Yeah.
Then it's a Zara Kate revote.
And Kate. No, because I've played.
Oh, you played the idol on Zara, so Kate just goes home.
Yeah, so Kate just goes home. Yeah.
What a fun fantasy land we're having. I'm really enjoying being in it. It's a really fun, and there's always plurality votes there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an Inside Out, where she has like, you know, like attentive dreams.
I told you this Final Five like is really fascinating because you've got like layers of like, again, this proxy war between AJ and I in this end game is super interesting where like we both want each other like in the end, or at this stage I didn't, but like we're trying to, you know, make our moves and we've got people and we're both like, I especially am working with really bad information, but I got the idol, which gives me a lot of power. But yeah, I was planning to play it for Zara if she didn't win immunity because I was really worried about them taking a swing at Zara. And I was like, I need to lock her in because I thought like AJ, it makes sense for him to try and protect Kate and take out Zara. But yeah, obviously, who knows? Like maybe at the time, in the moment, I actually don't play it for Zara because you know maybe I get spooked or whatever. Yeah. But that was something I was really thinking about coming in, and it was very funny coming out. And I was talking to AJ. I was like, I was thinking about taking a swing at Zara at 5, and I was like, that's crazy because I was going to play my idol for Zara.
Yeah, it's all Schrodinger's move until like you get to it. Like people might be having the thoughts, but not.
To be fair, the real outcome was pretty good itself.
Yeah, well. I do love being at Plurality World in Fantasyland.
I love Plurality.
It's amazing. It's a great. But yeah, and I love the proxy wars too. This is such an interesting endgame that I think people weren't appreciating in the moment because it felt like, okay, we get to the graduates Final Four, but it's like, it's a complicated. It's not about the destination. It's a journey, and I feel like that was also a big kind of thing. Yeah, it's the funniest journey as well because it's like, sure, it's the boring graduates Final Four, but like I tried to take out AJ. Yeah, exactly. Like. I felt like that was what so much of the season to me. I'm like, they kind of get to where I think they will, but like not in the way that I think that they'll get that. Absolutely. Even like the final 3, like I really thought you would like win that challenge and take Kaylin. I'm like, it's gonna be a Myles, Kaylin, final 2. That's what the edit was telegraphing. Yeah. And then like when Kaylin wins, I'm like, wow, it was the exact final 2 I thought, but like I just never thought we would get there. We really took the detour. So final 4, you have said that you think you're definitely out. I think I'm dead. When I was like, I'm about to chat with Zara, like first of all, AJ was furious at me. AJ was so angry at me. Like he was so illogical. I don't like seeing it. I don't like seeing you guys fight. Well, I could tell because AJ is like, I just don't see the logic in it. But he said it like 100 times. Like it's just over and over again. And because that's him trying to rationalize his anger in his. The similar thing happened with Laura like earlier in the season after Zara had her thing where she backstabbed her, and Laura over and over again is like, I just feel like she just hijacked me. It's like, but she said it like over and over and over again. It's like, why am I so upset about this? Let me try and get to the base. But AJ was really genuinely upset by that, and so I'm like, oh man, well I fucked it with that. I'm like, and so I'm like, obviously I'm trying to pitch to like Zara. It's so upsetting. But like with Zara, it's like, okay, I'm like getting nothing. And with Kaylin as well, I felt like maybe there's a chance with Kaylin. I think it's probably in Kaylin's best interest, but like I also just don't think that Kaylin is gonna do it. Like I genuinely think I was dead there. Like I went into that challenge with the mentality that I was dead. Yeah, it's funny because it's not in Kalen's best interest to obviously go to the end with you and AJ. Like, he should try
No, but
and
I thought like
but
from
he thinks he
Kalen's
can beat everyone
framework,
in the way that he can beat everyone. Then yeah, he should take out Zara
and
because she is
especially
his
if
biggest
Zara is
endurance
taking
threat.
AJ to the,
Yeah,
especially like
100, yeah,
in the world where
exactly. That was a
Kalen and
terrible
Zara are making suboptimal moves, Kalen should take me to the
the
end.
read is so wrong that it comes all the way back around to being right. Like, yeah, he should target you or AJ, like certainly not Zara.
Yeah.
But in his world, like, he should definitely target Zara. But
Yeah.
okay, we're getting ourselves again like into knots because the reads are so different. Well, it's that time of the deep dive where we have to turn the lights on because the sun's setting so early now. It really makes me,
Yeah.
and that's how you know that we're doing this in April. But
Yeah.
we have been here all day. So yeah, you win the challenge. This is where the jungle rat thrives, right?
I know. It's so poetic that like I'm out of all options. I'm out like everything back against the wall. And then I remember I walk into that challenge and I'm like, this challenge has been built for me. Like, this challenge is the perfect combination of skills. It's like literally the only 3 things in the entire world that I'm better than Kalen at in one challenge. Like, let's do a climbing thing to start off with. I pole dance, I boulder, I am just small. I am not like Kalen is a big dude. So I zoomed. I also mapped, and I don't think Kalen did this. I mapped out my, and I know Zara didn't do this. I know AJ did. I mapped out my path like before going, and so I was able to just nip through. And I'm just like, I pole dance, I boulder, I just zoom through that thing. And then I hear the most beautiful 3 words. Is it 3 words, 4 words? How many words in the world? Kalen, not enough rope. And I'm just like, let's go. And then it's the throwing thing. And as I said, like I'm really great at throwing. And so I just zoom through the throwing thing. And then we get onto the last bit and it's a tiny little technical thing. And I've seen Kalen do these kind of things like somewhat. He's not actually that great at like the small like coordination stuff. And for whatever reason, I was just like, I got it. I like early on, I had like the technique, right? And then everyone else catches up and they're trying it. I'm just hearing like Kalen and AJ never got more than a ball in. Like I do not know what they were doing. But yeah, I just had the technique. And in my mind, I'm just like, and a lot of ex players have talked about like when you're on the bottom, you get into this, like when you know you're at risk, like you kind of just like lock in. And I had that. I was just totally locked in. Like I wasn't letting any of it get for me, and I got it. I got really emotional. I ended up crying that like when I won the challenge. It didn't really come across on TV, but I was like straight up like crying afterwards.
Well, I think as well, like that's your narrative. That's your game, is about finding the path when your back's against the wall, and like with no more idols to be found and played, like
idols,
this was your path.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that also speaks to the narrative, and that speaks to a game that's quite similar to like Rachel's game, which is funny because it's being played at a similar time. Out in Fiji.
Yeah, I watched Rachel's game and I'm like, oh my god, I relate to this.
Yeah,
really
she's defensive, she's adaptable.
One of the things though that I'm really proud of against like the Rachel game and against like, you know, I'm not saying it's comparative, but against the like Ben Driebergen game, against the Mike Holloway game, is that I had a lot of those things, but I didn't need to like immunity my way to the end. I think that's pretty cool. Is that like I needed them. So I had 4 idols, but unlike like a Ben Driebergen, and no hate against his game, but like he needs idol to get to the end. He's got no other path forward. I need idols at key points to keep me in the game. But the idols, like, that's not what keeps me in the game. It's other things. It's idols and then me buying time and me buying positioning and then me being able to get back off the bottom. Or in this case, like, obviously me winning the challenge and going to a final 3 with Kalen and AJ that I was hoping would suit me, and it did suit me. Yeah.
I think we credited Rachel with that too, is about having diverse options defensively. Some social as well. I think as well, like a lot of those players like start losing power at like, I don't know, 8, 10, 9, 8, a bit different across the board, and then have to kind of like find their defense mechanisms. Like you were on the bottom from day one in a 47-day game. Like it requires more versatility.
And then even my 5 idol, I didn't even need, like I held that idol from 8 to 5 and I didn't even need it at 5, and I knew I thought I didn't even need it. I still played it myself, obviously, but like that last idol, being able to hold on to it through all of those votes, and like the votes where like the people getting like when I was watching the episode with my friend, they're like, oh my god, like Kristen is going to pull Zara across and they're going to flip on you. Oh my god, Kalen's going to jump across and they're going to flip on you. In reality, it's like I was pretty confident because of kind of the talks I'd had, the relationships I'd built and whatnot, that I was in a stable position and just able to hold on to that idol.
Yeah, I think you and Rachel both have a more like versatile defensive game, but then I think as well, like Rachel's game is more kind of comprehensive in that, like, even like the versatile methods that she found made her immune at
Yeah.
like all of the last votes. You weren't immune even in the last vote.
Yeah.
So yours is kind of more nuanced in even more versatile in
Yeah.
the ways that you had to find ways to adapt. Like Rachel had versatile ways. Like she had some social options like through the mid merge, but like mostly like versatile ways to protect herself fully, like fully protective. I wouldn't say that your game is a fully protective game. It's a very defensive game.
Yeah.
But those methods of defense have to be super, super versatile, as we see again, like the fact that you won't even win the final immunity challenge, and that shows that versatility. You know, you have to like just keep like picking cards out of the deck to kind of have that defense. And again, over 47 days is crazy and is going to require like some color to it, I think, because you know there's a lot of ways you're going to need to protect. But getting you through then to the final three.
Don't want to talk about the final four at all.
Yeah, no, let's talk about it. What do you think? I mean, you thought you were out the door, and then Zara's clearly out the door. I mean, I didn't think there was another option for you here.
Well, I could have sent Zara to fire.
Yeah, I've never thought. I mean, what are you gaining by having Zara?
I was thinking about it. I was actually
three?
thinking about it because I was still because the final three would be against Kaylin. Remember, Zara doesn't want to go to the end with Kaylin, right? And also, I'm worried about AJ. Like, I did think that Zara, Kaylin, and I final three is a great final three for me.
Does Kaylin take you over Zara?
Here's the thing, like
I don't know,
but in this case, it's even more likely than before because Zara has publicly pantsed me at final five, and so Kaylin is probably looking at Zara's game, and AJ was really angry at me after the final five vote, and he's looking at Zara's game. He's like, and because also after that final five vote, both AJ and I were in Kaylin's ear, like, Zara, oh my god, like, did you see what she just did? She's played such a good game. So Kaylin's like looking at that, and I do think in a final three, I'm in a spot where potentially both Kaylin and Zara are taking me to the end.
Yeah.
So if I can take out AJ, like, that's a viable final three for me.
Yeah, I had not seen it because I'm like, look, Zara has shown that she's willing to get rid of you most. Like she's targeting you here.
Yes, but I never
saw
it as
but I never saw the order of operations being like, but she wants AJ most, but then you're still above Kaylin.
Yes.
It's a hard one to get my head around, that kind of line of thinking. So you thought about then. So then at that point you just vote for AJ.
So at that point I just vote for AJ if I did that because AJ's not good at fire either. Like AJ never did fire either out there, but Zara was like very, very not good at fire. And the issue is that in the world where I think Zara is probably losing, right? I think Zara's probably losing, and then in the world where Zara has lost, I've burnt Kaylin again. Yeah. Right? And
literally with fire.
Yeah, literally with fire. And so I am trying to, at this stage, I think my best path is I just go, like, I keep Kaylin happy and I just go all in with Kaylin. Because one of the things that I had that I was really leaning on is I knew Kaylin all throughout the game had come up and be like, we need to target this. Like, his whole thing was, I targeted this person because they betrayed me, right? And what I really wanted to push, and a big thing with the final five vote of not going for Kaylin was to be like, see Kaylin, didn't go for you.
Yeah.
And then at final four, like, see Kaylin, didn't go for you, still not going for you.
Yeah.
And so my little back pocket thing was my hope being that, like, I could pitch like loyalty I could pitch somewhat of a loyalty thing to Kaylin, or even like loyalty, friendship, all of that, or at least counter AJ's pitch. If Kaylin's coming, and I did this a little bit in the final three, and I don't know if it actually helped at all, but Kaylin is AJ's going like, yeah, take me, go with your heart, etc. And I'm saying, Kaylin promised two people final two. Like, he promised me final two and he promised AJ final two. I haven't betrayed him at all. AJ hasn't betrayed him at all, which means that Kaylin needs to betray one of us. So I think Kaylin should just betray the one of us that he has the less chance against, right?
Yeah. It's funny because I think it's like, so maybe you send AJ to fire. I didn't want to do this because I didn't think that you should have Zara there as an option, because I'm like, at this point, you can't trust Zara and give her a lot of power there at that final three, but I see what you mean against Kaylin. But I was like, okay, but other than the Zara aspect, having AJ win fire is a great way to say to Kaylin, like, now he also won fire, but that's playing the game and not the man, because I'm seeing logic. I would look at it like that, but Kaylin's looking at it like, but you burnt me.
Yeah. The other thing is that if Zara wins fire, Zara then has the move to take out the biggest player in the game in fire. And so coming into final five, I'm like, I'm beating Zara at the end. But after the final five move, I was like, oh, Zara, actually, that's a really good move, and that's a big one up she got on me. Zara probably like I still think I'm beating her at the end, but like, it's more competitive now where like before it would have just been a steamroll if I had gone up against her. While after this, it's like, oh, Zara actually has a really good shot against me at the end. And
Then she
then I'm
wins
going to give her
five.
fire against the biggest player in the game. And then she potentially even like
Wins and
wins the
takes out
final
Kaylin and
challenge.
takes
And
you, and
yeah.
even then maybe. So
Yeah. So at that
yeah.
stage, I'm like, okay, that's a lot less attractive path versus I am like.
But then Kaylin's probably definitely taking you if Zara's won five. But then you have burnt him.
But yeah, and
Yeah.
at this stage as well, like I am very sure that I'm beating Kate. Like not sure, but I think that it's a very high likelihood that I'm beating Kaylin at the end because I'm watching the jury all throughout from final 8 onwards. I'm watching the jury really closely, and I did a very funny thing where every tribal council. I would make an effort to bring up moves people had on their resume, like in general, being like, oh yeah, I think, especially when it's like our alliance versus their alliance, I'd be like, oh yeah, I think that everyone over here feels like we've got moves on our resume and we feel like we've got a good resume. So it's all about plotting a path to the end, da 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 da. And JLP every time without fail would go, so Kaylin, how do you think about your resume? Or something along those lines, right? And he would always go like, yeah, I feel pretty good about my resume and I'm just focusing on like getting to the end and da 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 da. And I would always be watching the jury, and the jury, especially Logan and Karen, were the best for this. Logan especially. Logan would just make a big scrunched up face, and I was like, okay, so Logan does not respect Kaylin's game. Karen does not respect Kaylin's game.
Yeah, so you wanted to keep in good with Kaylin, even though I would think like sending someone to fire to win fire to make them a bigger threat than you. That sounds like a good, whether it's Zara or AJ, that sounds like a good play in terms of Kaylin taking you. But then if he feels burned by you,
I just want to keep Kaylin's side here.
hard to play.
I want to. It's less about me being Kaylin's closest. Like I'm not pitching like, oh, Kaylin, take me out of loyalty. I'm trying to diminish AJ's pitch, right? Like I know that that's what AJ is going to pitch. Like, take me. I'm your best mate. Be loyal. Like, we're working together. Friendship, all of that. And I want to diminish that by being, look at this. I was with you the whole time. You thought I was coming for you. I didn't come for you. Like, I had 2 chances to come for you and I went with you. You've promised me final 2. Like, break your word. Like, you break your word to me or you break your word to AJ. So you need to decide which one you're willing to break your word to.
I thought that was good. But then getting into the final 3, what do you feel like your chances are at this point? I mean, you're lucky to even be here right after the final 4.
I do not think I'm winning that final challenge against Kaylin. I'm hoping I can, but I do not think I can.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen Kaylin at these challenges, and Kaylin, he comes off these challenges looking high. Like, he goes into this whole nother world where he's not like, he's out of this world, right?
Maybe he's in Fantasyland, a plurality world.
He's in plurality. Yeah,
that's my happy place.
Yeah.
I'd be like, plurality world.
Yeah, so I'm not feeling good coming into this final 3 challenge. And then also when I see the challenge, and you see how far apart the bamboo things are, I'm like, shit.
Yeah, it was a height challenge. To be fair, it was a pole dancing challenge.
And then I made
that's not the kind of pole dancing you do.
I made a really there was a little bit in that, like, I was able to probably reduce a bit more strain on my feet than the other guys were, because I know how to do, like, I've got these pole techniques where I can hold it in a certain way that really puts the strain through my arms. But the problem is I made a really big mistake in this final challenge. I was moving around a lot. Like, I was trying to shift my weight around different parts of my feet and whatnot, taking it in my arms for a bit and going back to my feet. And what happened is that my feet didn't go numb. The other guys, they would stand in one solid spot, and their feet, both of them, because I talked to them about this afterwards, I'm like, how the hell did you stay up? Both of them, their feet went numb. And because I'm moving around, because that's I think it's something to do with like blood flow and whatnot. If you're holding the same spot, it like cuts off blood flow. You don't feel the pain anymore. Mine, because I'm moving around so much, I was feeling the pain. And so by the time we get to those littler pegs, their feet has gone numb. On those bigger pegs, they've let it go numb, and my feet haven't. And so I am struggling. And it's also, I do think that the other 2 probably just have a bit more mental resilience than I do. And I do think there's something to be said about not needing to win. Like, I had a chat. So up until final 3, I was worried that Kaylin was taking AJ. I was like, I think Kaylin would take me, but I'm not sure, because surely he should take me. It's logical, but I'm not sure. Final night, the night after final 4, like that night, I had a chat with Kaylin where he got really emotional talking about potentially voting AJ out. And I went, oh, he's ready to vote AJ out. because he's getting actually like quite emotional about it.
Mhm.
And so I came into this final three challenge thinking not I need to win, thinking Kaylin needs to win.
Okay, well that was great, and I know that AJ had the opposite of that, where he had thought that Kaylin would take him until Kaylin started being like, maybe win the challenge. He was like, why? No, you win the challenge. That's your role.
Yeah,
for
I love
us.
that.
So,
But AJ and I were coming into this being like, Kaylin, win the challenge.
Yeah, no, Kaylin, like AJ wasn't by the time. He said he thought.
Yeah. I mean, like coming into the next
exactly.
day.
Yeah, but yeah. So once Kaylin wins, how do you feel about how that's going? Because Kaylin is crying. It is a beautiful moment. I love that finale. It's so emotional.
When I saw Kaylin crying, I'm like, oh no, don't be crying. This shouldn't be emotional. This should be easy. Don't cry.
Yeah.
Like I was getting.
Well, it's
really
good. He's crying because he's going to cut AJ. He's so sad about it.
He's crying because he's thinking about cutting AJ, and he's like, I think he knew that the best plan was to take me, but like him crying, I'm like, oh, this is actually a hard decision for him. And then especially what freaks me out is at Tribal when first of all AJ does this like vote with your heart thing, which is the most transparently bullshit thing I've ever heard. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, you son of a bitch, because I know obviously like AJ is Kaylin's heart and his head's telling him me. But when Kaylin pulls us aside, I'm going, oh no, because I thought like he was getting emotional because he's voting out AJ. Kaylin pulls us aside and he's like, I don't know what to do, guys. I'm like, no, you know what to do. And I'm trying to reach. I'm just telling him like, just do it. Just like whatever you do will be the right move. Like just.
Well, there's one right move. Well, not really. To be fair, there's no right moves.
No right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, there's whatever you do, that'll be the right move. Like, just whatever you do, go with it. Don't have any regrets. All of that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't think what I said worked. I think he just like needed that moment to kind of get over it. And
well, you didn't butcher it. Like you didn't screw it up. But he did what he needed to do. I loved you guys pitching each other's games. That was so fun. That was like that was the culmination of everything we see. Was you pitching like that was the final two we were never gonna get with the two of you. But the opposite. But you're pitching. That was amazing.
That was great as well.
And this was where the game was won for either of you.
That allowed me to go on the defensive as well, because I didn't need to talk about like my record-breaking idle finds because AJ had talked about it the game before. I didn't need to talk about the flash in my game because AJ had literally pitched it for me the night before, so I could just focus on like just kind of like preserving the final three votes. Yeah,
and Kaylin hadn't taken his strength of winning the challenge and getting to make this massive cut with like a strong showing. He cried and cried and cried.
Like, the correct play there is he goes forward and he goes and he should have started pitching there. He should be like,
of course,
this is a hard decision. I have to vote out one of my friends, but there's a correct decision here, and it's a decision I've been playing this entire game to get up to. I've taken the biggest player to the end, knowing I can beat him at the end, and then I'm now going to ruthlessly cut him and take a player that I think I can beat to final two.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, AJ on the jury might call bullshit and be like, you were going to take me till yesterday. I know you, but like, you should definitely be saying
But I think that it's still a pitch that would have resonated.
It's like, you don't know me. You don't know what I was going to do.
Regardless, it's still a pitch that would have resonated a lot more with everyone else. And if AJ did that, I think there would be a lot of people that would be like, shut up, you're just salty, AJ.
Yeah. It's you said there was no alliance name. AJ's like, that wasn't really a 3-person alliance.
Yeah, it wasn't really.
It was more just like Kaylin and AJ and you and AJ.
Like
and you
I had a great relationship with Kaylin. Kaylin was probably my probably second or depending on the time, Kaylin was like if you're talking total culminated time, he's probably my second closest ally.
Yeah.
Like I was closer with Laura at one stage, I was closer with Zara at one stage, so I had people that I was closer allied with. But like if you're talking about the whole thing, Kaylin's my.
And that's what I love so much about it. It's a narrative 3. Like I love that with our play out last element of it. I love the extremes of each of your games to in such amazing ways. I love that at the beginning when you didn't have social options. We see Kaylin come to you. We see your relationship with AJ and the fact that like that's your story to like find your people, to find your jury votes. And it gets to this final 3 where Kaylin is like so emotional and it's like
it's just so sweet. I have cried watching that a few times. Yeah,
it's that group hug after the challenge where Kaylin like carries
AJ.
All
of
so
that is
funny, incredible. Like it's that finale is really good television.
I think I'm biased obviously, but I think the finale is beautifully edited.
Yeah, I think that, and it just like with your winning
and
story,
it takes away as well it makes what was actually a fairly simple finale and it makes it really emotional. It makes it really deep cutting.
Yeah, and it's like it ends up where I thought it would edit wise, but like in such a compelling way.
And I think as well, Kaylin is probably one of the best losing finalists that we've seen in Australian Survivor. Obviously I'm biased because I'm very close with Kaylin, but I think Kaylin played an exceptional game. I genuinely think Kaylin played a 10 out of 10 game with a 0 out of 10 read on the jury.
well, that does make it a 10 out of 10 game. You know, like that's the thing. It's like it's a game of extremes. Some things are so extremely well done, and then some things are like a 0.
Yeah, exactly,
And
exactly.
that's what's really tough about it. But yeah, I mean, how are you feeling about it? Then getting into this final tribal council, you have had a good read
I'm
on the
feeling
jury.
really good. So
Yeah.
I'm feeling.
You're like, holy shit! How did I win? What a crazy season! You must have been like, what?
Yeah, I'm feeling probably like 60-70% coming into final tribal because like while my read was that the jury wasn't as bitter as everyone thought they were, I did still think like, okay, the jury's going to be a bit bitter. They're going to be a bit annoyed at me. They all do love Kaylin. I also like, as I said, I think out of everyone on the cast, I like Kaylin's game the most, which is really funny because Kaylin should have sent me to the jury earlier because I would have campaigned at a time where like everyone on the jury was really anti-Kaylin. I would have campaigned really hard for Kaylin, and I would have reframed a lot of the stuff Kaylin did in ways that I still defend to this day. I think are really justified, right? Like I think people like Logan and Laura and Karen were really not giving him enough credit for like the stuff that he was doing. But also there was no one on there to explain and to reframe what
AJ could have maybe.
Yeah, but AJ was A, feeling a bit burned by him, and B, Kaylin's up against me, right?
And AJ likes your game better.
AJ likes my game better. Yeah. And so first of all, yeah, Kaylin should have sent me to the jury like way, way earlier because I would have been, ooh, go Kaylin. And like in a Kaylin AJ final too, I'm the only person voting for Kaylin. Not because
That's a crazy take.
No, I would have voted for Kaylin because I don't think Kaylin deserves to be a final.
Oh, right. I hate when people get 0 votes. I'm glad he got Kristen's vote.
I hate when people get 0 votes.
Do you feel that way in your win?
Huh?
Do you feel that way?
Yes, I'm so glad that he got Kristen's vote. Like, especially against, like, it'd be one thing if I was like, Kaylin's played this dog shit game and he deserves to like get 0 votes at the end. But I
don't like anyone getting 0 votes.
Yeah, but it's like I have a lot more understanding when someone who has genuinely played like a GOAT game and like has played a really crap game, has never taken opportunities, has like not like has been dragged to the end. I understand when that person gets 0 votes, but this is a situation where like Kaylin played a genuinely fantastic game. He's a record-breaking physical player. I think his social game is exceptional. And it's like he deserves to get more than 0 votes. So against AJ, I'm voting Kaylin just because it's like he deserves more than 0 votes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he got Kristen. I saw people on Twitter who were like hating on Kristen for taking away your unanimous win. You don't even want the unanimous win. No. Yeah, and I kind of would have liked him to get a second vote. You make it 6-2. But it's like, is the check not clearing? Like, you know, it validates
I'm all right
the game.
I'm all right with my 7-1. And I think I deserve the 7-1 because like I do think I really just outplayed him in the jury speech.
True. But I don't like people getting more votes.
His jury speech was
bad. Tell me about it. Tell me what happened.
So yeah, okay. So we'll go into that. So I thought I was like 60 to 70% to win, mainly because I was like, I think that Kaylin, and I still think to this day, I think that Kaylin has a game that is very pitchable against mine. Like, I think that if you give AJ Kaylin's game, AJ actually has a really good chance of beating me in that final pitch. However, my read was that Kaylin is not like perceiving the jury effectively, and Kaylin is not the most eloquent speaker, and I'm a good speaker, right? Like I did debating, I've done a lot of public speaking, I'm a good speaker. I think I've got a very good read of the jury, and I think Kaylin's read is really bad just from what I've talked to him about it. And yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good coming in here. And also, as I said, like Kaylin needed to be prepping the jury beforehand. He needed to be pitching, even in that final 3, he needed to be pitching his argument. And this is something that I was doing, or something that AJ was doing a bit, something that even Zara was doing. And Zara got a lot of flack for it, for like how she was pitching herself a final 4. No, Zara needed to do that because the jury didn't respect Zara's game. Zara needed to, and sure, does it put a target on your back? A bit, sure. But you need to, again, it's the thing of like losing final 2 or like,
sometimes you need to talk yourself up, not push yourself down.
Exactly. Yeah. And so Kaylin needed to be pitching his, or at least laying the breadcrumbs like throughout the thing, making it seem like more deliberate than it was, because that was a big thing, is that the jury didn't like Kaylin presented 2 options at that final tribal. Kaylin is a mastermind who's outplayed all of you, and Kaylin is so much smarter than all of you think, and so much smarter than you, and you all fell for it. Or Kaylin is an idiot who is who doesn't realize he's an idiot, basically, and he's trying to claim all these things, and he has no idea. He thinks he played a great game and he didn't play a good game, and all of our perceptions of him are correct, right? One of those, it has to break everyone's perceptions, right? And it also needs to break their perceptions of themselves as well. Like, we are like, Kaylin outplayed us versus Kaylin outplayed himself, and we're here because Kaylin made mistakes, or we're here because Kaylin beat us, right? Like, and if you look at like Kaylin versus me, like, I'm a very easy person to lose to, right? Like me winning, a lot of people are really, and you can see even with how people talk about my win afterwards, right? And this is something that like I've listened to like Dino and Marianne talk about on their season, where having like a winner that represents your season is really important, right?
Especially for juries who want to feel represented.
Yeah.
In what they value in themselves.
So on one hand, you've got a person that the jury feel like has played a conservative game, has not played very strategically, has not played with a lot of passion, has not made big moves.
The social physical winner, that's not this jury.
Yeah, exactly. That's not this winner. On the other hand, you've got a person who has played this big, flashy game, is a massive fan, is very so obviously strategic, and also has a lot of self-admitted luck, right? So if you're losing to me, you're losing because he got lucky, and also he played a great, flashy game, right? Which are two things that you're willing to lose against. You're willing to lose against a player who's like an awesome player. Like, I got outplayed by Tony Vlachos. Like, that's absolutely like
pay to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got outplayed by someone who got a lot of luck on their side and then made really good with that luck, right? It wasn't because of me. We got unlucky that he found all those idols, right? Like, that's something that you can lose against versus losing against Kalen. It's like, we thought this guy was an idiot and he actually outplayed us, so we're big dumb idiots, right? Anyway, coming into Final Tribal. Yeah, your thing of like riding downhill is so completely true. Like, if I'm against AJ, my speech is completely different. I know that I don't need to pitch my game here. My game is already pitched.
Just don't screw it up.
My game is so over the top. It's so big. Everyone has seen everything that I've done, right? So all I need to do is to tell the jury what they want to hear and then also take accountability. Kalen needs to switch everyone's minds around. He's telling them stuff they don't want to hear. He's telling them stuff they don't believe. And he's got to completely change their minds in this final tribal council. And I know that Christy Bennett did it one time, but
Lee screwed up. Lee should have been defensive.
Lee screwed it up. And also, I think that it's I think it's a unicorn of a situation, right? You should not be going into Final Tribal Council thinking you're going to do the mask off. You should be slowly pulling the mask off over sure, you can play that covert game, but you need to be slowly pulling the mask off over those previous votes.
Like Marianne does that. She does it at 6. You know,
exactly,
she radically changes perceptions through that.
Zara actually had the complete right idea. Zara did that really effectively, where Zara starts, like, everyone thinks Zara's, like, not a threat at all, and then Zara decides, okay, at 5, I'm going to strike.
Yeah, but she's still, but the thing is, as well, is then Zara is going to strike and still sit next to tough competitors.
Yeah, obviously.
And the thing as well is that, and that is true of, I mean, I don't know if maybe Kalen doesn't beat even Zara like this, but, like, even so, he's up against, like, you or AJ, like, if, you know, whatever way he's pulling that mask off, it's still a tough spot for him.
Yeah, but I genuinely think that Kalen played I think he played a better game than me in that, like, I should have gone home so many times. I made a lot of mistakes. I think Kalen played a better game and a game that you could very effective. Like, I think that the best pitch for Kalen's game beats the best pitch for my game. Right? So if he finds that pitch, if he recognizes what the jury wants to hear from him, and let's say that I have my best pitch imaginable, I do still think his game is more pitchable than mine and better than mine in that regard.
It's so hard. I mean, it's apples and oranges. Your game couldn't be more different, but, like, your game is a good pitchable game in that you can claim
narrative,
luck. Yeah, definitely narrative and story, but, like, you can claim luck. You can, like, be accountable to the mistakes because you then rallied and defended it, and, like, it's very, very hard to pitch on a bad read.
Yeah.
You know, at the point, like, because then you don't know what's going on. And then it's like you're showing that hand as you talk about it. Like, your awareness makes it a very, you know, not an easy pitch because you're doing that, but that makes it, like, that lays out the pitch. Like, when you know what you need to talk about and the jury don't see you as delusional, that's great. If Kalen's coming in thinking he can beat you, that's already a delusion that he's now having to defend and he doesn't even know to defend it. Like, now what are we even pitching?
And
so
I did actively... From 8 onwards, I talked really actively to all of these people that I knew would be jury members about how they perceived other people's games, how they perceived my games, and all of that. And also, like, I had just gotten a lot of feedback all throughout the season on my game, on how I come across, on all of those things. And again, I also had that spreadsheet from early at the start where it's like, it lays out exactly what's wrong with me. And so, like, I had a pretty good idea of what the jury, like, wanted from me. Like, it's pretty easy. It's like, they want me to own my big flat, obviously be proud of your big flashy game, but also show us, we don't care about the big flashy moves. Show us the fundamental things that you were doing that got you to the end. And so I talked a lot about playing from the bottom. Like, I spent a lot of my speech was a bit too long. It was too long. It was very long. But because I'm doing this thorough defensive speech where I'm covering everything, and everyone's bored at the end of it. But I've literally ticked everyone's bored at the end of it. But I've literally ticked every single thing that they wanted to hear from me because I've covered it all. But
That's literally my podcasting. Everyone's bored by the end of it, but I've ticked every single thing they want to
Yeah.
hear from me because I covered it all. That's
Yeah.
the tagline of Survivor Global.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But I talked a lot about playing from the bottom and what it actually was, and I think I pitched this really well. Where it's like, sure, there's a lot of luck involved, but there's a lot of stuff you don't see, right? Like I ate less food than a lot of people. I slept in the worst parts of the shelter the entire season. I was always in the worst shelter spot until like the numbers started to cull like halfway through merge. I was always in the worst shelter spot. Stuff like people talking down on me, and the fact that like I would hear people talking down, whether it be through the grapevine or even just directly, and I just wouldn't say anything, right? And I was happy being a punching bag. I was happy copying all these votes. I was happy being someone that no one respected, like at various times, and no one was thinking about. And I just took it all, and I took it all with a smile. And I even pointed out, like, look at all of you people had time on the bottom of the tribe, and many of you took it terribly. Many of you did not deal with it well.
I thought that was really good.
You had small batches. I was on the bottom for most of the game, and I kept a happy face on, and that's what my game was, right? And then I'd get opportunities, and then the other thing that I focused on, because like Kaylin, I knew Kaylin was going to come out with like physical, social, strategic, and I was like, I don't want to care about that. I think this should be about like opportunities and your ability to take opportunities, and that like I made mistakes, but I can actually pin those mistakes as a positive for my game, because it's look at how much I was just always going for it. Every time that I got I played all this time from the bottom, and then every time I got a sniff, I would take it. And I made some big, like, the fact that I was able to like have the agency that I did playing from the bottom, I was like, that's really impressive, right?
Yeah. I thought it was good that you depowered that rubric around it, because Kristen votes on the like social.
Yeah, I was lying through my teeth when I was like, yeah, I got the social game ahead. She asked me that, and I'm like, yeah, my social game's better because I played from the bottom really well. No, she asked me that. I'm like, well, I'm not getting Kristen's vote.
You could have been like, hey, on physical game, sure, he won 7
but I beat him one time.
Well, that one that mattered, you know, like he wanted me out there, and here I am. And I think, maybe don't do that. I think it was, to be fair, if you come in and you're like, I control this whole game, you probably lose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you were a delusional enough player to come in claiming that, then you're a completely different player who's like probably not in this position. Like your totally. Awareness is something to credit, and that's what.
And I think it's the most important part of my game. That and my like resilience. I think I think my game, as much as like gameplay is obviously really important, my game, the fundamentals of it come down to like awareness and resilience, and my ability to play like mentality wise.
Yeah, awareness, resilience, and resilience is like finding a way, and awareness is like knowing where to find it.
Yeah,
and I think that's important. What didn't we see that you thought was important? Was anything?
Yeah, so the first half of Kaylin's speech was genuinely fantastic, and he comes out and he's saying all the right things, and I'm like, damn, this is good. And then as soon as it comes to like pulling out receipts, and going into specifics, it just completely fell apart. He just had a complete wrong idea of what the jury wanted to hear. Ironically, he was playing the safe pitch, right? He wasn't taking ownership of things that were moves that I know he did, and he wasn't even claiming them properly because he's like, I don't want to piss people off. I don't want to, like, I think I've got Laura's vote. I think I've got Logan's vote. Him thinking he's got Logan's vote.
Well, that's the whole thing. If he thinks he's running downhill and is trying to be defensive, but the thing is that like that lack of awareness is the death knell of why he should lose. Like there's so much merit in that, but it also then plays it out to its like actual valid conclusions there.
Yeah, exactly. But so he and he was pitching that there was stuff that he was pitching, but he didn't have receipts, right? And it's so funny because some of the stuff I know that there were receipts for. Like he pitched that he was like the key behind Karen's vote out, and both AJ and Logan got real. I remember Karen literally looked over at AJ and Logan, and both of them made like these faces, right? And I was like, oh, okay, so that's not hitting. But I think that Kaylin played a huge part in Karen's vote out.
Yeah.
He was the one that planted the seed in the berries. And I know because I was there, not included in the conversation, but he was planting the seeds. He was in the conversations with those people when I wasn't there. And he was planting those seeds with Logan about like potentially like about Karen being a really big threat.
Yeah.
But he didn't explain it like that. That's not how he explained it. He didn't, and he also had no one to back him up for it, right? Like he needed someone on there who he'd explicitly told about what he was doing there, and so could explain it. And he did this a bunch of times where he'd say, I did this thing. And it's things that, like, having talked to people, a lot of them he did genuinely do, but he had no one there to be able to, or no one there or no piece of information to be able to genuinely back it up.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. Yeah, I mean, I think that you see, like, Logan say game recognizes game, and like you have the flashy game for sure,
Yeah.
and you've owned the strategic rubric, which is more important to everyone. But Kaylin should try own that rubric. I mean, and AJ said that wasn't playing, but like in reality, who screwed over Logan strategically the
Yeah.
most? Kaylin. Like, if game recognizes game, it's got to be on Kaylin for like a
Kaylin
Logan.
did this weird like half measure where he's trying to come out and he's like, oh yeah, I'm all of your friends and I didn't vote you. Like, I'm this killer game player. You guys had no idea, but I'm also like all of your friends and you guys had no idea. And I didn't vote.
The half measure again.
The specific thing that was really bizarre. There was a specific line where he's like, yeah, I only voted you out after like you targeted me, which was just wrong. It was just a lie, right?
And also, who cares?
And then also, who cares?
Yeah.
What they want to hear is, I voted you all out because it was the right time to vote you out. You trusted me, and then I knifed you in the back. Yeah. That's what they wanted to hear, but they didn't get that. They got, I'm all of your best friends. I'm a nice guy, but I also like am a ruthless game player. But also, I cried at Final 3 when trying to vote out my best friend.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Right? Like, it just it didn't add up, and it should, like, there was a way to make it add up, and he just didn't find it. It was really unfortunate, actually. And then he answered the question so terribly. Like, when a juror asks you a question, they want an answer. There's a specific answer that they're looking for, and you got to figure out what is the. And I think this is Kaylin hadn't watched other tribal councils, because wherever he was watching, it wasn't on 10 play, didn't have the final the final episodes.
What? Why? What is
I
the
don't
season
know.
that doesn't have the final episode?
So he had read like the episode summaries on like IMDb on Wikipedia or on something like that for the final episode.
No.
Right? And so he comes into this and he's and for these questions, he's answering these questions with his truth. But that's not what the jury want to hear. The jury don't want to hear your truth. The jury want to hear their truth, and that you're aware of their truth and that their truth is true, right?
Yeah.
And so all of the questions he genuinely butchered. So it's really unfortunate. He butchered the questions so badly. Like, I was coming out of the main speech, I was like, I think I'm winning. I'm not sure. And then by the end of it, I was like, okay, I've won this. And there were a few that weren't shown. The ones that weren't shown, Laura asked a fantastic question, and it's such a shame that it wasn't shown. But I also understand why it wasn't shown. But I think Laura asked the best question of the night. Laura asked, she asked, so you both had a lot of protection throughout the season. You with your idols and you with your necklaces, right? So name me a time when you made a move when you did something or made a move or stuck your neck out on the line when you didn't have the protection, right? Fantastic question. So mine is really easy. I just go rocks. Like, I like, the rocks move was the right move to make at the time. I explained the move and like, yeah, I didn't have protection. I was willing to put my game on the line. Easy question for me to answer. Kaylin's a bit harder because I actually don't know of an answer. Like, I don't know.
He was so protected. And you can't just be like, well, I was protected and that's my game, because you want the answer of like, what did you do?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what the correct answer is there. But if there was a correct answer, like, he picked the worst answer, because he goes, he talks about, first of all, this was weird because
he could say at the final 5, I wasn't the target. So, and that's what I.
Yeah, I mean, that works. But he goes, and he's kind of like playing with the question a bit. He's like, I took out Kristen at Final 7, and while I was protected, it was a big swing for me to take out someone that I knew was a number for me and for what's working with me, but I thought it was the right move for my game. Now, first of all, weird answer. Second of all, if you remember back to earlier when we talked about the Kristen vote, AJ, Zara, and I had come together before and said, hey, we're waiting for Kaylin to pull out Kristen's name, and we're going to jump on it and make it his move. Because I think Kaylin thought that taking out Kristen, that he was the driver of that. Because he brings it up and we all go, that's a really good idea, Kaylin. Like, let's go with that. Yeah. In reality, we all wanted Kristen out and we were waiting for Kaylin to be okay with it.
And if anything, he shouldn't do it in the proxy war.
And so Kaylin comes out and he says, yeah, Kristen. And then I go, naturally, I'm just going to jump in here. We already had a plan to get out Kristen. We were waiting for Kaylin to throw his name on to throw it out so that we could make it like Kaylin's move. And Zara, you'll confirm this. And Zara confirms it, right? Which is brutal, right? To have someone just be like, yeah, this is a thing that you didn't know that they did, that you've now like stumbled into. There was another one with Zara where Zara asked a question of Kaylin where she, this is wild. Zara asked Kaylin, like, we had a really nice social bond, you and me, Baby K, Mama Z. Can you describe some of the similar social bonds that you had with other people that allowed you to flourish in this game? Like, a bit of a softball question. She asked both of us softball questions. And Kaylin goes from person to person around the jury and does like 5 minutes on like just kissing all their asses, basically being like, I love you so much, da 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 da, you and me were like this. And I can see that the jury are just not having it. And then we get to the end and it's just like, oh my God, it's been like 20, 25 minutes of Kaylin just kissing everyone on the jury's ass. And JLP goes to me, he's like, Myles, do you want to respond to that? I'm like, nope. And the entire jury just like burst out laughing because like that's how you would respond to that. I'm trying to think if there were any other ones. Zara's question for me was like pretty straightforward. It was like, oh, name a time where like socially you name a time when your social game was good and like you were having a socially like a fun time outside of strategy. And I talked about like Final 8, how with bringing back together the postgraduates, how that afternoon I was just having a ball hanging out with Zara and Kaylin and AJ, and especially Zara herself. But that was a bit of a nothing question. Like, yeah. The there was one more. Oh my God, there was already a bunch of nails in the coffin, but this was like just another nail in the coffin. Logan asked two questions actually. There was the one that was shown, and then she asked a question about like what does winning Survivor mean to you, right? Kaylin talked about the money. Kaylin talked about like what the money meant to him because Kaylin is a poor PhD student and the money does genuinely mean a lot.
He's a postgraduate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me, right, and I could, the benefit of this is that this is genuinely entirely truthful, where I'm really like, obviously I'm not like loaded. Like I live in a tiny shitbox apartment in the middle of Sydney. Like I graduated 2 years ago, but like I'm financially like doing decently. I work in finance as well. So my path going forward is pretty stable. And so Survivor was never about the money for me, right? Like I didn't even think I was going to win. I just wanted to go out there and have a fun time. And so what do? I come out there, Callan's just talk about the money. And everyone knows what a big fan I am. And I just talk about the fandom. I talk about like what winning Survivor means.
And they all love Survivor.
They all love Survivor as well. And then literally it was so rough. Like Logan then asked Kaylin, like goes back to Kaylin, goes, Kaylin, do you want another chance to answer that question, not talking about the money? It's like, that's, that kind of thing. As soon as you're getting like follow-up questions, if you get a follow-up question, you've made a mistake in how you've answered the question.
It is interesting because I think that people sometimes separate the final tribal council speech from the game, where it's like that person played, a better game, but then maybe had a worse speech. And firstly, like pitching the final tribal council is like a super valid part of the game that you have to be good genuinely. At. But then also, like if you pitch badly or well, it might speak to fatal flaws or good things you've had in the game. Like then it speaks to the fact that Kaylin hasn't been able to read the jury well, hasn't been able to read his own game well. That's parts of the issues of the game, and the fact that you have good game awareness is again like tied up in the speech and tied up in your game, which I think is really important as well. What about the AJ question? Was this like a good one for you? Because it's like he denied you both, but he denied Kaylin worse. Yeah,
because I had a pretty good answer for this one because I knew that I was probably going to get a question about this.
The final five.
Yeah, about the final five. And so I broke it down. There were two parts of my answer. The first part was explaining the logic. And it was like, I had this read of Zara. This read was wrong, but had it been correct, this is the logic going forward, right? And this is why I thought that this was a good final two for me, especially talking about like how Zara, Kaylin, and I final two I thought was really good, especially because Zara, in a me, Kaylin, Zara takes me to final two, and I check with Zara and she goes, yep, I would have done that in that situation. And so I'm like, that was the logic.
That's why she said I would. I was really confused about what she meant because she wasn't going to over AJ, but now
and then the second part of that is then I went, but even though it didn't work out, that was my game, right? And I tie it back into the big theme of my entire pitch. Is like I swung over and over again, and I missed sometimes, and I hit sometimes, and I missed, and I'd fall over, and then I'd get back up. But this, like, you've got Kaylin on one side who's not swinging it anything, right? Like he's just letting every ball and he's hoping that he gets walked to the next base. And you got me that's just like is just going for it. And like I love the game and I'm playing with a love for the game. And the fact that I'm here, should I be here? Maybe not. But and this again tied into like the final thing when I'm talking about like my game shouldn't have worked. It's like this what I did should not have worked the way that it did. Like it was ridiculous. I got very lucky, but I made some really good moves, and I just played unabashedly me. I didn't try to be anyone else. And like I played with like passion and enthusiasm and all of that, with like a smile on my face and everything.
Yeah. I think you just needed to stand up and be like, my whole game was like, I get knocked down, but I get up again. Never gonna keep me down. Like that's literally the anthem, I feel like, of your entire season. So were there any votes you were concerned about other than Kristen? Or
yeah. So coming in, I was like, Kristen is not voting for me. On the other side, I was Logan and Zara are locked in with me. Logan, and it's funny because Logan and I obviously didn't have a great relationship all season, but Logan was so visible on the jury with her distaste for Kaylin's game that that I knew she was locked in like a vote for me. And then Zara actively, like Final Four, Zara was so upset by the boys. And so she comes up to me and she hugged me. And you see my reaction to her on the show. They don't show her saying it, but you see my reaction, my face light up. And she goes, I'm going to put in a good word for you with the jury. And I'm like, amazing. Okay, so I've sent you to the jury in a move that benefits my game. And then also you're just going to like big up the jury for me. But then also I felt like AJ, Karen, and Laura, I felt really good about. But I wasn't like sure. Like the other two, I was sure voting for me. AJ, Karen, and Laura, I was like, I think I'm good. And I think that's the 5 that I need. And then Kate and Paulie, I didn't know. Like Kate and Paulie were the 2 that were on the fence for me. And I think like actually chatting to them about it afterwards, they were the 2 that were the most likely to swing over to Kaylin. I was like, I think I can get Kate and Paulie, especially Paulie, because I thought I had a lot to talk about with regards to playing from the bottom and like and what we had to go through. And then Paulie had this big thing as well where he talked a lot about like being proactive, not reactive. And I knew that Kaylin couldn't really speak to any of that because Kaylin had never really been proactive and taken like a big move to get out in front. And I could talk about that because there were a bunch of times I could be like, I was trying to be proactive here, I was trying to be proactive here. I was always trying to get out in front of the votes, like before like everything went down and I'd end up in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, something Paulie kind of spoke about and that I want to talk about now with your win is he spoke about pride and like
plus that,
and also
obviously,
like
I've
what you represent.
there.
And we were talking about this before we recorded, but like the heavy lifting that you're doing in terms of like diversity in the winner's circle. I mean, from like an LGBT perspective, even kind of globally to a degree, and then also like, you know, like racially, like you discussed it, like by tribal, by everything, and I mean, that obviously mattered to Paulie. Like, how do you look at that now? Because you are doing, you know, I mean, we have like, again, like Ferris and Jericho, like we have like some good stuff considering how undiverse Australian Survivor is in the last 10 seasons. But I mean, honestly, it's kind of amazing how well it's gone. But like, especially considering that it like often doesn't go well, like it does play out on the island for you and in negative ways for many, and you're holding up a lot of that. So like, how does it feel now, like having won and being such a big part of that representation?
Yeah, it's really cool. And it's probably not something I spoke about enough when I was out there. I probably should have talked about it more because I think it genuinely is really awesome. Like it's cool to see people like you on TV succeeding. Everyone knows it. Like you think about there's so many like Survivor fans, and this is me because I'm, as I said earlier in the podcast, I'm not like a childhood fan, but there's a lot of like Asian Survivor fans who like idolize Yul Kwon, right? Like he's the classic there. Like everyone loves Yul, and especially a lot of like Asian Survivor fans who are like, Yul is the man, right? And so there is something like really important about seeing people that are like you succeeding. And it's not just the straightforward things of like the race and the sexuality and whatnot. And those are really cool and it's really obvious. But there's all sorts of things. Like I've had a lot of I get a lot of people who have like anxiety reaching out to me. Like I've had a couple of like parents of autistic children reach out to me being like, you talk quite openly about not being good at reading social cues and about putting people offside and whatnot, but you're still having a lot of success in the game in spite of that, and being quite open about that is really cool. And my kid really resonated with that. And that's really awesome because it's a lot of different demographics that potentially don't see people who have a lot of success on like mainstream TV, right? Like even like Asians are probably a bit underrepresented on like Australian mainstream TV in general, especially on Australian Survivor. We all know like what the deal is there. And there's even like the nerdy archetype as well, like being just the like awkward academic nerd and being not very good at like reading social cues. And then even like little things, like I've had a lot of pole dancers reach out to me because like there's the big stigma around like pole dancing and stripping and like the fact that it's overtly sexualized and whatnot. And then you've got just this like nerdy guy who's like the least sexual person in the world, like that's just spinning around on a bamboo pole, and it like helps with the stigma there where it's like, oh, this is just like a normal thing that people can do. It's really cool. And especially because like pole dancers, there's often like an association with being like less smart, with being like not as well spoken, and then I come out there and I deliver like a really good final tribal speech and I'm pretty well spoken. It's really awesome. Like it's just really awesome. I've had a lot of really kind messages from, and I think so. I fit into so many random niche communities, but I've had a lot of really kind messages from people in those communities being like reaching out and being like, yeah, it's awesome to see you doing well, basically. And yeah, it is really cool.
Yeah, I think even if like you do lose a challenge at 4 and get voted out at 4, like that's still really cool to have. But like, yeah, having you as a winner
Yeah.
representing, especially like kind of like your journey through the season, I think.
Yeah, and even more
Yeah.
broadly, like anyone who's been kind of like knocked down, especially like those
Yeah.
early days on Brains 1.0 and Brains 2.0, where it is true, it was really hard. Like I was really socially
Yeah.
on the outs, and it's I got on the ins because not because I like changed anything about myself, but because myself is something that a lot of people do innately value once they get to know me, right? And so it's not I unlike a lot of and it's actually a flaw in my game, the fact that I'm so overtly myself, because you've got a lot of other people who are like Zara, for example, is really good, and I think it's a PTA thing, and like putting on a face and like bullshitting to people, and it's something that makes her better at the game, and something that actively hurts my game is that I'm not very good at doing that. But I think a lot of people think it's really cool the fact that I can go out there, I can be myself, which is like weird and kooky and sometimes puts people offside, and then as people get to know me better, like that's what pulls, not me like sucking up to anyone, not me like trying to be anything I'm not, literally just people getting to know me better and getting to know more of who I am, and me being like a nice, positive, upbeat person. That's what pulls people in to work with me, and that's why people vote for me at the end. And it's actually a really massive misread from Kaylin to like, because there was a lot of negative emotion towards me from the jury all throughout the season at various times, right? But like Karen and Logan describe it really well as like me being like their little brother, right? The little brother, you want him all the success in life, and you're always going to be there to support him, but he annoys the shit out of you sometimes, right? And so Kalen is looking at all the negative emotions and he's viewing them as like active dislike, right? Like active dislike of this person. When in reality, all it is like it's frustration at working with me, it's annoyance at some of my traits, but underlying, it's like they all really like me as a person, and yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, I think that is it's a great story to like to for the kids watching and stuff about like
Yeah,
overcoming those obstacles to the win when like you might doubt yourself or like it might look impossible. Like I think that that is amazing, and I think that it ends the season so well. It's such a great winning story. I know like Mike was saying it's like one of his favorite winning stories ever.
yeah.
Like
I think the way that they like did the story as a whole, I think is really beautiful and really sweet. And that finale episode is, I love the editing on the finale. I think it's really beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about being like the underdog to get through. Yeah. 47 days to a final two, no
Yeah.
fire, like all of that. Like that's tough.
It's crazy, like the story that I had, like because when I went on Survivor, it's like my hope is I hope I can make it to merge. I hope maybe I can find an idol or advantage. Maybe I can like pull off one or two like really cool, interesting moves. And then I like made it to final two, and it's like, holy shit! Not only have I like played this wild game, I've played this game that like statistically will not be replicated. Like no one is ever like I don't know if it's even like this game was the biggest like complete like there's good stuff that I did, but there is also multiple dice rolls that did go my way that mean that
I'm gonna pull you up on that.
There are, right? And but also you need someone to have the same kind of energy and gameplay style as me as well. So you need the combination of those two things, of the dice rolls plus the gameplay style, to all work out. Like it's such this crazy unicorn of a game that that I managed to play. And then I won.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. And I never played to win until final 8. Until final 8, I was playing to just like have fun, make it as far as I could, like be iconic, like make an impact on the game. And it's something, if you're going on Survivor, I think it's really important to not play to win. And it's something that, well, you play to win, but you don't think about winning, right? And it's something that I think AJ and I do really well. AJ, because he's a poker player, right? The poker player on his last like $100 will play a lot more conservatively and will actively play worse than the poker player who's got like a massive stack in front of him, because you need to be willing to just put it all on the line. You need to be willing to make the moves that you need to make. And I had this mentality from like literally day 4, right? I survived the first vote. It's like, oh, I am here with house money. I should be going home, right? Whenever I do go home, first of all, like it's brutal mentally to realize that you're going home. I've been through that already. Whenever I go home, I'm ready, right? And also, like, I shouldn't even be here in the first place. So I'm just gonna like have as much fun with it. I don't know how much longer I've got here, so I'm just gonna like do as much as I can while I'm here. And that actively really helped me in the game, because it made me not scared to do all the stuff that I needed to do in a way that other people I think were playing a lot more conservatively throughout our season.
Yeah, I mean, you had good luck, you had bad luck.
Yeah.
You had highs, you had lows,
Yeah.
like, and I think, it's an amazing story. It really, I think a lot of people like we're more positive on the season up. I mean, so if anything,
Well,
like,
the season does definitely work better, and I know this is totally me tooting my own horn, but like I do think that the narrative is really just works really
yeah,
well.
it's a
with
brilliant
making it up.
narrative.
Like
Yeah.
if AJ wins, and it's unfortunate with the edit, but if AJ wins, like a lot of people would be coming away with a sour taste in their mouth, which is so
Well,
unfortunate
AJ
because
would be
AJ.
edited differently.
Yeah, I'm
then.
sure. But I'm just saying with the like as the edit was in our case, right? Like if someone else had won, like there's potentially a bit more like Kalen, I think people would think he's potentially too passive a game player. AJ, there's like a sour taste, even though both completely deserving winners. And I think I think AJ played one of, if not the best losing games of Australian
Yeah,
Survivor.
especially hearing more. I mean, the edit really like screwed him over. And I think that
Yeah.
the edit, like, to be fair, you would have been like a really tragic losing finalist in a way that would have been like also good TV, to be
Yeah.
honest. Like that would have been like, it would have been a different lesson. It would have been like, you can try and try and try, but like even if you fall short, you can also gain other stuff. You don't have to, like, sometimes you can fight and not necessarily win,
Yeah.
but still get really far, like more than you ever thought you could. And maybe like that's enough. Like that's also a good lesson. This is a cleaner lesson. This is like you fight and win.
Totally.
Amazing. I do think like, yeah, the fact that the edit was so obvious, like it took away kind of from like how amazing the story was, because
It
like,
did.
how did this happen? But then like it seemed like so obvious it would happen, but like how?
Yeah.
But like then at that point, like it was kind of, to me, a bit telegraphed, or maybe up to others a little bit less. But look, can't complain.
Yeah.
You win the game. How, and then you like, how the last few months been? Like you've been watching it back. All
Crazy.
of that, selling the merch. Like how are you feeling now, and how's it been to kind of been through, that experience of coming back, decompressing, watching it, and now being like the winner of Survivor?
Yeah, so it's been really awesome, obviously, watching it all back. But it's been surreal. It's been completely out of this world. I've been grappling with, obviously, I found out pretty quickly that I had won. In fact, the next day, AJ texted me and congratulated me. But and so it's been grappling with that, figuring out what I'm going to do with my life, which I still don't really know. I'm still like figuring out. But it's really great because, first of all, from the money perspective, I work in finance and I am good with money. I'm very tight with money, and so it's going to be in good hands. I'm probably just going to invest it all and whatnot. I'm not going to spend on anything stupid because I don't really do that. Like my shoes literally have holes in them.
Okay, well maybe buy new shoes. I think you can afford it.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
But so from like actually watching a perspective, it's been so much fun. I've been doing like watch parties for every single episode with like my friends, and I did such a good job at hiding my win from my friends. I was messing with them. They were trying to get me while I was drunk, and I was seeding false information in while
I'm not even drunk.
Yeah,
this is actually a mocktail, but no one knows.
No, they get me plastered, and then they try and pull information from me, and I give them fake information while plastered.
Okay, yeah.
And like they asked me so many questions. They're like, they'd ask me a question about like the jury villa, and then I'd answer about the jury villa in like detail, and they'd be like, "So you won the jury villa," and I'm like, "Oh
no,
God, I'm such
an idiot." Yeah.
To the extent that literally I hosted the finale like at my place with a bunch of the cast and a bunch of my friends and whatnot, and I initially told all of them it was going to be at AJ's place until last minute, and I moved it to mine. And then by the time it's at mine, they're all like, "He's messed with our minds so much right now. We have no idea what's going to happen."
Like, I'm a Survivor winner. What do you think that I
exactly.
like? Yeah,
that's what
you don't even know how well I can mess with you because you didn't think I won.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Watching the edit has been really interesting, obviously. I'm a bit sad about some parts of the edit. Like, I think AJ's edit is kind of ridiculous. I think AJ played one of the most, like, obscenely good, crazy games of all time. And I think the first half of the season, second half of the season, I think is good for him. First half of the season, he gets that, like, weird dodo edit when in reality, he's just kicking ass the entire time. Like, the whole thing with Kate, where they take, like, the one clip of him being absolutely trashed when he's going around giving everyone compliments, and then they use it like it's in the scramble. He's just saying she has nice eyes. AJ hadn't drunk in 10 years. And he got absolutely plastered, and it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, but, I feel a little robbed of AJ's edit of like seeing the game like we were meant to see, and there are parts of that, like even like talking about the Baron Bounty thing, like we lose all of that.
Yeah.
Just like as an analyst, I'm like, I want to be able to see what's going on, obviously, and the edit can never truly give that. But like also I want to be able to talk about that move because it's interesting, and they didn't give me that opportunity.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and I think like the PD thing was really frustrating for me as well.
Yeah.
I think there were a couple of other votes, like when Rich gets switched over the other side. I was like, oh, there's more going on there than was shown. But for the most part, like I think it does a pretty decent job. Like, and I can't ask for too much, and my edit is obviously fantastic. I think that they airbrushed my edit where they could have gone in a bit harder with my flaws, because I think my game was a lot about my flaws and me understanding my flaws and overcoming them. And I think that it definitely came up in the edit, but especially like those first couple of days, especially, and then various other times, I think it probably overstates, like, makes me look a bit better than I was. Like the way that AJ and I perceived in the edit, like out on the island, in my brain, we're like the opposite. Like I'm the one that's like getting everyone offside and loud and obnoxious, and AJ is the one that's like really chill and laid back and the social one. At least in the first half of the game, like where our edits, like his edit is so negative. Like, yeah, I feel like our edits were kind of almost around the wrong way a bit. Like when I'm in the season, right, before I knew that I had won, like as I'm going through the season, I'm like, I'm getting cheeky villain edit here. Like that was what I thought I was getting. Like I'm getting a villain edit here, and it's only, I think, because I won that I got a bit more of like an underdog hero edit. But like when I'm up against Max, in my mind, I'm the villain. Yeah.
Well, that is crazy. I think that is a wrong read on that, because I think you've been so shoved down. Like anyone could kind of relate to that or
I
feel
guess,
sad
but
about
also
that.
I was the one that stabbed Max in the back. And then Max was just like coming for me. And also Max is like, he looks like Captain America as well. Like he's really charming, he's really outgoing, he's really funny. So in my mind, it's like Max is the hero and I'm the rat.
Yeah, I mean that's a hard picture to paint after just like weeks of being ostracized, where people probably feel bad for you. And I do think like if you are like a losing finalist, still having the like underdog narrative that people can root for.
Yeah, but that happens
I mean,
a
so
lot.
not a
Like,
losing
like
finalist,
if you
like
look at, like if you look
yeah.
at George in Brains vs Brawns 1, like he had the same thing, but he didn't get, like, he wasn't getting this, like, he wasn't
Well,
underdog,
it wasn't to the
but
same extent, I don't think.
oh no, I don't.
Your underdog story is more than most people.
If you talk about just that first like pre-swap, right? I think from what it seems, and from, because I've talked to George about this a bit, like I feel like George was much more actively ostracized on that Brains tribe than I was. Like
Yeah, that is
I never
true.
felt like anyone was being like a massive dick to me, basically, right? Like I never felt like actually
Kent
like,
did, tell
okay, yeah,
everyone that you
Ken,
would burn to
yeah,
hell.
Ken. I was
but-
on and off with
yeah.
Ken, but even then, because the thing was with Kent, right, is that I knew Kent had no power, and so Kent never, like, I never really took anything that Kent said particularly seriously, and everyone else, like, no one like actively was like a dick to me. Like some people talk down to me disrespectfully or whatever, but no, like, there's a difference between that versus like someone like George, who I feel, and from talking to him and from the edit, seems like people were actively a massive dick to George on Brains vs Brawn 1 in a way
Yeah.
that I don't think was the case with mine. But George doesn't get the sympathetic edit there. He gets, look at this weird guy who keeps putting everyone offside edit.
Yeah.
And that's genuinely, that's what I thought I was going to get. I was going to get, like, sure, that guy's still rootable. Like, people are still watching that going like, yeah, George, give him hell. But he's not like the hero. He's like a villain that you want to have some fun and stir shit. And that's what I thought I was going to be.
Well, to be fair, George, I didn't mean like final tribal council loser. What I meant was if you were the fallen angel. Like George is going to be the final tribal council loser, and I do think that they have to build that in. Also, you talk about annoyance versus dislike. Like they were annoyed by you, like they did dislike George. And they weren't telling, to be fair, quite a different story where George is like putting people off more extremely.
Yeah, but in the moment, I didn't know that I was going to be the winner, right? So in the moment, I'm just like, this is how I think this is going to be perceived. I'm going to be the rat. I'm going to be the like villain who's like a bit socially awkward. He's putting everyone offside, but he's having a lot of fun with it. And so some people love him, some people dislike him, and I'm just going to like play into that.
Yeah.
And for a lot of the season, that's kind of how I thought I was going to be perceived.
Yeah, the underdog narrative, I do think writes itself. Almost the worst thing that could happen to that narrative was that you would win, and then it's such a smoothed out underdog narrative. Whereas like, I'd love to see it as like, yeah, if you are a fallen angel, well, just from an edit perspective, I would have liked to see it different anyway.
Yeah.
Just because it was so telegraphed. But like, yeah, an underdog narrative where you don't necessarily win, where they can actually show how amazing authentically that story is without having to be like, but he has also the smoothed out, like our audience is stupid type of winner edit.
Yeah, my story's crazy because it's like a story that you would write.
Yeah.
Like as like a story, as like, this is a fun fictional story.
Yeah.
And it's almost, you'd write it and be like, this is ridiculous. Like this is not real. Like this can't be real how this is like coming about. And then it is. Like I remember out there being like, this is ridiculous. Like how is this happening? But yeah, it's been amazing. Like being in the community as well. Like I'm a big fan. I'm very much like I'm a long time listener, first time caller kind of thing, where I don't like really interact I think I've got like 1 or 2 posts on Reddit in the Survivor AU fan page somewhere around where I've like commented on something. But yeah, also a big thing. And this hurt me in the early game. I have no one in my personal life who's into Survivor. Like I'm the only person I know who's into Survivor. And so I've got now all these people I can talk Survivor with. And now also a lot of people in my personal life now are into Survivor.
That's the best reason to do it.
Yeah. But and it got me into trouble early because part of the reason why I was so excitable early on, happy to like talk strat and whatnot, is because like I have no one in my normal life that I can do that with, and now I had all these people who are into Survivor who I could chat to. But
I've never heard a better ad for being a patron of RHAP. Find the people you can talk to so that you don't drive people crazy when you go out on the island and want to talk to them about Survivor. Like, become a patron of RHAP.
Yeah, but it's amazing now because like I chat to like a bunch of the ex players, and like as I said, the ex players that like I've actively gone like pretty close to as well. Like Ferris lives in Sydney, and he found out about my win through Nash because Nash told him, and so Ferris and I have talked a lot about it because it's a pretty unique experience. And then people like Eden and Nick, and there's a whole heap of others who've like reached out and I've chatted with a bunch, and they're a lot of fun. And it's just amazing like being a part of the community and whatnot. Getting to do all these podcasts is surreal. It's so strange. Like getting because this time last year, I know this time last year I was like listening to the deep dives. Listening to Ferris.
Well, that's what I was looking up. I was looking up Dino's deep dive to see if this would be break the record. His is 5 hours and 54 minutes.
Oh wow!
And I don't know how long this is.
Ours is getting up there. I think we've beaten AJ, which is good. That's all.
Yeah, we definitely beat AJ. Which, to be fair, he said you would. He was like, you talk more than he does. Ferris is
also. I feel like there needs to be like a caveat as well for the fact that I talk faster than everyone. So
I agree.
If you were to do at a normal talking rate, I feel like we're up at like 7 hours.
Ferris isn't even at 5 hours. Ferris is 4 hours and 57 minutes. Like, what's the point? Like, what are you doing?
What's the point, Ferris?
Okay, yours might be the longest Australian Survivor deep dive. I'm sure the RHAP fact checker will get the information. The RHAP fact checker spent all day working out the Chizzy charts, which were wrong. Apparently, you won by even more. I mean, look at this. And I don't like that because much like jury votes, I wanted to be close. I'm joking. I'm really happy for you that you won the Chizzy, that you won the game. It was such a great experience. You're in my apartment. Now we're talking about it. We've talked about it for like, 6 hours?
And I'm going to text you with all my Survivor thoughts now. I hope you know
I love that. And I want to come to game night, but I don't want to play a game that I'm just going to get slaughtered at.
If you're playing AJ and I, every game you will get slaughtered at. No, sorry. Like,
what else can we play that's not like, I don't know, something you're worse at? Is there anything you're worse at? Can we do Survivor trivia?
You'll beat AJ at that.
You haven't seen all the seasons. I'll beat you.
Yeah, but I know.
This is my job.
Like,
this is my job.
Like, I will, because what I'll do sometimes is like, if I hear something about a Survivor season that I don't know that well, I'll like go on Wikipedia and I'll look at like the boot order, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'll look at like check. Oh, who are the boots there?
I can see you. You're referencing like Ben Drebogan's game.
I have a lot of the information, even though I haven't watched it, if that makes sense.
All right. Well, you can text me about Survivor. I'll come to game night, and then like if I hate it, I'll just never come again. And then that's what we'll do. But I'm excited because we all live so close to each other.
Yeah, I know.
So that's why you've been here. And also, you guys have almost lived in my house.
AJ's cracked at board games, though. He will there is a board game we play called Ticket to Ride, where
I love Ticket to Ride.
I am a diehard Ticket to Ride fan.
I haven't played in
ages. He was very competitive with me his first time playing it because that's just AJ. He just figures out.
I think because you beat him in Survivor, that he's going to be like, I will beat you in every board game.
He at one stage he was #1 ranked Australian Settlers of Catan player. I'm 2-1 against him at the moment, and I'm never playing him again.
Well, good, because I don't want to be a part of that. But yeah, I mean, over the last few days, I have spent what is like 11-ish hours talking about your game. So
I know. Are you getting a bit tired of it?
No, I'm enjoying it a lot, but I'm going to Europe soon, so I am also then like excited to not talk about Survivor when I'm there. I've mentioned go to Europe in every podcast. It's really on my mind because I have a lot to do, and yet I sit here with you guys until the sun goes down talking about the games. Now Peter's going to get home soon, and he said there's no way else you'll still be here, and we're going to prove him wrong. Tell the people where to find you and the merch and everything. I mean, is there anything else you want to say about your game? And then also tell
I think I've covered everything.
Okay, I think we did well.
I'm really proud of my game.
Okay,
I'm really happy.
That's good. Because after we finished with AJ, he was like, I should have, and I was like, don't do that. Don't do it because I do that. I should have said this and I should have, and I'm like, don't do that.
If I think of anything, like I'll
just text me and
I'll like comment something or tweet something or whatever. But no, I'm pretty proud of my game. Like I really like that my game is like a flawed. Like the fact that my game is this huge, big, awesome, but messy, sloppy game is like the best, I think, because it's like that's so me. Like it's completely my game because that's who I am. And yeah, so it's really cool. As far as where you can find me, looking to the camera here for this, like so I'm on Instagram at I think I'm at Myles Kuah, MYLES KUAH. And then I'm on Twitter at Myles M Kuah. I think that's my. If you just look up Myles Kuah on Twitter, I'll come up. I do tweet really. If you want like my thoughts, I tweet really actively. I've been tweeting very actively about Survivor 48 because I have a lot of thoughts on Survivor 48.
I have something a good recap guest from the season. Like I'm the real winner.
Yes. Are you gonna get any like duo recap guests?
I'd love that.
feel like I feel like AJ and I would be like nightmare fuel.
Yes, let's
duo
do all
combo.
the buddies. Like, let's get you and AJ
actually,
on.
me
Let's
and
get
Laura, I
Laura
feel like me
and
and
Logan on,
I
or
feel like
you
me
and Laura.
would be
Yeah,
a
there's
great combo.
a lot of good stuff there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, as far as what else, yeah, so, I got t-shirts at thejunglerap.com. I currently am out of stock of a lot of stuff because I sold so many shirts. I sold so many shirts the night that I won. Obviously, I just sold a crap ton of shirts, but I'm planning on doing one more really big merch like push, and then probably never selling merch ever again. So it will be like, if you follow me on Instagram, you'll get all of that. But yeah, I've got merch. I've got like this shirt. I got the graduate shirt. I've got a brat shirt, which is really cool. It's like a little Charlie X dress rat with like rat on top of it on a green shirt. I've got mugs. I've got biracial, bisexual, bi-tribal mugs. That's fun. Hoodies, tote bags, all that. I got a cameo as well. So if you want me to like say things, like you can get me to say things, and I really like doing those. I put a lot of effort into them and making them good when I do. I get really bad perfection anxiety with the cameos where I like record like 5 times.
Oh, I get that. I've done the same.
Other than that, yeah, that's me. Yeah, Instagram, Twitter, that's where to find me. And
okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, at Shannon Gates, we know Global Survivor, all of this content, the 5+ hour AJ deep dive, which now that's so short, like child's play.
Weak stuff from AJ.
Yeah, all of the finale coverage.
Second best Survivor player, second longest deep dive.
Yeah, second in the chizzy. Come on,
second
AJ.
in the chizzy. Listen, I'm just kicking his ass.
Yeah, but all the finale coverage as well. The feedback show with Mark and Eden. This is all becoming like a little bit last week, but yeah, you can still listen to it. Okay, you've got a long off season. Yeah, it was good time. And then covered Survivor 48 for the last week before I go away with Teresa, and now I'm away. And then I'm gonna have
Teresa. Oh yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was really fun. But deep dives with Karen and Logan coming.
Oh hell yeah, that's gonna be fun.
That's where I'm at. Okay, it's been 6 hours.
Yeah.
Do we have anything else?
I don't think so.
Has it been 6? How long has it been? My gosh. Anyway, it's nightfall. Night of arrived.
I told someone I'd meet them at 7. I've had to push it back.
Oh really? Oh my god! And AJ cancelled his dinner fully. Damn, I'm just like the dinner canceller. I'm just like, if you come over to a podcast with me, like don't make dinner plans. That's basically the tagline. But thank you guys so much for listening. I really appreciated the response to the deep dive with AJ already. I expect Myles will get similar reaction, hopefully. So thank you for listening to all these many hours of deep dive. Thank you so much, Myles, for coming over and hanging out. Thank you to the team behind the scenes who puts us all together, and I will see you next time. Bye.
This is RHAP. We know reality TV.